Chapter 101 The Convinced Uchiha Itachi. This is. Uchiha Itachi opened the scroll in his hand. It is impossible for Uchiha Itachi to give up the opportunity to obtain intelligence, which will help him gain a foothold in the Akatsuki organization and will also let him know more about the legendary master Shiera Emiya. Somewhat unexpected. Or it doesn't surprise you. Because the mission in this scroll is about Uchiha Obito, and even includes Uchiha Obito's Maniatoscope Sharingan ability and his wouldn't escape blood resume. Say it bluntly. After Uchiha Itachi received this information, his fear of Uchiha Obito was indeed even more enhanced, but it was no longer so mysterious in the other party. As long as you know the information, sooner or later, we can find out the means to crack it. Don't make him feel too comfortable. Let Konoha's people teach him a lesson. Keiju hates Obito very much, and I want to help it exhale. Emiya Shiera didn't go to see Uchiha Itachi, but just continued to speak calmly, which sounded unrestrained. Although I don't like you, I can only leave it to you to perform this task, and don't let others know. Why me? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while, and his face became serious and serious. I doubt that Lord Emiya wants to provoke the relationship between Uchiha Obito. No doubt. Emiya continued to do his own thing without changing his expression. He never denied his thoughts. In the future, I will need you to help me monitor Uchiha Obito, master. Emiya hates me very much. Uchiha Itachi tightly held the scroll in his hand, frowned and continued to ask in a deep voice, seriously, I don't have a reason to serve this. Does Lord Emiya doubt that I will tell Uchiha Obito about this? Newcomer. Emiya Shiera's eyes raised, and a hint of unquestionable coldness mixed in his plain voice. His questioning echoed in Uchiha Itachi's ears. Who gave you an illusion that you can disobey my orders in the Akatsuki organization? Uchiha Itachi's expression paused. Almost forgot. I am already a member of the Akatsuki organization. Now it seems that my luck is good or bad, as if I have to participate in the internal struggle between Uchiha Obito and Emiya Shiera. But this may not be without its benefits. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but start to think too much in his heart. Although Shiera Emiya's behavior is domineering, the battle between him and Uchiha Obito seems to be beneficial to him and Konoha, and he can even fuel it, making the battle between them more intense. I will complete the task. Uchiha Itachi had already made his own decision in his heart. Is that true? Emiya Shiera's eyes drooped, as if seeing through Uchiha Itachi's thoughts. He calmly mocked, it seems that you Konoha's ninja always have their own little thoughts, and he thinks that his eyes are longer than others. Senjo Hashirama is like this. I think the peace I have built can last forever. At the beginning, Madara never agreed with his behavior of sacrificing all costs for Konoha. We all think that sooner or later, Konohas will derive darkness from Konoha one day. Don't dare. Uchiha Itachi's heart sank. But I'm not much better. Amiya Shiera's voice suddenly became self-deprecating, and she murmured and praised Tobira Senju. Maybe Konoha's second-generation Hokage Tobira Senju. Tobira has a longer gaze than his brother. Uchiha Itachi felt that Shiera Emiya might have praised the wrong person. Within the Uchiha clan was established as a Konoha security force, allowing Uchiha to isolate the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. The reputation of the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobira has always been not very good. It was the behavior of the second generation of Naruto. This made Uchiha and Konoha unable to integrate into one. Uchiha Itachi clenched his fists, and in the end, the actions of the second-generation Naruto also led to many internal conflicts between Uchiha and Konoha, which once put Konoha in danger. Sounds. Uchiha Itachi held the scroll tightly with his hand and asked indifferently, Master Emiya and the second generation of Naruto? No. I have a bad relationship with him. I even disliked him, so I chose the Akatsuki organization's plan. But your appearance proves my mistake in the past. Shiera Emiya glanced at Uchiha Itachi and continued coldly, when I was resurrected, I told Chihao Tobirama that the ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Chihao clan were brothers, and brothers should live in harmony. However, Senju Tobirama stubbornly believed that the Uchiha clan's temperament was extremely unintegrified into Konoha. Perhaps it was because of this that he chose to hide this matter. Now from you, the murderer who chose to exterminate the clan for your strength, I seem to be able to feel that Chihao Tobira is mocking me for being so blind and naive about the old antiques of the ancient times, so every time I see you, I don't like you or even hate you. Uchiha Itachi's heart hurts. I see. This is. Does luck make people feel like it? In fact, Amiya Shiera is the right person, and the second-generation Naruto Senju Tobira is the wrong person, but the appearance of his murderer, the reversal of right and wrong. Obviously, he is the one who hopes Uchiha can integrate into Konoha, but he did not expect to become a model that Emiya Shiera said to prove that Chihao Tobirama believes that Uchiha's clan's temperament is extremely unacceptable to integrate into Konoha. This kind of understanding will make people feel a little painful and sad. This world. It's a bit ridiculous. Especially Uchiha Itachi cannot express all his thoughts in the Akatsuki organization, and he even needs to suppress himself and force himself not to be honest with Shiera Emiya. The only thing that can be done. Perhaps I can only apologize to the other party. Feel sorry. I don't know all this. The 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi lowered his head slightly, and the scarlet in his eyes faintly suppressed his emotions. His shame and affection for Emiya Shiera gradually emerged in his heart, and his former pain and struggle also emerged, so that his eyes were filled with red blood and tears. It doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. Amiya Shiera waved her hand and continued calmly, now I will make good use of you, Uchiha who will do anything for your strength. I can promise you. As long as you follow my will, I will guarantee that your brother will be safe before awakening the Maniatoscope Sharingan, and no one can hurt you and his life before awakening the Maniatoscope. But I will not guarantee that you will be the last person to obtain the eternal Maniatoscope Sharingan. If you want. Just go and perform the tasks I assigned you. Yes. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee and agreed. He destroyed the intelligence scroll in his hand with his own hands. His figure jumped up and draped into the moonlit night. At this moment, he suppressed all his thoughts. Although he knew that he was very dangerous in the Akatsuki organization and why Shiera Emiya was particularly disgusted with him, Shiera Emiya's attitude and promises were what Uchiha Itachi wanted the most, and even the other party hated him was what he wanted. Bang, 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 bang. In the night, the sound of the pen holder hitting the wooden pole of the reel appeared. Emiya Shiera did not go to see the direction Uchiha Itachi was going away. He just started to write and draw on his scroll. However, his scroll was no longer the cases of the past, but the names of ninjas. If anyone sees it, you will find the thin lines that exist between these ninjas. The names of these ninjas are connected to other ninjas, and they are intertwined, making it seem impossible to even clarify their relationship with each other. Many of the names of people were marked with many circles by Emiyashi, such as Heiju's name, a painted black circle, and Kaoru, Nagato, and Konan were marked with a green circle. Good. Emiya Shiera calmly drew a red circle on Uchiha Itachi's name, connecting his name with Uchiha Obito's name in a line. On the other side, Haki Kakashi's team is approaching. As a team of people perceived ninjas, Yuri Hong raised her fingers and quickly sensed the location of the kidnapper and the Mishiwai Hongdu. Her mind was completely united. Have you found it? Haki Kakashi was a little uneasy. He was a little worried that he would turn too smoothly along the way. Did the other party really not notice their tracking? Shiri Hong's face suddenly changed. What happened? Yamato watched her face change in surprise. Maybe the enemy's reinforcements. Shiri Hong's face suddenly turned ugly. She could sense that two chakras were approaching them quickly. Here you come. A nunchaku appeared in Metkai's hand, and his movements were extremely sharp and kicked into the sky. His perception ability was not good, but his combat intuition was astonishingly terrifying. In the forest, a man wearing a mask appeared in his sight. Metkei kicked the man wearing a mask, but his body was knocked out as if it was hit by the air. Huh? What's going on? Metkei was a little surprised at his mistake and immediately realized something was wrong. His eyesight should have been correct. He obviously hit the opponent's body. How could it be missed? But that's it. It doesn't matter. Metkai's body suddenly twisted and moved horizontally in the air, and suddenly turned around and swept back towards the masked man. The big whirlwind of Konoha. However, this attack still fell into the air. Metkei was not discouraged at all, but kicked the mysterious masked man again and again, Koi rough tornado. Even the mysterious masked man looked at Metkei in silence, as if he could not understand why the other party could not attack his body, so he could still maintain such enthusiastic fighting spirit. But that's all. Maid K's figure fell to the ground in a little frustrated, his face full of suspicion of himself, and he didn't really believe that he would make mistakes one after another. Like, didn't attack the other party's body. Haki Kakashi stared at the three contacts between Maid Kai and the mysterious masked man, and his mind suddenly became nervous. Is it another tricky enemy? Sharingan. The other party has a Sharingan. Be careful, don't look him in the eyes. Haki Kakashi's fingers curled up Kyuuba and blocked the mysterious masked man head-on. He saw the Sharingan exposed in the other side's mat. Your mightiness! Who is it? Have you stole Uchiha's Sharingan? Haki Kakashi also slowly raised his ninja forehead protection in his palm, revealing the Sharingan that had been hidden under the forehead protection bandage to observe the other party's flaws. Snort. The mysterious masked man looked at Haki Kakashi's actions and also heard Haki Kakashi's words, which made him snort with contempt. Only. He was too lazy to answer. I was too lazy to mock Haki Kakashi. The Sharingan in the mysterious masked man's eyes was still weird, and his body still seemed nothing, just declaring his purpose. Now you Konoha's people retreat. I can leave it alone. After the mysterious masked man escaped Haki Kakashi's kunao, he raised his foot and kicked Haki Kakashi in the chest, kicking Haki Kakashi backwards. Would escape, the art of the big forest. Tianzang quickly raised his hand and formed a hand print. Wood drilled out of his arms, and the spikes on the wood suddenly flew towards the mysterious masked man, as if he was about to turn the other person. It's full of holes. But no use. All the wooden thorns seemed to hit the air. Snort. The mysterious masked man jumped back and jumped up, stood on the trunk of a big tree, looking at the ninja team with contempt. Can't attack the target. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Tianzang's forehead, and he reminded in a deep voice, the other party has a strange ability, as if it is not a physical entity, and no attack can touch his body. There are entities. Haki Kakashi turned over and jumped up, his eyes fixed on the mysterious masked man standing on the tree overlooking them, but the opportunity is short. Because I was hit by the enemy. That's easy. Maid Kai's heart immediately became active again, and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young man's teeth were even shining. As long as he has a physical body, I will definitely be able to attack him. Don't be impulsive. It will be troublesome to crack his abilities. Haki Kakashi stared at the mysterious masked man and whispered the combat target, but our goal is to save the ninja in the village, not to defeat this unknown enemy. After Haki Kakashi finished speaking, he turned to look at the perception ninja not far away. Hong, can you sense where our target is? But Shirihong's voice became a little difficult. Haven't seen you for a long time. A very polite voice appeared in their ears. 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi walked out from the depths of the forest, and his scarlet eyes appeared from the darkness, as terrifying as a devil walking out of hell. Uchiha Itachi. All Konoha ninjas present were shocked at the same time. Chapter 102, Sell the information of Uchiha Obito first. Uchiha Itachi. This is someone Haki Kakashi never expected to appear. Even the entire team did not expect that the rebel ninja who had created a genocide murder in Konoha would appear here to prevent them from regaining the mission of Yashao washing red beans. Captain Kakashi, squad leader of Tianzang, Miss Hong, Mr. Kai. Uchiha Itachi knew everyone present, and his face was still very polite, as if he had never been the blood-stained executioner. Please leave here, this is not where you should be. The Hongdu matter. Haki Kakashi's hand tightly grasped Kawa. He looked at the black robe of the auspicious clouds on Uchiha Itachi and the mysterious masked man, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Does it actually have something to do with you? The person who robbed Hongdu is with you. Some are surprising. It even surprised Haki Kakashi a little. Because he did not notice the darkness hidden in his former subordinate in the past. A few days ago, on the night of the Uchiha tribe extermination, Haki Kakashi, who is the Umbu, was ordered to deal with the corpses of the men, women, and young men of the Uchiha tribe. Often felt that he was a little dazed, and he didn't even notice the darkness around him. Our mission is just to stop your pursuit. Uchiha Itachi's fingers stood up, and the scarlet Sharingan glowed red. Please don't interfere with Senior Hongdu, this is not something you can participate in. While talking, Uchiha Itachi stood under the tree of Uchiha Obito. Two men with Sharingan faced the pursuit of Konoha squad. They seemed to think that the battle was not troublesome. It seems to be very troublesome. Haki Kakashi lifted his kunao. Kakashi, we don't have much time. Yuri Hong's expression was also a little serious. Her eyes were staring at Uchiha Itachi who was walking out, and she sensed the nearby chakra and whispered, the man wearing a mask and Uchiha Itachi are here to stop us. The enemy we are pursuing is now evacuating. 2-4. Tenzo had to remind Haki Kakashi, hoping that this reliable senior could think clearly, but the man wearing a mask has a weird ability and it doesn't seem easy to solve. If Uchiha Itachi, I should be able to deal with him. Don't judge with regular strength. Haki Kakashi shook his head, his expression became a little alert, and he reminded in a deep voice, Itachi can kill everyone in the Uchiha clan, don't underestimate his power. Tianzang's heart was also instantly awe-inspiring. Because he always thought that Uchiha Itachi was extremely guilty, but he ignored that the other party actually had the power to destroy a strong family. Then let's assign a task. Kakashi Haki glanced at the people around him and immediately assigned a mission. Tianzang and I were entangled with that masked guy and Uchiha Itachi. Hong, Kai, you two find an opportunity to escape and pursue the enemy who took Hongdu. Our mission is to regain Hongdu. Don't fight with the enemy for too long. You are not your opponent. This distribution is reasonable. Because Haki Kakashi thinks he can entangle the mysterious masked man, Tenzo vs Uchiha Itachi. It's also considered that I had some understanding in the past, so I should be able to entangle Uchiha Itachi. As for Maid Kai and Yuri Hong, the two of them just took back Yashao washing red beans. One person is responsible for pestering the kidnapper, and the other person is responsible for snatching back the Yashao and washing red beans. This task should not be difficult for them. But the Akatsuki organization is also dispatching tasks. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly, as if he knew Haki Kakashi's little thoughts, and said coldly, "I'll stop Kakashi that trash and Maid Kai. I'll stop Miss Hong and Senior Tianzang." Uchiha Itachi nodded and chose his goal with a calm expression. This kind of distribution is also very reasonable for both of them. The mysterious masked man thought he could stop Haki Kakashi, and he also thought he could stop his former classmate Mitkai. Although he never won the victory at Metkai's feet in the past, now he has the magical power of mainletted Sharingan. No matter what, he will never be defeated by Metkai again, right? As for Uchiha Itachi, if the other party knows Tianzang, then hand over the task of dealing with Tianzang to him. As for Shiri Hong, the woman who is good at illusion, she can only be considered a big deal at most. So, Kakashi Haki and the mysterious masked man assigned each other's tasks. Their actions were launched almost at the same time, and their voices echoed in the forest almost in unison. Get to act. Next moment, the figures of both sides collided. The confrontation between ninjutsu and physical skills continues one after another. Fire waves quickly spread throughout the forest. Fire escape raging the wind. The mysterious masked man suddenly raised a spiral of fire waves in his eyes. Under the rush of strong wind, the fire waves forced Maid Kai and Haki Kakashi backed away in an instant. Between starting, the mysterious masked man has already shown his suppressive results. Compared to the violent man with a mysterious mask, the battle on Uchiha Itachi seemed particularly peaceful. He completely stopped Ziriong at just a glance, and looked up at Tianzang, who was trying to help Ziriong untie the illusion. How is that possible? Tianzang's eyes suddenly turned grey. At this moment, Tianzang remembered the last time he was controlled by someone using Sharingan's illusion. What was the name of the person who controlled him? In an instant, both Tenzo and Yuri Hong were solved by Uchiha Itachi. However, for him, this battle was not the end, or even just the beginning, because he still had real missions to complete. First, I was ordered to leak the secret. Because he was recognized by Shiera Emiya, the real person behind the Akatsuki organization, he asked Uchiha Obito to teach him a lesson. Secondly, I can only choose a suitable person to leak the secret. Compared to the innocent Tianzang, Uchiha Itachi really couldn't trust the other party. When he was staying in Anbi, he was quite cared for by Tianzang. He really didn't believe that Tianzang could keep any secrets. He didn't look like an Anbi ninja. In comparison, Among the 4 Konoha ninjas present, Uchiha Itachi selected the only person who could withstand darkness, and his eyes looked at Haki Kakashi, who was fighting fiercely with the mysterious masked man. There is nothing we can do about it. Shirihong, he didn't understand. Tianzang, he knows a little. Metkai, even if someone who doesn't know Metkai, can feel that Metkai is unlikely to be a suitable candidate for confidentiality. Like. Only Haki Kakashi is left. Uchiha Itachi remembered his past contact with the captain of the Umbu. The other party took great care of him, and the other party had also experienced pain. Haki Kakashi. He is a person who can keep secrets. Uchiha Itachi stroked his fingers at his kunao. He planned to take advantage of the opportunity that Amirishi Shiera allowed him to leak some information to Haki Kakashi. End. I could only be ordered to reveal some information about Uchiha Obito. If you leak information about Amiya Shiera to Konoha and Konoha makes a little move, it is very likely that they will be suspected by the intelligence personnel of the Akatsuki organization, which will further arouse Amiya Shiera's vigilance. The right opportunity. Uchiha Itachi had to say that the internal strife of the Akatsuki organization was extremely beneficial to the matter that he wanted to convey information, and he could also take the opportunity to transmit information to Konoha. Opportunities are rare. At least before the victory or defeat is decided on the battlefield on the other side. Unfortunately, the time given by Amiya Shiera was too tight, so Uchiha Itachi could only choose a risky way, rather than sending out the information silently through some more sophisticated means. When Uchiha Itachi thought of this, his figure instantly appeared on the battlefield between the mysterious masked man, Haki Kakashi, and Maidkai, and said softly, "You seem to be in trouble here. Do you need my help?" Snort. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly, and his figure instantly entered a state of imaginary change, flew back and fell beside Uchiha Itachi. It's just a little underestimating them. A little embarrassed. After all, as a junior, Uchiha Itachi has already solved 2 opponents, and he is still dealing with Haki Kakashi and Maidkai here, and it seems that he can't solve it for a while. How could it be so easy to solve? This guy, Maidkai, is actually even more difficult to deal with than when he was a teenager. Although he can avoid Maidkai's attack with his Divine Powers virtualization ability, this guy's physical skills seem to be a bit too excellent. Whenever the mysterious masked man wants to remove the virtual state and attack Maidkai and Haki Kakashi, the Nunchaku in Maidkai's hand can accurately hit his head, forcing him to enter the virtual state to avoid the attack. A little difficult to deal with. Besides, there is a Hashiki Kakashi who takes advantage of the situation. This is not ordinary difficult to deal with. Even though the mysterious masked man thought he still had a great chance of winning, he did not dare to say arrogantly that he could solve these 2 opponents immediately. You come and deal with it. The mysterious masked man wanted to express his thoughts in a deep voice. I'm not Mr. Kai's opponent. Uchiha Itachi immediately interrupted the mysterious masked man, and he even found a suitable reason. If you notice, you should find that Mr. Kai had never seen your eyes during the battle, so as to prevent him from falling into the illusion of the Sharingan. It seems that Mr. Kai should be quite good at dealing with ninjas with Sharingan. Humph, it must be targeted at Kakashi. The mysterious masked man remembered the fact that Maid Kai had regarded Haki Kakashi as his opponent since he was a child, and spoken disdainfully to tell the truth. Maid Kai has wanted to defeat Kakashi since he was a child. It is estimated that after Kakashi, the trash, got the Sharingan, that Maid Kai thought of using this method to avoid fighting in a state of looking directly at the Sharingan. By chance. In order to deal with Haki Kakashi, Maid Kai practiced against the Sharingan, which resulted in the two of them being the victim instead of Haki Kakashi. So, Uchiha Itachi interpreted Maid Kai's fighting style in a spectacular way. When the Sharingan cannot be played out, I cannot be Mr. Kai's opponent. Even if I can capture and predict his movements in Sharingan, my speed cannot keep up. The mysterious masked man couldn't help but have a headache. In fact, the mysterious masked man also realized this problem. He was able to capture Maid Kai's movements through the dynamic vision of the Sharingan during the battle, but his speed could not keep up with Maid Kai's movements. The opponent's physical skills were really too strong. I'll deal with Maid Kai. The mysterious masked man narrowed his eyes. In front of Uchiha Itachi, the mysterious masked man refused to admit his failure. He believed that with the strange ability of the divine power of the mainly maniad Sharingan, Maid Kai could not defeat him. After all, just fight for a long time. Even if this guy, Maid Kai, is energetic, his body will fall into a state of fatigue. As long as his movements are a little slow, he will definitely win. It's even more embarrassing to say it. But it seems that this is the only way to do it. Then I'll deal with Captain Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi felt relieved, a scarlet flashed in his eyes, and 3 magma began to gather in his eye sockets and turned into strange shapes. Do you want to use the ability of the mainletted Sharingan? The mysterious masked man seemed to notice Uchiha Itachi's movements and spoke coldly, using the pupil power of these eyes will reduce your vision and even gradually become blind. Why not let me do it yourself? This junior. I won't kill that trash Haki Kakashi, right? It's just a monthly reading. Uchiha Itachi looked calm, and his voice became cold. Captain Kakashi has 2 blood limits, Sharingan and Arashi done. I am not sure that I can defeat him quickly. I just hope he can't crack my illusion. Snort. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly, and a chain appeared in his hand, facing the direction of Maid Kai. He didn't want to be compared by this junior. Kakashi, I'll deal with him. Maid Kai came up without retreating, knowing his advantages. This guy is moving very fast, I can keep up. Good. Haki Kakashi nodded. He glanced at Tenzang and Yuri Hong who had fallen down, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi who appeared on the battlefield. Finally, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. Hong and Tenzang, have they lost? Next moment, Haki Kakashi didn't have time to think about it so much. Because the moment he saw Uchiha Itachi, he was attracted by the strangely shaped Sharinans in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, which made his spirit involuntarily penetrate into it. This is... Kakashi's spirit immediately turned blank. Next moment, Kakashi Haki felt that his world had turned into black and white. Uchiha Itaka's Maniatoscope Sharingan illusion, Shizuku. Anyone who has been obsessed with Shizuku's illusion, will be dragged into Shizuku's illusion by his illusion. In the black and white world, only the moon in the sky is a touch of red. In this illusion world, Uchiha Itachi and Hakeki Kakashis will stand in place, making Hakeki Kakashi feel a little numb. Haki Kakashi could not imagine that his former subordinates had such a terrifying illusion that he had even been hit before he could react. End. This illusion, it cannot be lifted at all. At least Haki Kakashi couldn't imagine how he could unlock the illusion. This is my moon reading world. Everything in this world is under my control. No matter whether it is time or space, no one will disturb us. First, what I want to say is the first thing. Uchiha Itaka's eyes were blood red, and he talked about the information he was ordered to convey. Captain Kakashi should be very familiar with that man wearing a mask, because he is Captain Kakashi's former companion, Uchiha Obito. Haki Kakashi was shocked. At this moment, even the strangeness of Uedo's world, it is not as shocked as Haki Kakashi's inner heart at this moment. After learning about his friend's news, 3 black magmas in Haki Kakashi's Sharingan began to rotate, and his emotions became so intense that his spiritual energy became unprecedentedly powerful at this moment. Have you turned on the kaleidoscope? As the master of the Tsukija world, Uchiha Itachi immediately noticed the mental abnormality of Haki Kakashi. He had already sensed Haki Kakashi's pupil power, and his eyes couldn't help but hang slightly. No. No. This is a kaleidoscope that has been opened long ago. Uchiha Itachi's expression became particularly serious. He thought he knew the birth process of Maniatoscope better than anyone else. Captain Kakashi, only pain can make the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awaken the power of Maniatoscope. It turns out that you have always had a Maniatoscope Sharingan. Tell me first. Haki Kakashi didn't care about his eyes at all, and his face just became particularly heavy. Is the news you said true? Is it false? Chapter 103 Uchiha Obito is really in a state of confusion. As long as you can defeat him, of course you will know whether what I said is true or false. Uchiha Itachi's expression gradually calmed down, and he was no longer shocked by the Maniatoscope Sharingan exposed by Haki Kakashi. But Captain Kakashi, I can only tell you the result. The derivation process of how to get this result must be discovered by Captain Kakashi himself, but I can also tell you some of the abilities of Uchiha Obito. Except for Sharingan, Uchiha Obito also has the blood resistance ability of Wood Exit. But his wood release blood restoration is not strong, and it should be about the same as the squad leader Tianzang. The most important one is Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, because his Sharingan evolved into a Marliatoscope like our Sharingan, and has unique abilities. Relying on the support of Shiera Emiya and the information provided by the other party, Uchiha Itachi sold Uchiha's information cleanly. Uchiha Obito's maniatoscope Sharingan technique is called Kanwei. It has the ability to hold his body in another space for up to 5 minutes for a long time. In other words, his body will be in a state that cannot be attacked in battle for 5 minutes. If you want to crack this move, I can only think of attacking him continuously for 5 minutes. In addition to this ability, the Maniad Sharingan of the Godway Maniatoscope can also suck objects and enemies into that unique space. Is it powerful? Kakashi Haki covered his eyes silently. Because he felt that his maniatic Sharingan had some strange abilities, he seemed to be able to suck objects into a different space. But this it was left to him by Uchiha Obito. He doesn't even need to defeat the mysterious masked man. As long as he can verify that the mysterious masked man's ability of the main hero Sharingan is connected with his own main hero Sharingan abilities, it means that Uchiha Itachi tells the truth. This truth is too shocking. Even so, Haki Kakashi was unwilling to believe it. Please remember, I will only give results. The only process of really getting the result is done by Captain Kakashi. So, let's stop here. After Uchiha Itachi finished speaking, he planned to unlock his own fuchsia illusion. Captain Kakashi possesses the power of the Sharingan, so he can break my fuchsia illusion. It is also a barely reasonable excuse in front of Uchiha Obito, etc. Haki Kakashi stopped him, and his mind gradually recovered from the shock of his former friend Uchiha Obito's resurrection. Haki Kakashi looked at Uchiha Itachi, hoping to get an answer to another question from the other party. So, why tell me about this? Uchiha Itachi was silent for a while before speaking. Just treat it as Captain Kakashi's care for me when he was in Umbu. Thank me. Kakashi Haki's pupils tightened slightly. If Uchiha Itachi was in Konoha, he could believe the other party without any doubt. However, after Uchiha Itachi created a tragedy that destroyed the entire clan, Kakashi Haki really couldn't believe that Uchiha Itachi would be grateful to him as the captain. Unless Itachi. The destruction of the Uchiha clan. Haki Kakashi suddenly realized a possibility. He looked directly into Uchiha Itachi's eyes and said in a deep voice, "What is hidden behind it?" Uchiha Itachi was silent and did not answer. Maybe one day. No. No matter what the future. The truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan should be hidden. Even if it is just for his younger brother, the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan should be hidden forever, rather than being known to more people. What about red beans? Haki Kakashi asked about another news and added, "Who is the one who kidnapped Hongdu? If the guy wearing a mask is really Obito, what are you two helping the person who kidnapped Hongdu?" It's not the time yet. Uchiha Itachi sighed, shook her head and said, "I will pay attention to the safety of the red beans in Yashao, but you can't save her by relying solely." Wait. What else Haki Kakashi wants to ask? Next moment, the world of Uedo suddenly shattered. Uchiha Itachi didn't plan to say more to Haki Kakashi. He used to be under the command of Haki Kakashi. He knew that this former boss could keep secrets when he took care of the people around him on weekdays, and he would definitely not be able to ask questions in the real world. Real world. The mysterious masked man and Maid Kai are still in the fight. Even the two of them have just fought again. However, the illusion confrontation between Uchiha Itachi and Haki Kakashi seemed to have decided in an instant. Uchiha Itachi covered his eyes and half-kneeled on the ground in a mess, and Haki Kakashi also covered one of his eyes and half-kneeled. Kakashi. Maid Kai immediately followed Haki Kakashi. The mysterious masked man also glanced at Haki Kakashi at the first time. Seeing that Haki Kakashi seemed to have no effect, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha Itachi and snorted coldly, "It seems that you are defeated by the use of this waste, Haki Kakashi. It was a little beyond my expectations." Uchiha Itachi covered one of his eyes and spoke in an obscure voice, "Captain Kakashi also has a maniatoscope Sharingan." Kakashi. Maid Kai's figure suddenly jumped to Haki Kakashi and helped him up nervously, "Are you okay? No obstacle." Haki Kakashi shook his head, glanced at Uchiha Itachi, then slowly raised his head to look at the mysterious masked man, and slowly let go of his palm covering the Sharingan. The mysterious masked man's face suddenly changed. Because the Sharingan in Haki Kakashi's eyes had turned into a maniatoscope Sharingan as Uchiha Itachi said, and it was even exactly the same as his maniatoscope. Now, actually, there is no need to say much. Because two eyes with the same shape can almost tell everything, especially after Haki Kakashi had already obtained information from Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi Haki looked at the mysterious masked man's eyes, as if he had seen through the other party's identity. His face gradually became calm, just like the calm before the storm came. The mysterious masked man still had a fierce look in his eyes, and he didn't seem to care because his identity might be exposed. He also knew that his identity could not be concealed forever. Or he didn't care about his past identity at first. Good luck. The marvelous figure lurks under the ground. After all, people have to face their past, Obito. Heiju's smile was almost overflowing. He didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi used the tide reading technique to stimulate Haki Kakashi's maniatoscope Sharingan. However, there is nothing wrong with facing your past, at least it can make you recognize your identity. If you can. Heiju really wants the left Emiya Shiwan to come back and have a good look at this upcoming good show. It is rare to see such a scene where companions who were able to entrust life and death in the past but became enemies. Unfortunately, Shiera Emiya is destined not to be interested in the upcoming good show. Because this man took Yushao to the land of rain with his hands, he had already expected the result of this good show for his first-hand director. Even Uchiha Itachi's approach was completely within his expectations. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi who has to choose a risky way due to the tight time, he will release the information of Uchiha Obito in the team of Uchiha Obito, or the information of Uchiha Obito to Hakeki Kakashi. It will definitely cause Hakeki Kakashi's emotions to fluctuate violently, which will stimulate the long-awaited Maenad Sharingan. Same. Something Uchiha Itachi never thought about. It has also been included in the pre-design of Shiera Emiya. When Uchiha Itachi conveys information to Hakeki Kakashi, it not only means that Hakeki Kakashi will notice Uchiha Obito, but also destined that Uchiha Itachi's story will attract Hakeki Kakashi's attention, making Hakeki Kakashi involuntarily want to explore the truth behind it. Because when the darkness in this world appears in front of Hakeki Kakashi, he has never been a person who retreats in the face of darkness, and he will even dig out the truth more actively, such as if he wants to rescue the hijacked Yushushui Yangdu. Also, for example, the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. For example, why did the former friend Uchiha Obito live? As the son of Haki Sakumo, Haki Kakashi experienced more pain than his father, which means that his will has long surpassed his father. Even in this life that keeps losing emotional bonds, let Haki Kakashi pay more attention to his companions than his father Haki Sakumo. Especially during this period, when Haki Kakashi's heart has no support and has not yet established a new bond in his heart, but his companions who have resurrected from the dead have appeared in front of him. Kai. Haki Kakashi's heart was already storm, but his emotions were getting calmer and calmer. He looked at the mysterious masked man, but he asked his friends, "Go and take care of Hong and Tianzang. Let me leave the matter here." Enemy entities are difficult to capture. Maid Kai had to remind Haki Kakashi. However, when Maid Kai knew that Haki Kakashi must have made a decision when he said this, he also jumped straight forward to investigate the situation of Ziriong and Tianzang. Snort. The mysterious masked man snorted coldly disdainfully, and also ordered Uchiha Itachi beside him, "You retreat too, leave the rest to me." Uchiha Itachi slowly withdrew from the battlefield in silence. Uchiha Itachi still wants to stay and release his other kaleidoscope Sharingan pupil technique Amaterasu on this battlefield, and secretly help Kakashi Haki. But since Uchiha Obito is so confident, Uchiha Itachi can only expect Hakeki Kakashi to perform exceptionally. Speaking of it, now there is a bit strange atmosphere in this area. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi, who also belongs to the Akatsuki organization, whether it is Mitkai from Konoha, Yuri Hong, and Tenzang, everyone is looking forward to Haki Kakashi being able to defeat the mysterious masked man and uncover the mask on his face. It's about to start. Ju's figure quietly appeared from a big tree. Your eye. Haki Kakashi's left eye firmly held the shape of the Maniatoscope Sharingan, and his fingers slowly stood up, just like the ninja battle training in the past. Haki Kakashi's voice was a little serious, and his face gradually became serious. "I will break the mask on your face. I want to see if the person under your eyes looks like in my memory. That's going to disappoint you." The Maniatoscope Sharingan in the right eye of the mysterious masked man was very stable, and his fingers also stood up at the same time, just like the past ninja battle training. The mysterious masked man's voice was still arrogant. He could understand the meaning of Haki Kakashi's words, but his face seemed to be hidden under the mask forever. The person you are expecting should have died long ago, and the memories you should forget should not be preserved. Next moment, the figures of the two rushed towards each other at the same time. The two people who fought in the end of this sniper battle were finally controlled by the man who was involved in the thread of fate and walked towards the direction he should have gone. However, this time no one can back down. Just like humans are destined to face their own destiny. The mysterious masked man waved his fists and collided with Haki Kakashi. He seemed to have given up his strange and unpredictable eye technique and started a bloody battle. While the two of them fists and feet, Haki Kakashi's lower abdomen was kicked heavily and flew backwards. He also endured the severe pain and raised his hand to throw a kunai at the other party. Randunkywa Leiche. This race, who was accompanied by Landun Chakra, was particularly strange. When its sharpness fell on the mysterious masked man's tiger-faced striped mask, he suddenly turned vertically, and stood up vertically towards his entire mask. This guy. The mysterious masked man subconsciously entered the state of virtualization of space. The maniatoscope Sharingan in Haki Kakashi's pupils suddenly started at the same moment. His movements were always as sharp as a needle. The moment when Landunkywa Leiche fell, he was absorbed into a strange space by a strange force of time and space. Click. The tiger-faced mask is so crisp. After the Landunkywa Leiche disappeared, it inexplicably hit the mask on the face of the mysterious masked man. The mask was gently cut open by Landun's soft knife skills, thus revealing the true appearance that the other party had been hiding. Under the broken mask, it's half a face with broken scars. When Haki Kakashi pursued the question again with the answers to the question, he finally got the answer he was destined to get. However, even though Haki Kakashi had already known the answer, he still had difficulty controlling his inner fluctuations when the truth was revealed. Obito, it's you, right? Uchiha Obito's expression was extremely calm, as if he didn't care about what he was discovered at all, and his fingers began to slowly form handprints. Wait, Obito. Maid Kai couldn't believe what Haki Kakashi said. He subconsciously turned around and asked Yuri Hong, is it our classmate, Uchiha Obito? I remember he was dead at the beginning. After all, they were all classmates at the beginning. At least Metkai can find someone to verify. However, Shiri Hong is a delicate woman. It looks a bit similar. No, it should be said to be very similar. Ziri Hong saw that the other party seemed to be in the outline of her student days. Her spirit was still a little tired after the defeat in the illusion battle, but she still tried hard to support herself in recalling the past and said softly, I remember which girl mentioned that the boy named Uchiha Obito in the class seemed to like Rin Nohara, but the girls all thought he was not as handsome as Kakashi. Are these things happening at that time? Maid Kai scratched his head. He had never paid attention to these things when he was in school. He seemed to only care about Haki Kakashi. I only remember that Uchiha Obito was Kakashi's teammate, and later he was assigned to the first team with Kakashi. We always lost to Kakashi during the exam. Only then did we lose to Kakashi in the first team. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly turned dark. In the face of these classmates' gossip, his mood seemed to be unable to calmly support him to continue to make seals. These former classmates. What nonsense is being said here? Have our cover mission been completed? Uchiha Obito asked Uchiha Itachi with a cold face. It should be done. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but frown. Uchiha Itachi didn't know if their mission was completed, but when Uchiha Obito's true face was exposed, his mission must have been completed. Now it looks. Uchiha Obito seems to be in a really upset mood. Chapter 104 Bond. Uchiha Obito wanted to curse people a little. If possible, Uchiha Obito really hopes that there will be no more students in this world, especially some students who know his past. Obito, you've been alive. Only Haki Kakashi would not mention his past, but just cared about his present. Why didn't you go back to Konoha? Lin and I have always. When he talked about this, Haki Kakashi's voice suddenly stopped, as if he mentioned a past that he could not face. However, it was exactly what he said. The anger of Uchiha Obito immediately ignited. Do you have the face to mention Lin? Uchiha Obito's heart twitched and painfully, a trace of mockery flashed across the corner of his mouth, mocking Haki Kakashi who asked this sentence. When I saw Lin die at your hands with my own eyes, even if I was still alive, it had lost its meaning. Why did I still have to go back? Uchiha Obito stroked his heart, as if he remembered the scene he had seen in the past. Your thunder escape is really gorgeous, and it pierced Lin's heart in an instant. Haki Kakashi's heart couldn't help but hurt. He even felt like he was suppressing his emotions and wanted to vomit. What's going on? Cold sweat broke out on Metkai's forehead. Even Yurihong didn't dare to say anything anymore. She stared at Haki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito with some tension, as if she knew the past between the two. But it seems that you have changed a lot, Kakashi. Uchiha Obito looked at Haki Kakashi contemptuously. You who used to like to fight with thunder escape the most, but now you start using the Arashi, the one you hate the most in the past. Kakashi Haki was silent and speechless. At the end of the Third Ninja War, Nohara Lin was implanted in Three Tails by ninjas from the hidden village of the Fog, and in order to avoid the Three Tails causing damage to Konoha, she chose to hit him on the Thunder Cut. It was precisely because he had to kill Nohara Rin in the past that he had to use Thunder Escape, which kept him in a nightmare and gradually made him use his father's Arashi escape more in battles in recent years, especially when he was with Uchiha Obito. Snort. You are no different from the past. Uchiha Obito's face became more and more indifferent, and his mockery of Haki Kakashi became more and more serious. I originally thought you would cherish your companions as much as your father Haki Sakumo than everything, but you, who killed your companions for Konoha, were like this ridiculous world, like that dark village, and nothing worth savoring. This is exactly what Uchiha Madara told him. Uchiha Madara once mentioned that Konoha's ninja do whatever it takes to make the so-called village. It is normal for Haki Kakashi to kill Nohara linear. But this is something Uchiha Obito absolutely cannot accept. No matter what, he could not accept Nohara Lin's death, and could not accept that the girl who always treated him tenderly died at the hands of her companion who had entrusted her with her. Feel sorry. Haki Kakashi was feeling a little exhausted all over his body, and his body seemed to be able to relieve his pain only by splitting, so it was difficult to speak intact. Lin at that time. Lin wants to commit suicide, I already know. Uchiha Obito looked at Haki Kakashi with a cold expression, but, the person who wanted to protect his companion killed his companion with his own hands. This world of ninja fighting is so ridiculous and dark. Now I can see it more clearly than you. Haki Kakashi no longer knew what he should say. Because Nohara Lin's death is a mistake he can never face. He never thought that the thunder escape technique he had always been proud of would become a weapon to kill his companions. Whenever I think of that moment, Haki Kakashi was so painful that he couldn't breathe. Rest assured, I won't blame you anymore. Uchiha Obito looked at Haki Kakashi covering her heart and half kneeled on the ground in pain, and continued coldly, whether you killed Lin with your own hands or they have nothing to do with this, whether you killed you or let you go here, it has no meaning to me, and even this world should no longer exist in my opinion. Kakashi Haki was silent and speechless. In addition to physical and psychological discomfort, he was more of a lack of face to face this former close friend who had entrusted everything to him but had messed up everything by him. At a critical moment, one person saved Haki Kakashi. It's time for us to leave. Uchiha Itachi softly reminded Uchiha Obito, and then he looked at Haki Kakashi and others again. Captain Kakashi, Tenzang Squad Leader, Mr. Kai, Miss Hong, you should leave now, and the matter here should not be something you can participate in. We haven't. Mate Kai does not want to give up the task of regaining Yashao washing red beans. Kai. Haki Kakashi stretched out his hand weakly to stop the verbal conflict between Mate Kai and Uchiha Itachi. He knew that there was hope of saving Hongdu and Uchiha Itachi. And the focus of retaking back Hongdu is no longer on Hongdu. I must find out the past experiences of Uchiha Obito and the truth about Uchiha Itachi's destruction of the Uchiha clan, so that there will be hope of regaining Hongdu in the future. To be honest, now Haki Kakashi's mind is a little confused. At least at this time, Haki Kakashi knew that he could not take action against Uchiha Obito again, but he could not let Mate Kai and others fall here. Kai. As Haki Kakashi tried hard to speak, a mouthful of blood could not help but spurt out of the corner of his mouth, which was the emotion accumulated in his heart. Although the heart is still in pain, but his mood finally improved a little. Kakashi. Mate Kai was startled and rushed over to support him. Yuri Hong also supported Haki Kakashi with a nervous look and hurriedly inspected Haki Kakashi's body. Senior Kakashi. Tenzang stood beside Haki Kakashi, paying attention to Haki Kakashi's physical condition while staring at Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. But they obviously have no interest in staying here. Humph. The waste is always waste. Uchiha Obito mocked Haki Kakashi coldly, turned around and left here, never even looking back at him. Uchiha Itachi turned around and looked at Haki Kakashi, but said nothing, and followed Uchiha Obito's figure and left. Ju's figure quietly lurked back to the ground. However, after Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito left, it still needed to monitor the actions of Konoha and the group of ninjas, and could only stay in place with caution. Kakashi. Maid Kai looked at Haki Kakashi with a worried face. After the end of the Third Ninja World War, Haki Kakashi became completely depressed. Is it true that his former companion died at the hands of Kakashi? Certainly. Maid Kai experienced no less pain than his own friends. Because Maid Kai's father Maid Day died at the end of the Third Ninja World War to protect them, and even Maid Day's body turned into a piece of coke. Kai, Tianzang, Hong. Haki Kakashi shook his head. He seemed to understand what Maid Kai wanted to comfort him, and whispered, "Let's leave here first and find a place to make a long-term plan." Good. Maid Kai immediately agreed. Tianzang also nodded quickly. Shi Rihong's brows frowned slightly. She knew that the task of regaining Yashao washing red beans had actually failed, but this failure was not the end of the mission. Maybe Haki Kakashi will let them go. He himself will find a way to complete the tasks of regaining the Mishumi red bean and recovering his companion Uchiha Obito who defected from the village. Yuri Hong looked at Haki Kakashi, with a faint worry in her eyes, and she whispered, "Kakashi, don't take risks by yourself. There are not many students left in our class. If necessary, we can find reinforcements." There is no way to send any reinforcements in the village now. Even Maid Kai couldn't help scratching his head. With his slowness towards the internal situation of Konoha, he could realize the dilemma facing Konoha. Well. Shi Rihong's face couldn't help but feel a blush, and she said with a hint of embarrassment, "Actually, we have a classmate, but he not in Konoha, but in the capital. He serves as the guardian ninja of Daming." Is there any classmate? Maid K couldn't help but think. Don't involve Asma. Haki Kakashi sighed and rejected Yuri Hong's proposal. He didn't want more people to be involved in the matter between him and Obito Uchiha. Even he knew that he would investigate the troubles that Uchiha Obito would face soon, and even if he knew that he was alone, he would not choose to give up. No. It's not just about myself and Uchiha Obito. There is also something about Uchiha Itachi. There are also red beans that need to be rescued. Like. I do need to go back to Konoha. At least we must report this incident to the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it is best to know some news from the third generation of Naruto. Let's go back to Konoha first. Haki Kakashi finally had to take everyone back home. I must report this to the third generation of Naruto. After all, this matter is of great importance, especially Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi. Both Uchiha seem to exist in a dangerous organization, which seems to involve Konoha's others-level rebellious ninja Orochimaru. But obviously Orochimaru will definitely not be particularly happy in this organization. Because when Shiera Emiya, the real controller of this organization, rushed back with Yashao, she looked for opportunities along the way to try eating both ends. In short, it is to use Orochimaru's existence to attract Mishuo Hongbeans to serve Akatsuki. The existence to use Orochimaru to serve Akatsuki, and even if their ideas are false, it doesn't matter. After all, the will of Mishuo Yongdu to kill Orochimaru is real. Orochimaru's willingness to make Mishuo Shinghongdu survive safely is also real. The moment the bond between two people is born, strands of threads have begun to tangle in the bond, and they will eventually turn into a cage, and those who cannot break free from the cage will be trapped in it forever. Chapter 105 The Naruto Decision That Will Never Change. The Country of Rain. Akatsuki Organization Base. When Shiera Emiya took Mishuo Hongdu back to the Akatsuki Organization Base, Mishuo Hongdu had already pretended to surrender to him in order to assassinate Orochimaru. For her, the opportunity is really rare. Even if she leaves Konoha for the time being, it doesn't matter. As long as she can kill Orochimaru, the rebellious ninja teacher, she can clear the humiliation she has been carrying. Yashao Hongdu's eyes became bright and bright. She often showed a sweet and dangerous smile on her face. She really wanted to kill the teacher who abandoned her. This is a troublesome woman. However, this is just Orochimaru's trouble after all. I will arrange for you to monitor Orochimaru. Emiya Shiera's arrangement is simple and rough, and she doesn't care at all how much trouble Orochimaru can cause in the future. The remaining opportunities depend on your own. Rest assured. I will definitely kill him. Yashao Hongdu squinted his eyes. This woman seemed to really feel that she could assassinate Orochimaru. Certainly. This illusion reached its peak until Mishuo Hongdu met Orochimaru, because when Emiya Shiera took Mishuo Hongdu to meet Orochimaru, Orochimaru's expression was really not very good looking, and even his face was gloomy and ugly as if water was about to drip out. I probably don't need to introduce it, right? Shiera Emiya looked at the reunited master and apprentice and said softly, Orochimaru, who can help us steal Konoha's intelligence in the future, Yashao Hongdu, who will be responsible for monitoring Orochimaru on behalf of me and Akatsuki. Long time no see, Orochimaru, teacher. When Misai Hwayongdu saw Orochimaru, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips as Orochimaru. When she thought of Orochimaru's betrayal of Konoha's intelligence, she also showed a dangerous look. Teacher Orochimaru, why are you unhappy to see me? Idiot! Orochimaru gritted his teeth with some regret. What the hell? Can that old man from the third generation even protect a ninja? The resurrection hand he left in Konoha before defecting was found so quickly by the Akatsuki organization, and was even brought back by Shiera Emiya so soon. The idiot Hungdu. Is it crazy to kill myself, the defected teacher? The fact that he actually chose to join Shiera Emiya and Akatsuki's organization made Orochimaru curse in his heart. End. The red beans washed by Emiya Shiera was found out. This also means that his life-saving and resurrection methods have become the object in Emiya Shiera's palm, and he can only let Emiya Shiera deal with it, as if he is really forced to serve Emiya Shiera. It seems you need to prepare more backups. So Orochimaru sighed in his heart, and had to follow the previous agreement and said in a deep voice, "According to our agreement, I will find a way to reconnect with Shimura Danzo from Konoha as soon as possible and get the information you need from him. The people who contact Duanzang also need Aki's surveillance." Emiya Shiera interrupted Orochimaru, as if she was completely unwilling to trust Orochimaru. "Before I can really trust you, all your actions need to be under the surveillance of Akatsuki, and I will also give you enough support. I'm really cautious." Orochimaru's face showed a helpless chuckling. "Forget it. Nothing this matters. As long as I can survive this time, I will create more resurrection hands with curse seals in the future, and find ways to find opportunities to step by step out of the control of the Akatsuki organization. Once I contacted Danzang. Danzang's subordinates will definitely check my current situation while in contact. I can't stay at the Akatsuki's base." Orochimaru's narrow snake eyes narrowed, and according to his inner plan, he casually reminded Amiri Shiera, "This may arouse Danzo's suspicion. Do you want to go back to your base?" Emiya Shiera did not object to Orochimaru's plan. "I just happened to need to do some research for myself." Orochimaru nodded and continued with a smile, "I believe that Your Excellency Emiya has also realized the impact of scientific progress on medical ninjutsu. Maybe we can. If you have the chance, I will study it with you." Emiya Shiera agreed casually, not refusing Orochimaru's words, "I no longer believe in my medical ninjutsu. My medical ninjutsu can save all the physical diseases of mankind, but cannot save the human soul incompleteness." Orochimaru's face showed a little surprise. Because he could hear that all the things Emiya Shiera said were the truth. However, this truth always sounds a bit sad. If that old friend Tsunade, who is still traveling, will it be very painful to know these things, right? Just right. Just as Shiera Emiya arranged for Orochimaru to move, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi completed the task of blocking Konoha team and returned to the Akatsuki organization. But Uchiha Obito's face is not good looking. The Black Ju and Baiju, who were in charge of surveillance, also rushed back to the Akatsuki organization and reported everything on the battlefield to Shiera Emiya, so naturally they could not help but mock Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, as Emiya originally expected, exposed his true identity in front of Haki Kakashi, but the commission of the ninja system has not been completed. This is normal. After all, SSS's level delegation is the highest limit for the system. The reward for this kind of commission is quite generous. It is not enough for Haki Kakashi and others to know Uchiha Obito's identity. It was not enough for a while that the system's judgment was not met within the expectations of Emiya Shiera. But it doesn't matter. If Haki Kakashi's team reported the information about Uchiha Obito to Konoha and still had no improvement, Emiya Shiera would have planned to prepare for the next stage of the plan to create a major ninja world event that will make Uchiha Obito truly famous. As long as there is a major event that shocks the ninja world, the whole world will know the existence of Uchiha Obito. Compared with the mysterious masked man who was unknown and even hidden in the darkness in the past, all ninjas in the entire ninja world should know everything about him. I heard you have been discovered by Haki Kakashi. Emiya Shiera talked about something that made Uchiha Obito very unhappy, and with his identity, he didn't need to worry about Uchiha Obito's emotions. Snort. It doesn't matter if he discovers it. Uchiha Obito clenched his fists and continued indifferently, anyway, that waste Kakashi can't threaten us. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but look at him sideways. If Uchiha Obito could easily remove Haki Kakashi and Metkai on the battlefield before, Uchiha Itachi would have recognized his confidence. No. It's obviously not good looking. How could this person be so confident? What you said makes sense. But behind Kakashi finally represents Konoha. Although Konoha has long been eyeing the Akatsuki organization, I heard that in the past, only Shimura Danzo might have known the existence of the Akatsuki organization. After Shiyumiya made his proposal without changing his face, he suddenly realized his picture. I originally planned to take Okamura to wash the red beans back to the Akatsuki organization and use Orikimura to contact Shimura Danzo to clean up the trouble that Shimura Danzo should have been dealt with. It's just that your exposure in front of Haki Kakashi makes us unable to change Konoha's curiosity about us even if we clean up Danzo. Uchiha Obito's face looked a little bad. This guy. Do you want to blame him again? However, Uchiha Obito really couldn't get rid of this bad guy. He even knew the purpose of Emiya Shiera's attempt to use Orikimura to solve the problem of Danzo Shimura. What do you think you should do? Uchiha Obito couldn't figure it out, and a little bit of anger appeared on his face, and he snorted coldly, if I had known, I should have killed that trash Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but look a little flashing. At this time, there is no need to say such big talk, right? It seems that Uchiha Obito himself can really deal with Haki Kakashi's team. Your performance seems to be worse than that of the newcomer Itachi, Obito. Heiju's mouth couldn't help laughing sarcastically. It was on the battlefield that he saw Uchiha Obito with his own eyes to achieve a bad record. If I had known, it would have been better to let Lord Ihara come to solve Haki Kakashi and the others in person. I was originally asked to clean up your tail. When Kuroja mocked Uchiha Obito, he immediately forgot his original intention. As a result, he revealed more flaws in front of those Konoha ninjas. Heiju. Uchiha Obito looked at Heiju angrily. Originally, when Uchiha Obito saw Haki Kakashi with his true face, he was full of anger, but when he came back, he would be ridiculed by Heiju, the most annoying Heiju. Alright. Don't argue about the past. Amiya stopped the quarrel between them and whispered, now what we want to discuss is how to deal with the remaining troubles next. As long as Obito dies. Heiju immediately raised unrealistic ideas secretly. Uchiha Obito completely ignored it. In fact, it's also a way of thinking. Heiju had an idea in his mind, and he knew that it was impossible to force Uchiha Obito to death, but it really provided an idea for Uchiha Obito. I remember that the Uchiha clan should have a forbidden technique called Izanaki. It can set the activation time of Izanaki through the Sharingan using the transliteration seal, just like Madara and Hashima's fake death method before the final decisive battle. At that time, Uchiha Madara almost succeeded. If Uchiha Madara had not chosen to provoke Shiera Emiya after Izanaki's successful launch, he would have been able to get out of the way. There is no need for this. Uchiha Obito interrupted Heiju's imagination in a cold voice. He didn't want to be as embarrassed as a betrayal dog anymore, but just said coldly, if Konoha really sends someone to disturb our plan, then I'll deal with the person who interferes with us. Yet, Heiju couldn't help but chuckled and continued to refute Uchiha Obito, but your performance on the battlefield is really not convincing. What did you say? Is there anything wrong with what I said? You guy. What a waste. Alright. Let's just stop here. Emiya Shiera suddenly stopped the verbal battle between Heiju and Uchiha Obito again. His silent eyes flashed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, Heiju, Baiju, you continue to send people to search for the whereabouts of all the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Yes. Heiju agreed immediately. Obito. You and Itaka go to monitor Orochimaru. Amiya Shiera looked at Uchiha Obito and through a big hole he had just dug to Uchiha Obito, although Yashao Shehungu is willing to join us to monitor Orochimaru, her temperament may not be able to find anything new. Uchiha Obito agreed arrogantly. Uchiha Itaka lowered his head slightly. This incident happened to suit his wishes. The whole room became empty. Only Shiera Emiya stayed here alone, because some problems occurred in his ninja system, which made him hurriedly arrange for Heiju and Uchiha Obito to leave. This situation. It means that something might have happened to Konoha. Konoha village. On the Naruto. Haki Kakashi stood at his desk. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako was holding a pipe, her face full of old man's sorrow. He finished listening to Haki Kakashi's report on Uchiha Obito's resurrection. Compared with Haki Kakashi's complex feelings about his former companion's resurrection, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen got more information than Haki Kakashi got. That is, Uchiha Obito did not die in battle after the Third Ninja World War. He used this to pretend to die and left the village. He always wore a mask to hide his identity. He also awakened the Maenad Sharingan of the Time-Space Eye technique. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hina Shen sighed long, remembering some news that Uchiha Itachi reported to him after that night of extermination, and when you saw him, he was with Uchiha Itachi, and stopped your mission to regain Red Bean. Yes. Haki Kakashi could not hide it. Because the classmates and friends present could not hide these news from Naruto. However, Haki Kakashi also tried hard to defend the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo. All this is my fault, because Obito saw Lin die at my hands, and that's how he didn't return to the village. Kakashi, that's not your fault. Sarutobi Hinasar shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Obito has already taken the wrong path. This is never your mistake. Don't feel guilty for it. Sarutobi Hizun looked at Haki Kakashi with a confused look on his face, but he had to give Haki Kakashi a vaccination. Kakashi, I must issue an class rebel ninja wanted for Uchiha Obito. Third generation of Naruto. Hayden Kakashi's pupils shook. Kakashi, I won't change my decision. Sarutobi Hinako raised his arm, looked at the spell mark on his arm, and his thoughts couldn't help but go back to the past 8 years ago. This power of curse seal left to him by Shiera Emiya helped him a lot in the Nine-Tail Rebellion, and he saw it the Huofeng Mizuno sect couple who sealed the Nine Tails also allowed him to learn part of the truth about the Nine Tails Rebellion before his death. 8 years ago. A mysterious masked man with time and space eye technique created a bloody Nine-Tail Rebellion in Konoha, which has since brought Konoha into this long period of difficult and weak era. Chapter 106 The High Rewards of SSSS Level Commissions, The Tent-Tailed Man, Zuriki. 8 years ago. A Nine-Tail Rebellion broke out in the village. Because a big man once helped Konoha calm the Nine-Tail Rebellion, we naively lacked the risk of the Nine-Tail Rush. We even believed that Konoha would no longer have the risk of Nine-Tail Rush, which eventually led to heavy casualties in the village. Sarutobi Hinara sat at his desk, recalling the tragic Nine-Tail riot in the past and their miscalculation of the risk of the Nine-Tail raid. Sarutobi Hizaki could not hide from Haki Kakashi. Because I have to explain clearly why I have to launch a rebellious ninja arrest against Uchiha Obito, otherwise it will inevitably lead to the current Haki Kakashi going to extremes. Big man. Haki Kakashi remembered the name that was once covered by Konoha. That teached his father, the big man who merged with Lan Dun. That a big shot who is always worried about by Master Tsunade. Emiya Shiera. Sarutobi Hina nodded and said the name of Emiya Shiera. The ninja world cannot hide his glory. You should have heard of his name a lot when you grow up. He helped the village to calm the Nine Tails Rebellion. Even with his help, the village successfully sealed Nine Tails, and Konoha had the first Nine Tails. In fact, Emiya Shiera has helped Konoha a lot. It really left a very rich legacy to Konoha. In addition to the endless medical scrolls in the village, as well as the curse seals on Sarutobi Hinaki, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade, the most important one is the care of the Nine Tails. The first generation of J-tailed man, Jiriki Uzumaki Mito, controlled the power of J-tailed by his existence. Under the guidance of Uzumaki Mito, Kushina, Jiriki Uzumaki, gradually learned how to make J-tailed, who was trying to go wild and mess around, and she empathized with the past of the big figure through Jutailed Man, awakened the deep emotions in Jutailed Man, and suppressed Jutailed's violent chakra. This method is quite effective. Even though Jutai was extremely disgusted with Konoha's use of it, during the long time when Nyoshiki Riki and Jutai were together, Jutai could not always be attracted by the warm past mentioned by Uzumaki Kushina. Even if it did not allow Uzumaki Kushina to use its power intact, at least there had never been a nine-tail rampage. I remember you were ordered to protect Kushina. Sarutobi Hizun looked at Haki Kakashi in front of him and said in a deep voice, "You should know that her favorite story is also the story of Lord Emiya." Yes. Haki Kakashi lowered his head. This is an order issued by his teacher Hatsuki Mizuno, who will be able to protect his pregnancy as Anbi when his life is in darkness again. Haki Kakashi couldn't help but talk about the past. I was ordered to withdraw the protection when Master Kushina was about to give birth. At that time, because the nine-tailed Tsubasa Riki was extremely fragile during production, he was taken over by a higher level, which also prevented Kushina Uzumaki from having any accidents. At that time, no accident should have happened. Even Kushina thinks that her childbirth will not cause problems with the seal of Kyuuba. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hina recalled Kushina Uzumaki's swearing, which also made him, the old man neglected it, because there was no trouble in the nine tails being sealed. But that night, a mysterious one-eyed man wearing a mask appeared and killed the ninjas who guarded Kushina's fertility. Sarutobi Hina remembered his old wife who had accompanied her through a long period of time, and her expression became dim. He also killed Lake Biwa, who helped Kushina deliver the baby. Sarutobi Hinata always remembers his wife, and perhaps only he still remembers that his wife died that night, because only relatives will care about their dead relatives. Haki Kakashi's face suddenly changed. The man wearing a mask possesses the time-space eye technique. After killing everyone, he released the nine tails in Kushina Uzumaki, and used the power of the Maniad Sharingan to control nine tails to create a riot in the village. Is it, Obito? Kakashi Haki stroked his eyes. If a man wearing a mask may have someone else, but with the time and space pupil technique of Sharingan, only Uchiha Obito with the same eyes is left. At that time, he called himself Uchiha Madara. Sarutobi Hinasan no longer covered these secrets and continued calmly. However, Minato saw his flaws. Even though Uchiha Madara had only one sound eye, it was enough to use Susanoo, who was overwhelming. Until Minato defeated the man, the other party did not use Susanoo's power. It seems now, the mysterious masked man who took advantage of Kushina's weakness when giving birth and took the opportunity to create the Kyuuba rebellion in the village should be Uchiha Obito. XXX. The Nine-Tail Rebellion. Leaving a bloody case for Konoha. The fourth generation of Naruto Shizumizu. Kushina, the wife of the fourth generation of Naruto. The wife of the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi, Lake Biwa. Zirion's father Ziri is really red. Sarutobi Hinata's companion Akira takes the wind. There are countless elite ninjas and civilians in the village who died. If we just use the extreme of sin to describe the sin committed by Uchiha Obito, it may seem a bit too light to many Konoha ninjas. The Nine-Tail Rebellion was too tragic. The old man who has always been kind to others cannot forgive Uchiha Obito's fault, especially as the Hokage in the village. Sarutobi Hiru can feel Konoha's weakness and difficulties after the Nine-Tail Rebellion more intuitively. This situation is even more difficult than the period after the second generation Naruto Senju Tobirama died, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen even had some concerns about Konoha's hope, which forced him to spend more time and energy to guide the excellent ninjas in the village. After the Nine-Tail Rebellion, Sarutobi Hiruzen once suspected the identity of the mysterious masked man, and had to recognize the uncontrollability of the Uchiha clan mentioned by the second generation of Naruto. Finally, this has led to the increasing conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha senior leaders. No one expected. The murderer turned out to be Uchiha Obito, whose body was missing. Haki Kakashi was stuck in his throat and wanted to say something, but he just gritted his teeth and said, "Obito, I want to take revenge on Konoha because I killed Linear." "This is not your fault." Sarutobi Hitsuku's eyes became serious. He looked at Haki Kakashi's eyes and asked in a deep voice, whether he knows the truth about Nohara Rin's sacrifice. He inherits the pain and hatred after the Nine-Tail Rebellion. It is absolutely impossible to tolerate him. Even the villagers of Naruto, who symbolize the nine-tailed demon fox, cannot tolerate it. Alright. Don't worry about this. Maybe I should arrange a more appropriate task for you. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hineisen sighed, stood up and walked to Haki Kakashi, who was kneeling on one knee, and gently patted his shoulder. "Now you finally look like you are alive. Protecting the living is always more meaningful than pursuing the past. I want to continue the mission of regaining the red beans." Haki Kakashi's eyes lowered, as if he was unwilling to accept Sarutobi Hinaisen's arrangement, because he knew that if he wanted to regain Hongdu, he would definitely encounter Uchiha Obito again. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a little headache. Besides, Haki Kakashi still lowered his head, but said another thing. "This time we met Uchiha Itachi. There may be something hidden behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hinata couldn't help but feel even more headache. Uchiha Itachi. Sarutobi Hinako's old face wrinkled like an old tree bark, and his eyes became heavy again. "What's wrong with him?" "It was him who secretly told me about Obito." Haki Kakashi still lowered his head, trying to defend the defected Uchiha Itachi in front of Sarutobi Hikaru. "Naruto, it was also him who secretly told me that he would find a way to solve the Hongdu case. Perhaps something is hidden behind the destruction of the Uchiha clan. I suspect that the culprit of the destruction of the Uchiha clan may not be Uchiha Itachi." Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer knows what to say. Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, are you still performing the mission of Konoha spy? Don't disclose it to anyone. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Hakeki Kakashi and ordered Hakeki Kakashi not to disclose Uchiha Itachi. No matter who it is not allowed to know about Uchiha Itachi. Haki Kakashi's eyes sterned. This basically completely declares that there is a problem with the destruction of the Uchiha clan, otherwise this third-generation Hokage would not have ordered him so harshly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. The old man was in thought, and he was also thinking about whether he should tell Haki Kakashi the truth about the destruction of the Uchiha clan. After all, this is the fault of Konoha's high level. Same. This is also the arrangement of his third-generation Naruto. However, it's over here. Uchiha Itake's behavior of transmitting intelligence has almost revealed some of the secrets to Haki Kakashi. Sarutobi Hinata didn't understand why Uchiha Itachi chose to risk his intelligence so easily. He could only think that Uchiha Itachi was willing to believe Haki Kakashi, and perhaps Uchiha Itachi also hoped that he would tell Haki Kakashi the truth. Let's have a walk with me. Sarutobi Hinata reached out and picked up his pipe, slowly put on his Naruto hat, took the initiative to step away from the Naruto studio, and took Haki Kakashi all the way to the deserted streets, and walked to the Uchiha tribe area where the smell of blood still remained. From the second generation of Naruto, the Uchiha clan and the village have not been getting along well enough. This contradiction continues until after Uchiha Obito forged his identity and created the Kyushu Rebellion. The senior management in the village was unable to find out his true identity, but only suspected that he might be a member of Uchiha. The senior management became increasingly worried about the threat of the Uchiha clan to the village. The Uchiha clan became more and more worried about the village's control over them, and the conflicts deepened, so that the Uchiha clan even wanted to launch a rebellion through a coup. Kakashi Haki clenched his fists. But some of them don't want conflict. For example, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shimizu, who had long died. Sarutobi Hizuo stood on the steps of the Uchiha clan's Nanga shrine, overlooking the former prosperous Uchiha clan. However, the prejudice in people's hearts is an insurmountable mountain. If you cannot move the mountain, you cannot trust each other. Even if they try to convey their voices within the Uchiha clan, they cannot ease the increasingly critical situation. Itachi conveys the intelligence of the Uchiha clan to the high-level village in Umbu, and at the same time, the intelligence of the high-level village in Uchiha. He also hopes to resolve conflicts but has no choice. At that time, Haki Kakashi remembered the young man who was always very reserved when he first saw Uchiha Itachi joining Anbi. At that time, is there such a troublesome entanglement in the other party's mind? Finally, the Uchiha tribe attempts to launch a coup again. In this matter, as a Naruto, I have an unshirkable responsibility because I cannot find a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. In order to stop the Uchiha clan's coup, Itachi was instigated by Danzo and chose to use the most extreme method to destroy his family and protect the village from a conflict. At that time, Uchiha Obito was also lurking in the village wearing a mask and trying to cause trouble, so it was chosen by Itachi to destroy Uchiha's helper. When Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, he no longer concealed what happened next. I should have arranged him properly, but after he destroyed his family, he reported to me that he would choose to defect and join an organization with the mysterious masked man. And I think This defection may become an opportunity to find out the intelligence of the mysterious masked man and his true intention of launching the Nine-Tail Rebellion, so I chose to agree to Uchiha Itaka's request. As Konoha's Naruto. Sarutobi Hizaki believed that he could only think about it this way at that time. He needed to investigate the information about the mysterious masked man in order to avoid the future harm of the mysterious masked man. But Itaki Uchiha's results were unexpected that he had such a quick result. Even Sarutobi Hinashin is expected that Uchiha Itaka may have a long time. Only then can we find out the true identity of the mysterious masked man. As a result, Uchiha Itaka defected not long after he sent the news that the mysterious masked man was Uchiha Obito. Itaki is an excellent ninja. Sarutobi Hinazo turned his head and looked at Haki Kakashi. Whether it is the regaining of the red bean or the Uchiha Obito, at least it will be handed over to him at this stage. Taking the risk of passing on information to you is already an extremely dangerous thing for him. What I said today ends here, don't let anyone know the conversation between us. Yes. Haki Kakashi lowered his head in silence. Because the amount of information received today was too large, Haki Kakashi couldn't help but feel relieved. He could not imagine that the kind friend of the past would become like this, and even created a tragedy like the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha, which killed their teacher. It is our most important responsibility to protect the living. Sarutobi Hinazo helped his hat up and took his steps down the stairs again. Kakashi, now you should let go of your past and let your people live again. Come with me to meet the children of Minato. Now. Sarutobi Hizaki planned to take him to see the child of the Habuki Mizuno. Although Haki Kakashi and the children of Haku's Hime sect have never been involved, and they even lived and did not pay attention to them like walking corpses, there is a bond between them that was established by Haku's Hime sect. That child. I really like the story of Lord Emiya. Sarutobi Hinata put down the heavy things in his heart and thought of the sunny boy. This is really a coincidence. When that child grows up, he will definitely have a boundless love for everyone in his heart like Lord Emiya. After all, that child is also Konoha's third generation, nine-tailed Tsukiriki. If this child likes Emiya Shiera since he was a child, then he will be able to have the same emotions as the violent nine tails in his body, which is a good thing for Konoha's safety. This is the experience that Sarutobi Hina learned from Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina. He thought it was not a bad thing for him to tell that child more stories about Emiya Shiera. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know. Emiya Shiera is no longer the former Emiya Shiera. When Sarutobi Hinasar wanted Uchiha Obito to the whole world, Shiera Emiya was already standing in his divine power space. He saw that nothing was hidden in his space, and he felt relieved. This means our own divine power space is not connected to Uchiha Obito's divine power space. So, this empty divine power space is more suitable for temporarily raising him to complete the SSSS level commission. SSSS level commission, tell the whole world, let the whole world believe that the mysterious masked man is Uchiha Obito. The commission has been completed, and the reward will become the tent-ailed man, the six-way tent-ailed coffin seal with the magic seal of the tail, liberate the tailed beast. The rewards entrusted by this task are a bit too generous. It is even enough to recycle the bodies of the 6-path immortals. Not only the strength of chakra, but even the total amount of chakra reached an astronomical number of hundreds of thousands of calories when the 10 tails were harvested in Emiya Shizu's body. Come out, the 10 tails. Emiya Shiera's fingers stood up, and a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of Sawara. Next moment, a terrifying chakra suddenly emerged from Shiera Emiya's body. This chakra crawled out of his body like twisted pieces of meat, and finally turned into a huge and weird beast in this divine power space. If Emiya Shiera had not possessed the eternal maniatoscope Sharinon level and the power strengthened by the 6 paths of chakra, perhaps this space would be hard to say that it could bind it. 10 tails. The most powerful tailed beast in the world. It is also the incarnation of the divine tree that Heiju has always been desperate to resurrect. If Heiju saw that Shiera Emiya was holding the second tentail in the ninja world, he would probably be crazy on the spot. Maybe he would not let his mother Kaguya be resurrected, so he could only hide the tentail first. Emiya Shiera's fingers were tightly raised, and a barrier of closed psychics was arranged in his divine power space to avoid being accidentally taken away by others. Fortunately, I am now the immortal body of the filthy body. Shiera Emiya couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He felt a rare feeling for Orochimaru who resurrected him in the filthy land. Otherwise, if I just peeled the 10 tails from my body, I guess I'll have to lie weakly for several months. Then I'll go to recruit Orochimaru's side in a few days to become my spy. Just so. Completed a commission. I vacated another entrusted space. Unfinished commission, 2/3. Emiya originally planned to find a way to try to trigger the commission of such terrifying rewards from some important characters. Just one head and 10 tails cannot guarantee that he can completely defeat Kaguya Atsutsuki. Although Atsutsuki Kaguya's wisdom can be seen from Kuroju, before he truly faced Atsutsuki Kaguya's threat, Emiya Shiera did not intend to completely relax his vigilance. After all, according to the memories of the previous life, Atsutsuki Kaguya's time-space eye technique is also quite terrifying, but it is not the same as his own divine power. Chapter 107 The Rebels in Orochimaru Base. Emiya Shiera is in a good mood. Even if Shiera Emiya can always be as happy as a lake, but getting a tentail in the dark will inevitably make his mood slightly relaxed. Heiju is in a good mood too. Because Uchiha Obito's wanted orders are everywhere. In order to prevent the ninjas in the village from questioning the wanted war hero, Konoha's senior management even revealed the past of Uchiha Obito in Konoha's creation of the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. Originally, Konoha's ninjas were all defying Uchiha Itachi, who was extremely vicious and committed the genocide tragedy, and immediately turned to denounce Uchiha Obito, who created the Nine-Tailed Tragedy. The country of Field. Orochimaru's new base. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi were ordered to monitor Orochimaru here, and this base has become a place for Konoha rebel nuns to occupy. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru. Konoha's 3 level rebel ninjas, plus the 2 ninjas that have not yet left Konoha, who are not yet able to get together, this lineup is enough to gather frequently. Nature. They also knew about the wanted order issued by Konoha. It seems that teacher Minato told a lot of secrets before his death. When Uchiha Obito knew about this, he also realized that his teacher Hatsuki Mizuno revealed some of his intelligence before his death, so that the information that Sarutobi Hinata brought Haki Kakashi back was combined to obtain the truth of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Uchiha Itachi secretly held his kunao. This murderer who created the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Although the Uchiha clan did not suffer much in the Nine-Tail Rebellion, it also caused the gap between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha senior management completely irreversible. I can't understand. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and asked softly, "Why did you create the Nine-Tail Rebellion in the village?" There is nothing incomprehensible. I just want to get the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha by the way. Uchiha Obito looked up at the moon in the sky, as if he was savoring what he was thinking at that moment. Perhaps he wanted to say goodbye to his past as a Konoha ninja, or perhaps he just wanted to do evil. When Lin died and when she got the Moon Eye plan, the existence of everyone in this world was no longer important. Whether it is the teachers who took care of him in the past, Kushina, Uzumaki, who were familiar with him, it doesn't matter to those friends in the village that were once familiar. Like Uchiha Obito seemed to be able to smell the hatred in Uchiha Itachi's tone, and he also casually said casually, "I can't understand, that night more than 2 months ago, you suddenly invited me to help you kill all our tribe." Uchiha Itachi's eyes, a hint of red appeared in his eyes. "Do you too, do you need tea?" The pharmacist appeared in front of them with 2 cups of tea in his pocket. Under the frame was a pair of smiling eyes, which made him look particularly kind. During this period, in fact, a lot of things happened to Pharmacist Pond. Since Shiera Emiya disappeared, Pharmacist Dark has been very uneasy and is worried that he will be criticized by Orochimaru. Result: Orochimaru did not blame him. Because Orochimaru himself also fell into the control of Shiera Amiri. Orochimaru, who originally wanted to use Shiera Emiya, became a chess piece in Shiera Emiya's hands. This speed of reversal changes made Taoist Pharmacist feel a little strange. However, after the pharmacist learned from Orochimaru that the inner changes of the medical ninja, Shiera, from Orochimaru, he honestly decided to act as nothing happened and acted as Orochimaru's assistant again. Perhaps the medical ninja had never really cared about himself, just like Uchiha Obito in front of him, he would not care about a little person like him. Snort. Uchiha Obito really didn't bother with Pharmacist. Pharmacist Dark is just an ordinary medical ninja. His power is extremely weak and has no value for Uchiha Obito. Thank you, Mr. Do. Uchiha Itachi nodded politely. Are there any sweets? While yawning, Yoshao appeared beside the pharmacist Do, and picked up a cup of tea. Which lab is Orochimaru in today? I'm going to monitor him. Pharmacist Dori's smile became a little weird, but he still had to remind him, Orochimaru is in the 3rd laboratory, but it is best not to assassinate him today, at least let him complete a set of experiments. I know, I know. Yashao Huangda waved his hand casually, pulled out his ninja knife, and looked at the sharp ninja knife in his hand with satisfaction. During this period, Mishao Huangda has always assassinated Orochimaru, and it is completely different from the occasion and time. Fortunately, Orochimaru has never been able to care about her. After all, Yashao washing red beans is an idiot. This is already the consensus of everyone in the base. This woman who thought she was coming to assassinate Orochimaru in the name of surveillance was the handle of Emiya Shiera's threat to imprison Orochimaru. Mr. Do. Uchiha Itachi drank tea while asking casually, "You will go back to Konoha to contact Danzo tomorrow, right?" "Yes." Pharmacist Do nodded with a smile. This time, he had some of his own little thoughts. In addition to helping Orochimaru contact Shimura Danzo, pharmacist Dora also wants to secretly visit the Konoha orphanage where he grew up. Due to the guidance of Emiya Shiera, the pharmacist Dori, who originally had his life goal to follow Orochimaru, had fallen into confusion about his own life again. He wanted to know what his real life goal was, and he didn't want others to know this secret. Maybe the big man Shiera Emiya may know. However, the other party seemed to have suddenly transformed from a medical ninja into a strong man who began to control the world in secret, and should not pay attention to his little secret. Are you going to go back to Konoha? Yashao Huangda said casually and made his own request, "Then when you come back from Konoha, you can help me bring more color meatballs sold in the village sweets shop." Uchiha Itachi's expression dimmed. "Take some of this guy too." Yashao Huangda seemed to notice Uchiha Itachi and said something more. "I remember when I was queuing up at a sweets shop, I met this guy and his girlfriend." Uchiha Itachi's expression became even more dim. Ahem. Pharmacist Dori noticed that Uchiha Itachi's face was not very good. He vaguely guessed that Uchiha Itachi's girlfriend might have died on the night of extermination, and quickly changed the subject. "Are there any other things you need to take from the village? Doku, can you bring some information to the third generation of Lord Naruto?" Mishao Huangda grinned and showed a strange smile. "That guy named Danzo is not a good person. He has always colluded with the rebellious ninja Orochimaru in the village. Please ask the third generation of Naruto to deal with Danzo as soon as possible." Cough 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 cough. Pharmacist Do couldn't help but cough even harder. This kind of intelligence. It is impossible for me to send it to the Naruto studio. I'll go pack up first. The pharmacist shook his head helplessly with the tray in his hand. He walked into the depths of the base step by step and gently pushed open the door of the third laboratory. The surveillance of the Akatsuki organization is not tight. Pharmacist Dori held his glasses and whispered to Orochimaru with his observation. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi seem to have no interest in surveillance of Orochimaru. After I left the base, would Orochimaru look for an opportunity to leave here? Pharmacist Doc did not mention the washing of red beans with Yashao. Because Yashao Huangda is not considered a monitor at all. There is no need for this. Orochimaru shook his head and chuckled, his fingers stroking the hot test tube. If Akatsuki's surveillance is like this, it proves that they are not afraid of my escape. I will not leave here until I complete the new spell successfully. Do. When you come back, you will take a detour to the northern stronghold and help me bring those children back, especially the two of Kumaryu and Shigeo. Maybe. Orochimaru remembered the child who was most loyal to him, and then thought of Shiera Emiya's reputation. If that Lord Emiya is willing to help, perhaps the serious illness of Kanmuro may be cured. Even though Emiya Shiera's mind and nature had changed, he began to control the direction of the ninja world in the dark in order to change the world. People's attention seemed to be involuntarily staying on his legendary omnipotent medical skills. Pity. Orochimaru couldn't help but remember the research and development of the reincarnation of the uncorpse that pharmacist Dora had reported to him. I heard that when Emiya was studying the soul, he developed a prototype of the art that could transfer the soul like the reincarnation of the uncorpse. That's true. The pharmacist nodded, and even said more completely, according to the description of Lord Emiya, it is better to say that it is a physical change than a soul transfer. This technique is mainly used in conjunction with another cloning technology. By cloning a body that can perfectly blend but does not exist in the soul, transferring the patient's soul to a perfect body, in order to solve some irresistible diseases in the world, such as the failure problem faced by some irreplaceable organs in the human body. A look of surprise suddenly flashed through Orochimaru's snake eyes. Isn't this exactly what he wants? Although you can gain other people's knowledge and power by constantly occupying other people's bodies through reincarnation without corpses, Emiya Shiera's supporting technology can also achieve true immortality, and what body is more suitable than your own body? Pity. Orochimaru's face couldn't help but dim again. Because he believed that Shimiya Akiera should have no time to study cloning technology that can be used to reincarnate without corpses, at least before the Akatsuki organization's plan was completed. But the other party also provided him with a new idea. After all, Orochimaru's uncorpse reincarnation and possession of the body is also uncontrollable. His body will gradually become damaged to the point where it cannot be used. He can study this cloning technology and try to prepare a perfect body for himself at any time. Sir Orochimaru. Pharmacist Dori looked at Orochimaru in surprise and asked again, Sir Orochimaru, do I need to go back and secretly report information about Lord Emiya to Lord Danzo? Don't do this. Orochimaru immediately rejected the pharmacist Dao's proposal and grinned, I still want to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with this Lord Emiya. At least before I figure out the way to cloning technology. Although I also want to use Shimura Danzo and Konoha to deal with the Akatsuki organization, at this time, the idiot Danzo learned about Emiya Shiera's information. The Akatsuki organization would definitely suspect that it was us who leaked the secret. At that time, we were going to get into trouble. Go and do your business, Do. This trip to Konoha is just to re-establish normal contact. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips greedily, and we don't need to do anything more. If nothing unexpected happens, Danzo will definitely send his people to see me to ensure that the news you brought back is accurate. At that time, let his people discover the existence of Akatsuki and Emiya Shiera, it will not be our leak. Yes. Pharmacist Do lowered his head slightly. Certainly. They didn't notice it either. A white Jew clone has been monitoring Orochimaru and Pharmacist Duri, reporting their exchanges to Shiera Amiri. The entire base. On the inside and the inside, 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 the inside and the. Except for the pharmacist Dora beside Orochimaru, there are basically people who monitor Orochimaru. Even so, it seems that it cannot stop Orochimaru from secretly guiding the plot. It's so sinister and cunning. Amiya Shiera couldn't help but sigh. With his nature, he seemed helpless to face Orochimaru's strategy that could be called an open conspiracy. Do you need me to kill the pharmacist's pocket? Baiju's clone's mind is simpler than its original body. Since Baiju's original body and Heiju went out to find people suitable for invitations to join the Akatsuki organization, this Baiju clone planned to take on the big responsibility without hesitation. There is no need for this. Amiya Shiera shook her head and whispered, "You go and continue to monitor Orochimaru. It just so happens that I have some time, let me deal with it myself." On the day he was resurrected for the second time, a fog was left in Pharmacist Dora's heart, which made the fog cover the wrong way for Pharmacist Dora to follow Orochimaru again. Amiya Shiera opened a scroll in his hand, and the scroll was painted with the appearance of a blonde and gentle woman. This was a soul of obsession with existence that he had saved in the underworld. Shiera Amiya did not deceive Pharmacist. Because he did rescue the soul of Nanoyu, the pharmacist, in the cracks in the underworld. Although I'm not good at being a life mentor. But after all, I told you when I sent your soul to the pure land of the underworld that the child named Pharmacist Dog will definitely escape from the sea of suffering in this world, and someone will definitely take care of your orphanage. SS level commission. Be a pharmacist when you are confused about your life, find a real-life goal for him. Chapter 108 Pharmacist Dog, do you want to be with me? The next day. Due to no obstruction, the pharmacist rushed to Konoha with a light body. After the young man sneaked into Konoha secretly, he did not go to see Danzo Shimura, but quietly returned to the orphanage where he grew up. There seems to be no change in Konoha orphanage, and fewer orphans are adopted. Only some caregivers in the orphanage have grown older as they grow older. My childhood playmate. In fact, they have disappeared. Pharmacist Do stood in the corner of the orphanage. Recalling the time he joined the orphanage, the playmates gave him a helmet, which also gave him the name of Do. Who are you? A mother-in-law from an orphanage noticed the figure of Pharmacist Do and looked at the grey-haired young ninja wearing glasses in surprise. A person who wants to donate funds. The pharmacist held his glasses, covering his unrecognized loss, and continued softly, I heard that this orphanage has always been in short supply. That's right. The nurse wiped the sweat from her face and said with some regret, because our previous dean passed away, no one has presided over the past few years, and we cannot get enough funds. After saying that, a complicated look appeared on the face of the nurse. However, we may not need too much funding today, because we have received a donation from the dean's friend today. This new funding is probably going to last for at least 10 years. Director's friend. Pharmacist Do glanced at the nurse in surprise. When do the dean have friends? As a spy, Dean Nanoyev pharmacist should have lived in a life of fear. How could she have the opportunity to make such rich friends? I must be a friend who is very close to the dean. The nurse whispered gossip and told the story of the dean's friend. When he came, he also brought a portrait of the dean. He looked very powerful and was now helping the children to treat the disease. Pharmacist Do suddenly became even more curious. However, when Pharmacist Doc walked in, he saw a familiar figure, which subconsciously made his heart tighten. Amiya. Pharmacist Do suddenly felt a little uneasy. Compared to the first time he met Shiera Amiya, he could think that the other party was a kind medical ninja without any scruples, but when he saw the other party this time, he already knew that the other party was the controller of the Akatsuki organization. Your medical skills are so good. A little boy from an orphanage stroked his chest and praised the doctor who treated him loudly. My chest really doesn't hurt anymore. The nurse said that our previous dean's medical skills were very good. I don't know which dean's medical skills will be more powerful. It should be me. Amiya Shiera gave the answer without thinking, and even showed a tangible example, because although your previous dean was good at medical ninjutsu, he never dared to say in front of me that he was a medical ninjutsu. Really? I'm not a person who likes to lie. Wow! The little boy's eyes were full of admiration. He remembered a legend in Konoha village, who is better than Master Tsunade in our village? I heard that Master Tsunade is Konoha. No, he is the most powerful medical ninja in the entire ninja world. The nurse said that as long as Master Tsunade returns to the village, I will definitely cure my illness. Amiya Shiera lowered her head and thought for a while, as if she was missing her long-lost name, and also seemed to be comparing him and Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. If she works hard enough. Maybe the most powerful person now may be her. Amiya Shiera did not deny Tsunade's talent, nor did she even care whether this little guy could understand it. She explained to herself, because she should have mastered all my medical skills, but I have not seen her medical skills yet. But when Amiya Shiera said this, she added softly, no matter how outstanding she is, she will definitely be me in the future. Wow! The little boy was really shocked and asked another question, who is better than the legendary Lord Amiya Shiera? Same amazing. Amiya Shiera rubbed his hair, patted his forehead and said, go and play with your friends first, you can do whatever you want in the future. Yes. The little boy ran out happily. After watching the little boy leave, Shiera Amiya watched the little boy leave. She waved her hand to signal the nurse to thank her and left, then turned to look at the pharmacist who walked in. You're late. Yes. Pharmacist Do's heart sank. Other side. Sure enough, I had expected that I would come here long ago. However, what does this adult mean when he came to the orphanage at this time? I thought you wouldn't come. Amiya Shiera stood up and looked at the portrait of the pharmacist Nanoyu on the wall. After all, when I untie the pharmacist Nanoyu's obsession, I told her that her children will be safe and sound. Since you are here, it seems that I won't have to worry about these things in the future. Yes. Pharmacist Dori respectfully bent down at Shiera Amiya and whispered, I still want to thank Lord Amiya, I thought. Originally, Pharmacist Dora thought that Shiera Amiya, whose mind had changed, would no longer care about these little people. Are you going to stay here? Amiya Shiera asked the pharmacist Dora, for you, this orphanage should be considered a home that you grew up with. You have also paid a lot for this home like the pharmacist Nanoyu. Home. Pharmacist Do whispered this strange word, then slowly shook his head, I can't stay yet. Even if he can stay. Neither Orikimura nor Shimura Danzo would let him go. After all, Orikimura had already made arrangements to gather him as an assistant. Shimura Danzo also knew that the pharmacist Deo, who was a spy in Konoha, must have had many secrets, and he might even use this orphanage to threaten him to continue to be a spy. This kind of thing. Shimura Danzo will definitely do it. However, Pharmacist Doc couldn't imagine how to solve it himself. Although Pharmacist Deo knew that his resignation to Shiera Ikim will definitely be able to solve these problems, he did not think he had any value in Shiera Ikim. Medical ninjutsu that I am proud of? Shiera Emiya standing in front of him is the strongest medical ninja. Intelligence spy? The Akatsuki doesn't need a spy like him, right? In this world, if you have something, you must give back. Even if you get warmth and love from others for no reason, you must find ways to try to give back this love, rather than ignore the efforts of others. Pharmacist Deo was already grateful for the return of the soul of Nanoyu, the pharmacist Nanoyu's soul to the Pure Land in the underworld. He had not thought about how to give back to the other party's kindness. As a result, the other party took care of the orphanage in the name of Dean Nanoyu's friend. I have been asking for repaid. This is not the education that Pharmacist Do received since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed himself to be a spy. It seems you haven't figured it out yet. Shiera Emiya seemed to have no idea what Pharmacist Dora was thinking, but thought that Pharmacist Dora hadn't figured it out yet, and said casually, time won't wait for someone. No. Pharmacist Dori shook his head, lowered his eyes and said, ninjas in this world have been fighting all the time, and it is impossible to be safe even if they stay in the orphanage. Staying here as my identity will only bring disaster to this family. Oh. Shi-Yuan Umiya nodded, as if he had understood something, and continued calmly, then change this world full of struggle first, and then return to this place. Pharmacist Do's face can no longer be described as a bitter smile. Where is this world so easy to change? Even the powerful as the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, it only ended the Warring States period, but after his death, it ushered in a more cruel era of the ninja war. Really? It's a bit relaxed. Even a big man like Shiera Emiya, he has only quelled the First Ninja World War and could not really change the essence of this world. This grand ideal. People as smart as Orochimaru think it is really unreliable. Orochimaru never took the so-called big plan of the Akatsuki organization seriously. He never thought that the Akatsuki organization had the ability to change the world of ninjas. Even if the controller of the Akatsuki organization was replaced by Shiera Emiya, this concept naturally affected the pharmacist Dori. This kind of thought. Actually, it's a bit naive. Pharmacist Deo gritted his teeth, hoping to convince Emiya Shiera, as long as there are ninjas and humans in this world, there will always be battles for interests, and there will always be hatred and pain. No one can change this world. This is the ultimate truth in the world. This is the truth that will never be erased. Even if Shiera Emiya wants to control what the Akatsuki organization does, what he does will eventually be erased in the dust of history and become useless. Maybe I will be mocked in the future. Pharmacist Dora even believed that Emiya Shiera should not be involved in the troubles of Akatsuki organization, nor should he pay attention to the second path, but instead concentrate on being a spotless saint. At least, in the future, there will be no stains on this saint's body. At least, Emiya Shiera's reputation will always be respected in the future, instead of choosing to go against the trend and become enemies of the entire ninja world, and eventually being scolded by those who cannot understand him. To be honest, the pharmacist was a little sad. Especially such a saint who has been very respectful since childhood, and even has great kindness to him, but he has inexplicably embarked on a path of no return. I know what you said makes sense. But what I want to do has my reasons. Shiera Emiya didn't care about pharmacist's negative emotions. His eyes fell on pharmacist's face full of entanglement and struggle, and his expression was still as calm as the ancient well. Pharmacist's pot. Do you want to be with me? Chapter 109 Shimura Tuanzang. No. What kind of joke is this? When Shiera Emiya asked about Shiera Pharmacist's heart was pulled up because he never expected Shiera Emiya to invite him. Although pharmacist Dora had been persuading Emiya Shiera, and even thought that Emiya Shiera's thoughts were too naive and even ignorant, when Emiya Shiera suddenly spoke up to invite him to join him, pharmacist Dora subconsciously mocked himself in his heart. An ordinary person like me. Can you be lucky enough to get such favor? Pharmacist Do's heart beat violently, and he couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart, and even his mouth became a little dry. Emiya. Lord. Don't you? Shiera Emiya was a little surprised at the reaction of pharmacist Dora. Of course not. Pharmacist Dark was even more nervous. When he heard the invitation from Shiera Emiya, he wanted to keep up with the other party without hesitation. Then let's try it with me. Emiya Shiera glanced at the dilapidated orphanage and whispered, "Go with me to change this world and make this world achieve eternal peace. At that time, let you return to this orphanage." SS Level Commission. When Pharmacist Do is confused about his life, he will find a real-life goal for him. The commission has been completed and rewards for the art of reincarnation of the filthy land, complete version, human body transformation technology, complete version, and cell transplant technology, complete version. Shiera Emiya's mind was thrilled. Is the complete version brought by these commissioned rewards the final version? Shiera Emiya knows very well how big the difference between the different versions of the filthy art of reincarnation, because he is constantly improving and researching it after obtaining the filthy art of reincarnation. Now, there is no need to waste time. The real perfection of the art of reincarnation in the filthy land is simply a bit too terrifying. The demand for the corpses of the resurrected person in the filthy land has been greatly reduced. However, the strength of the person in the filthy land can reach the peak state in his lifetime, and even the mind of the person in the filthy land is retained. The most important thing is, the complete version of this technique greatly improves the caster's control ability. You only need to simply issue a command. Even if the opponent's soul is reluctant, the opponent's body will automatically execute the caster's command. Compared with the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, human body transformation technology and cell transplant technology are also extremely terrifying. After all, Shiera Emiya had been exposed to these biotechnology in the past, and has even been using these biological research technologies as a cover-up of his own power to deceive Heiju. But the real complete version is still a bit too scary. Because these two technologies can transform their bodies into terrifying human weapons, these two technologies can obtain all common abilities through biological experiments. For example, the mantra seal studied by Shiera Emiya. Since the power of chakra comes from extraction in human cells, as long as anyone's chakra is contaminated with Shimiya's curse seal, their cells will record Shimiya's curse seal, which also means that Shimiya can obtain their abilities by transplanting their cells. Nature. This also means another thing. If someone gets the curse seal and cells of Emiya Shiera, he can gain the abilities of other people with the curse seal of Emiya Shiera through human body transformation technology and cell transplantation technology, and may even obtain part of the power of Emiya Shiera. Shiera Emiya was not stingy with those who followed him. He left a mantra seal on the arm of the medicine Buddha, and even greatly improved the natural energy contained in the mantra seal. Is this the curse seal of Lord Emiya? Pharmacist Dori was also very familiar with the mantra seal. He had seen Orochimaru planted mantra seals on other people's bodies, but the mantra seal of Emiyashi was not as domineering as Orochimaru's mantra seal. This is a kind of power. Shiera Emiya looked at the curse seal, and seemed to explain in a deep sense, maybe, it can also be called a key. Key. Pharmacist Dora doesn't quite understand what Emiya Shiera means. When it opens, you will know how it is used. Shiera Emiya patted the pharmacist's shoulder and softly changed the subject. You try to master the power of the curse seal here first, I will meet a dough for you. Last time, He got too much from me. I will slowly take back what I once gave him. Amiyashiera reached out to rub his fingers, and a gleam flashed in his eyes, because a new commission appeared in his task list. SS-level commission, destroying the Maniado Sherinon, the netherworld god of Shimura Danzo. This kind of Marliotoscope Sherinon. Is it born in this era? After all, it still fell into the hands of Shimura Danzo? Konoha Back Mountain. Deep underground, a vast base is built. This base used to be the base of Shimura Duanzang. Because during the night of extermination 2 months ago, Shimura Danzo instigated Uchiha Itachi to destroy his family, which led to him being dismissed by the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata, and his genital ninjas were also disbanded and joined the Umbu. Now, this base is a bit empty. Only some idle people stay here. For example, Shimura Danzo once secretly trained some kids. Although Shimura Danzo has lost the position of Hokage assisting Konoha village, he has not given up completely. The root ninjas who have joined the Umbu are still loyal to him, and there are 2 personal guards who are responsible for protecting him. Even though Shimura Danzo still has wings around him, people probably don't think Shimura Danzo still has a chance to make a comeback, and they don't even think Shimura Danzo can do anything, because Shimura Danzo is already 64 years old this year. 64 years old. This is an age when you should retire. However, the old man Shimura Danzo was still active. He used his confidants who were placed in the ante to inquire about the information inside Konoha and looked for opportunities for him to come back. By the way, he also used this to criticize his old friend Sarutobi Hinata. This class rebellious ninja Uchiha Obito who created the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Shimura Danzo sat at his desk, carefully reviewing the latest news, and his face couldn't help but become gloomy. Sure enough, it is the most correct decision to clear out the Uchiha clan who is threatening Konoha by any means. These natural evil Uchihas. The fact that he instigated Uchiha Itachi to exterminate the clan was not a mistake at all. It should even be a huge achievement for Konoha's stability. Konoha has had 2 Nine-Tail Rebellion in history, all of which are from the Uchiha clan. If the Nine-Tail Rebellion happens again, Konoha, who was once the most powerful ninja world, might completely decline. It makes people feel a little annoyed when thinking about it. The old guy Sarutobi Hisan clearly saw the harm of the Uchiha clan to Konoha more than once, and he had always planned to adopt a gentle attitude towards the Uchiha clan, and even needed to help deal with this matter by himself. Removing the Uchiha clan's threat to Konoha was also a decision left by Tomomomo. Could it be? Did he forget the dangerous and evil terrifying person like Uchiha Madara? Over the years, Shimura Danzo has never forgotten that he and Sarutobi Hinako met Uchihama many times when they were traveling with Amiyashiera when they were young. Every time, they were so scared that he didn't even dare to show off his anger. This was also a humiliating past for him. It is precisely because of this. When Senju Tobirama mentioned that Konoha's future needs to be done to prevent the Uchiha clan from appearing evil guys like Uchiha Madara from harming the village again, Shimura Danzo completely remembered the teacher's words and even tried his best to implement them. I implemented teacher Tomoma's will. But that old guy Sarutobi Hinata still thought he had done too much. Now, whether it is the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru or the two Naruto consultants, Shinko Haru and Mito Minion, he has never wanted to put him in power again in the past 2 months, making him unable to trap himself in this dark underground base. But Shimura Danzo won't be idle either. Because he also gained a lot on the night when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. The Sharingan alone has gained a lot in secret. These Sharinans can be used to use the forbidden art of the Uchiha clan, Izanaki. The only problem is how to use these Sharinans. After all, there was already a Sharingan in his eyes. Shimura Danzo stroked the eye socket that was wrapped in bandages. This eye socket contained a maniatoscope Sharingan that he seized more than 2 years ago. It has an eye technique that can be used to modify the enemy's will. This kind of pupil technique, Shimura Danzo has already figured out the candidate. If possible, Shimura Danzo hopes to use this kind of eye technique on an old man, that is, the ancient medical ninja I met in his youth. Only by using it on the other party can his benefits be maximized. The power of ancient times was too amazing. The knowledge of ancient times was too tempting. Although the ancient medical ninja had already returned to the underworld, Shimura Danzo believed that the other party would be able to be resurrected sooner or later, because he acquiesced to Orochimaru and steal the crystal coffin, just waiting for Orochimaru to resurrect the other party. A ninja who can use any powerful technique at any time without making a seal is loyal to him. In addition, the other party has an immortal body with an filthy body and extremely powerful swordsmanship. He can help him do a lot of things. Compare your medical skills. That your excellency's power is what Konoha really should use. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but worry about his own layout. The purpose of his constant cover for Orochimaru was to obtain Shiera Emiya. In the past, Shimura Danzo just wanted to take advantage of the other party's kindness. But this kind of utilization is not complete after all. Because the other party is a rude medical ninja, it is definitely impossible for him to kill people, and he will not even tell him more of the power of the ancient times. Now that Shimura Danzo has a maniatoscope Sharingan that can modify his will, his thoughts have become the only way to control the other party. Shimura Danzo planned to find an opportunity to contact Orochimaru, who had long defected to Konoha. One was to ask Orochimaru when he would be able to resurrect the great medical ninja in the immortal land. The other was to ask Orochimaru if there was any way for him to make use of it. Multiple Sharinans. That smart guy. There is definitely a way to solve this problem. As long as you can use more Sharinans, you can use more times Izanaki. Shimura Danzo remembered that after Uchiha Madara had also escaped death by relying on Izanaki, he had completely reached an obsession with the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, especially after he used Izanaki to accidentally solve the enemy. Pity. Orochimaru is also missing. This guy got the secret of the curse seal from me and took away the crystal coffin of the Lord from my surveillance. Shimura Danzo looked at the curse seal on his arm. It was the power he gained from Shiera Emiya when he was a teenager, allowing him to gallop across the ninja world with this power. However, the desires are hard to fill. It is the reliability of this power. This made Shimura Danzo want to get more from the other party. Hateful. For this so-called safety, Orochimaru cut off contact with me. While Shimura Danzo regretted that he shouldn't have cut off the contact rashly, he was thinking about how to reconnect with Orochimaru, who had long disappeared from the ninja world. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside the door. An orange-haired young ninja walked in, knelt on one knee on the ground, and replied nervously, "Sir Danzo, someone is here to come and ask for a meeting. Come to see you." Shimura Danzo's face couldn't help but wrinkle. These two words. When is it involved with the root base? Over the years, except for the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata, no one who came to the root base could use this word. Yes. The young ninja hesitated on his face and explained, the other party claimed to be Orochimaru's contact person and directly found the entrance to our base, saying that he had something important to him and he had to meet Lord Danzo. Orochimaru's people. Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly widened. This is really. Whatever you think of will come. Snort. Shimura Danzo quickly hid his disobedience and half-closed his eyes again, thinking of those unruly and self-righteous subordinates of Orochimaru who used to be unruly and self-righteous. He felt that this was just a person who asked to meet his contacts and was not even so rude. It's rare to see such a polite guy, bring him in. Shimura Danzo glanced at the young man who was about to walk out, like an ordinary and serious old man, and ordered in a deep voice, "Feng, take a few kids to the outside of the base to guard it, don't let anyone get close to the base. No matter what." After all, Orochimaru is Konoha's rebellious man. Shimura Danzo doesn't like to contact Orochimaru's people in Konoha village, and he has even avoided contact with the spy who left in Konoha before Orochimaru defected. It looks like the weather outside should be good. Shimura Dan hid in this period and had never left this dim and damp underground base, but his mood became a little clear because of the arrival of the contact staff. All the worries during this period. It seems that at this time, it is about to disappear. Chapter 110 on how to deceive the 64-year-old Tuanzang. The dark candlelight shines on the corridor of the base at the root. This base seems a bit empty due to the lack of personnel stationing. A figure wearing a hat walked in the corridor, leaving narrow shadows under the candlelight, making the base look even more gloomy. His body. It is changing rapidly. Even his shadow grew longer and longer. Crash. The door was quietly opened. Shimura Danzo sat in his position, pouring a cup of tea with a calm expression. He looked up and saw that the person was wearing a hat. "Did that guy Orochimaru send you here? Meeting strangers alone may be dangerous." However, Shimura Danzo was not worried about his safety, because he knew that not many people in the ninja world could threaten him, especially when he was in Konoha. Yes. The visitor stood calmly and answered. Is there anything I need my help? Shimura Danzo knew Orochimaru very well, and had a look of contempt on his face. After leaving Konoha, his life was like a fish in water. If that guy hadn't been in trouble, he probably wouldn't have come to me. Yes. The voice of the visitor was still calm. Where is Orochimaru now? Shimura Danzo drank a cup of tea slowly, but he still didn't look at him anymore. My people have been looking for him for a long time, but they haven't found any news about him. Now, he joined a more troublesome organization. The visitor frowned and whispered, although a new base has been established in TNZ Kingdom, it is just that it is impossible to get rid of the threat from that organization. Which organization? Shimura Danzo didn't take it much, and even teased, humph, after leaving Konoha's protection, can even some organizations in the ninja world threaten him? That self-righteous idiot can't even solve some small things in the ninja world? This organization. The visitor slowly reached out and touched his hat. You should be very familiar with it, and you even had contact with them. Hi? When Shimura Danzo couldn't help but think, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He instantly raised his head and stared at the visitor wearing a hat, because he became more and more familiar with the voice. And his attitude of speaking was also a bit arrogant. At least I am not a person who is familiar with him, so I will never dare to use this tone with him. The hat was slightly raised. A pair of narrow and long snake eyes were exposed. Under these eyes was a white face like a knife, and an evil and sinister smile appeared on the corner of the mouth on this face. It was Orochimaru, the former ally of Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru stretched out his slender fingers and put them on his hat, as if he didn't care about revealing his true face here. It's you. Shimura Danzo's expression changed slightly. Shimura Danzo never expected Orochimaru to come to see him in person. Their guard ninja clearly reported to Orochimaru's messenger. They must have checked the identity of the visitor, but did not find Orochimaru's disguise. This is a bit embarrassing. Because he just said bad things about Orochimaru. Fortunately, Shimura Danzo didn't care about this little thing. He knew that Orochimaru could not have been able to care about him, so he subconsciously began to drink tea again on his own. Long time no see, Danzo. Orochimaru looked at the old man with a bandage on his head in front of him, with a faint nostalgia on his face, as if he had really seen an old friend who had never seen him for a long time. Real. Long time no see. Time was like a hurricane, like a knife, making Shimura Danzo become so old. He had long lost his former spirit, and the youthful recklessness of the past had completely become the reserved and pride of the elderly. Snort. You are really brave. Shimura Danzo didn't know Orochimaru's thoughts. He was just a little dissatisfied with Orochimaru's adventure, and took the opportunity to resolve his embarrassment, and scolded in a deep voice, "If Hinashao knew you had sneaked into the village. Orochimaru's safety is not important. What is really important is that once the two of them meet here privately, if they are not careful, they will be noticed by Sarutobi Hinasar, they will also be killed. Now, he shouldn't have time to pay attention to these things, right?" Orochimaru raised his head slightly, as if he missed his teacher a little. "After all, I just prepared a big gift for him not long ago, and after today, he should have no time to pay attention to these trivial matters." "What did you do?" Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes. Before asking this, Orochimaru spread his arms, and a hint of questioning was faintly mixed in his voice. "I should ask, what have you done?" Shimura Danzo's momentum suddenly stopped. "I have done so much." "Which one is Orochimaru asking?" "Has anything I did harmed Orochimaru's interests?" Akatsuki Organization. Orochimaru seemed to see that Shimura Danzo was in deep thought, and took the initiative to remind him, "You should remember the name of this organization." "Xiao." Shimura Danzo frowned, and he quickly remembered the crisis he encountered, the crisis he almost buried in the Rain Country. That red-haired boy with reincarnation eyes. Just by raising his hand, he realized a strange psychic thing. The psychic object spit out a terrifying chakra dragon, which instantly took dozens of lives, making him, the leader at the root, run away in a hurry. But that organization should no longer exist. Because I have never found the whereabouts of the Akatsuki organization again. Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly became heavier, and he whispered, "The leader of this organization was a boy named Yahiko. He had been killed by Hanzo and me. Later, I did not find out the whereabouts of that organization. Unless that red-haired boy." When Shimura Danzo thought of the former young man Nagato, his voice became hoarse. "Did that red-haired boy with reincarnation eyes rebuild the Akatsuki organization?" "Good." Orochimaru nodded slowly, and his snake eyes gradually became sharper. "The reincarnation eye has the power that can surpass the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama." Snort. Innocent. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but mock Orochimaru. He had seen the craftsman of the Rinnegan, but he didn't think that the other party could surpass the first Hokage. "You have never really seen the power of the first Hokage. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding of the power of the first Hokage. Even if it was the eyes of the Six-Path Immortals, it could not match the first Hokage's would escape." "Maybe. This may not be." Orochimaru talked about his intelligence source without changing his face. "Based on the information obtained by a medical ninja I just resurrected, the real power of the reincarnation eye burst out, far above the wood exit and Sharinga." Information. Medical ninja. Shimura Danzo's body suddenly stood up. He would no longer be steady. He held his hands tightly on the table. "You used the filthy land to reincarnate Emiya Shiera. There is no need to speculate at all." Shimura Danzo immediately guessed what Orochimaru did. This guy must have resurrected Shiera Emiya to obtain such secret information. This guy. In fact, Shiera Emiya was secretly resurrected. It was even at this time that Konoha came to tell him the news. This bastard. I also want to use that medical ninja from ancient times. Also right. Shimura Danzo knew Orochimaru's ideals. For Orochimaru, who likes immortality, Emiya Shiera's medical knowledge will definitely make him moved. No one will be unmoved in that crystal coffin. Orochimaru looked at him and suddenly stood up. Shimura Danzo with excitement, with a calm expression, even if there is no me, there will be people who will come later. Leave Shiera Emiya to me. Shimura Danzo's face immediately became serious and he said sternly, Orochimaru, Shimiya Shiera is not something you can use, that is the power of Konoha. Emiya Shiera is of great strategic significance. Even if we don't mention the special abilities that ninjas in ancient times have, even if we don't mention the power of Shiera Emiya that can suppress the 9 tails. Just letting Emiya Shiera give the spell seal to Konoha can also leap the combat power of Konoha ninjas. This is what he wanted to do more than 40 years ago. Only hand over Shiera Emiya to me. Shimura Danzo held his crutch ninja knife in one hand, subconsciously stroked the eye wrapped in bandage with the other hand, and added, only we can get the benefits we get. Such a big man will never be willing to obey your will. I have also studied the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, and the performer may not be able to completely control the other party's will. Will he obey your will? Orochimaru looked at the palm of Shimura Danzo covering his eyes, as if he had seen through the secret under the bandage. Can you do it with the Maniado Sharinon, the other god who took away Uchiha Shimizu? How did you know? The eyes exposed by Shimura Danzo instantly tightened, and the ninja knife in his hand couldn't help but grab it, subconsciously trying to draw it out. This is his biggest secret. It is also the secret he has been hiding. Even the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan doesn't know. Click. Shimura Danzo's palm was suddenly pressed. Even the sharp blade of the ninja knife was sealed as soon as it was exposed. Because Orochimaru pressed Shimura Danzo's palm, and in one sentence, he instantly attracted Shimura Danzo. I happened to know the whereabouts of the other eye, and also knew the secret of the pupil art of the Maniatoscope Sharinon. This strongest illusion technique called the Pupilian God can completely modify a person's will, but it will take more than 10 years to use it once. If it weren't for this pupil technique. Orochimaru looked at Shimura Danzo with an increasingly ugly face and continued slowly, I won't come to Konoha to see you in person. Shimura Danzo looked at Orochimaru silently. No wonder. This guy came to Konoha for a trip, it turned out to be the power of the gods. No wonder. This guy still dared to come to see him even though he knew the power of other gods. Everyone is insidious. There is no need to test this little thought. Shimura Danzo knew that Orochimaru was definitely not afraid of his own god, because the long cooling time of more than 10 years means that he only had one chance to use God in his life. It must be used at the most critical moments, and it is impossible to use it on people like Orochimaru. Same. Shimura Danzo also knew that Orochimaru wanted to use the God of Heaven for himself, but it was definitely for the people who were more suitable for him to control. Do you want to use my God, Maniatoscope Sharingan? Shimura Danzo's palm slowly loosened, and suddenly became calm again. He shook his head and said, I can't give this eye to you, nor will I rashly use it for your affairs for more than 10 years. After things are done, I will give you a reincarnation eye. Orochimaru offered his own price very sincerely and even gave information, because even if your body transplants the cells of the first Naruto, it can only carry the power of one reincarnation eye at most. For you, even the power of a reincarnation eye is much more precious than the Biantian divine eye technique that can only be used once every 10 years. This transaction is not an ode to you. According to some information I have obtained, the reincarnation eye is a blood transcendence snare far better than the limits of blood transcendence, which allows you to master 6 chakra changes in nature and yin-yang escapes, not to mention some of the powerful pupil techniques and a powerful psychic object. Shimura Danzo didn't believe Orochimaru's promise at all. Although Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel a little moved. He had seen the ugly golem of a blockbuster elite ninja instantly clearing, and also saw the scene of powerful men such as Hanzo Shanjiaoyu running away in front of the golem. I don't want to waste my time and go for a vain. Orochimaru let go of his palm, and his cold face seemed a little impatient. If you disagree, Konoha's Naruto will know that you have obtained Uchiha Shimizu's Sharingan. My teacher may not want to see you have the power to modify his will at any time. You dare to threaten me? Shimura Danzo's face immediately became gloomy and he said in a deep voice, that bastard Hizawa is not worthy, and I am not bad either. Will modify his will. This bastard. He actually used this kind of thing to threaten him. Shimura Danzo wanted to kill Orochimaru immediately on the spot. Orochimaru glanced at Shimura Danzo and continued without hesitation, people holding the ninja knife in their hands will always be suspected of committing crimes. Shimura Danzo knew that Orochimaru was right. Once the fact that he had the Sharingan of his own possession was exposed, Sarutobi Hirazen's vigilance would definitely be mentioned to the highest level, and he would never be able to tolerate it anyway. Just as I couldn't tolerate Uchiha Shimizu at the beginning. Alright. This is not a threat either. I will always need you as an ally. Orochimaru looked at Shimura Danzo, whose face became particularly gloomy and ugly, and took the initiative to increase Shimura Danzo's bargaining chips, because in order to deceive Emiya Shiera, when I was reincarnated and resurrected him in the filthy land, I claimed that I was a Konoha ninja who was pretending to defect to the Konoha ninja who joined the Akatsuki organization under your order, so I also need your constant entrustment to help me deceive Emiya Shiera forever for my use. Shimura Danzo felt relieved. Because he really knew that Orochimaru's rebelliousness was unlikely to be recognized by Shiera Emiya. Once this evil guy was exposed, he would definitely be disgusted by Shiera Emiya. Only he could help Orochimaru make a proof. In fact, This can indeed be called a fake play. End. If Orochimaru kept deceiving Shiera Emiya in the name of Konoha Ninja, it means that he could continue to deceive and exploit Shiera Emiya in the future. Pity. Shimura Danzo sighed and couldn't help but say what he said, the opportunity to stay away from the gods is too precious. I want to use this eye technique to control Emiya Shiera. Things to deal with him. Orochimaru spread his palms and lied while telling the truth. The eyes of the God of God will not take effect, because his spiritual energy is far beyond ours. How did you know? You have used it. Shimura Danzo immediately remembered the whereabouts of his other eye. His brow suddenly frowned, and he suddenly felt that the other party was wasting his resources. You have already obtained another Mangekyo Sharinon, the Mangekyo Sharinon, and have you used the being of Emiya Shiera? Failed. But it wasn't me. Uchiha Itachi knew the relationship between me and you. He thought I was using Shiera Emiya, so he used the God of Heaven to silence and tried to rewrite Shiera Emiya's will but failed. Fortunately, the big man forgave Uchiha Itachi tolerantly, and he trusted us more because of this. There is no pressure to tell these lies when Orochimaru's identity, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to seek other gods on your body to deal with the craftsman of the reincarnation eye. Shimura Danzo's pupils couldn't help but tighten. This bastard Uchiha Itachi. It turns out that he got another Sharinon, the God of Heaven. Moreover, this bastard actually did such a thing first. Shimura Danzo was shocked and angry, and couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi used the Sharinon, the other god, which meant that the eye had fallen into a long cooling period, which could be regarded as removing a hidden threat and also taught him a lesson in advance. It really makes people know. Shimura Danzo reacted immediately, and something flashed in his eyes. If the gods cannot control Emiya Shiera, he and Orochimaru can only use deceptive means to use Emiya Shiera. Then, the person who helps Orochimaru endorse the credibility should have a very high importance. So, Orochimaru seemed to see through Shimura Danzo's thoughts and curled up the corner of his mouth. Now our allies are very important, and it is unprecedented. I also need some experimental funds for this time. Shimura Danzo was both satisfied but also a little angry. This bastard! It's really use of all the coercion and temptation. It seems that you have to get your own god Sharinon. However, the fate of the two of them seemed to be really tied up. He was indeed inseparable from Orochimaru, and Orochimaru was indeed inseparable from him. It is easy to say for money. To ask for his own god Sharinon really made him feel insecure. Reincarnation eye. No matter how uneasy Shimura Danzo was, he had to accept Orochimaru's coercion and temptation. He could only look forward to the reincarnation eye that he could get in the future. Are you confident enough? Enough. Orochimaru nodded slowly and said casually, I happen to be a member of the Akatsuki organization. As long as I find an opportunity in secret, it will be enough. I can promise to hand over the other gods to you. Shimura Danzo reached out to take out glass cups containing Sharinons from his desk and whispered, however, before I get the salmonin, I still need a sherinon. As long as you have a sherinon, he still has the power to use Izanagi. Shimura Danzo believed in Izanaga's access art very much because it was a forbidden technique that could reverse life and death. He believed that this access art was not as important as the other gods. Up and down. 1. Maybe it's not enough. A dangerous light flashed through Orochimaru's snake eyes, and he reached out and pressed a glass bottle on it. I just mastered a little new biotechnology and the kind of spell seal energy mastered by Shiera Emiya, which is enough to make you willingly exchange the eyes of the gods with me. Chapter 111 Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto by the lake. In the operating room at the root, Shimura Danzang had an extra white arm, painted with painted black curse energy, and inlaid with 11 scarlet sherinons, which looked particularly terrifying. This is a brand new work. The entire arm is based on the cells of the first Naruto Senjo Hashirama, plus the curse seal of Emiya Shiera and the sherinon of the Uchiha clan. Yugai. When Shimura Danzo stroked the arm, he couldn't help but praise Orochimaru. He is really an absolute genius. These completely different forces. It was actually so perfectly integrated. The cells of Hashima, which have always shown strong erosion ability in human experiments in the past, were so stable that they even felt that they could extract wood escape chakra. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even if Orochimaru did not bring back the samurai eye, just being able to use Izanaga's arm 11 times means that he can have a long chance to avoid the crisis of death in the battle, which is enough to match the value of the sherinon, the god of the god. More than that, these spell seals can seal the physical energy of Hashima cells and the powerful spiritual energy of sherinon, and at the same time can greatly increase his power. Orochimaru's eyes flashed as he looked at the arm in front of him. Except for the possible control of the owner of the curse seal, this arm had no other disadvantages. So, see you next time. Orochimaru looked at the satisfied Danzo Shimura and grabbed the glass bottle next to the operating table with one hand, which contained the Mangekyo sherinon, etc. Shimura Danzo suddenly called Orochimaru, took out a scroll and threw it over. This is the experimental fund you need. If it is not enough, send someone to notify me. I will not be as petty as that guy Hina. Orochimaru raised his hand and grabbed the scroll. An inexplicable smile flashed across his face, but he was a little satisfied with Danzo Shimura's behavior. Leave Konoha early. Shimura Danzo didn't want to keep Orochimaru anymore. He planned to find a place to experiment with the power of the wood escape, but he didn't forget to remind Orochimaru, if you know some secrets of the ancient times from Emiya Shiera's mouth, don't forget the covenant we made. I will share it with you. Orochimaru put away the scroll and reminded Shimura Danzo again, it is best to use the power of this arm to enhance your chakra as soon as possible. The power of the reincarnation eye is very powerful. Even if there is only one, it requires a strong body. Rest assured, Shimura Danzo will definitely not forget to practice. After his position was lifted by Sarutobi Hinata, he also had more time to practice. With his past experience, he would not fall behind in the path of cultivation. This transaction, it really makes Shimura Duenzo particularly satisfied. Even Orochimaru did not seem to be planning to rebel against his promise, and his reminder also means that he will indeed give back to Shimura Danzo's reincarnation eye again in the future. However, when Orochimaru left the root base, Orochimaru's appearance changed rapidly and suddenly became the appearance of Amiri Shiera. Click. The glass in Shiera Emiya's hand shattered. The Maenad Sherinon, the mainly shock god in the glass, instantly ignited a flame, and was directly turned into ashes by him using the power of fire escape. Destroy the Sherinon of the other gods. It's not just for the entrusted reward. Same. This is also a plan in Emiya Shiera's heart. Emiya Shiera has always tried her best to avoid any existence that might threaten her, and will not let go of an unpredictable Sherinon ability. Although the Samsara artists will not get caught in the visual illusion, and can resist it even if they are infinite moon reading, a small hidden danger needs to be eliminated. SS Level Commission, destroy the Maenad Sherinon, the netherworld god of Shimura Danzo, and complete the commission. Reward the instant body technique, Shimizu, Ninja, Psychomonas, Uchiha Flow Sword technique, S-level Kuna throwing technique, S-level illusion, Sharingan's pupil power is enhanced. This is. Did Uchiha Shimizu's half of his life explode? In addition to the incompatible Sherinon abilities, Uchiha Shimizu's abilities basically seem to have been exposed. Shiera Umiya didn't care. For him, who had not yet recovered his full strength, these rewards were all useful abilities at this stage. In the past, Shiera Umiya had never practiced illusions, nor had he used the illusions of Sherinons. After all, his spiritual energy had long been strong enough and he had never paid attention to illusions. Now he can use powerful illusions even if he does not need Sherinons. But in the future, another Sherinon needs to be cleaned up. Emiya Shiera narrowed his eyes. His mission list did not refresh and destroy the Maenad Sherinon, the mangrove god in Uchiha Itaka's hand, but he also had to solve all possible hidden dangers, and he could not let it go even if it was small. After all, just now, the words "don't become the god of heaven" were all deceiving Danzang. No one would allow this strange eye technique that might threaten oneself, especially if this eye technique is in the hands of a person with a somewhat extreme spirit. Master Emiya. Pharmacist Dori appeared in front of Shiera Emiya. Do. Emiya Shiera raised her hand and threw the scroll to the pharmacist dog. This is the fund you received from Danzo. You can keep it for yourself. If you don't have enough, ask Danzo for it. You just need to monitor Orochimaru when you go back to prevent the connection between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo. Yes. Pharmacist Do really didn't understand what was going on inside. Now is not an opportunity to completely solve Danzo. On the one hand, in order to avoid arousing Konoha's vigilance, and on the other hand, it comes from my personal selfishness, I also need to use him to get something else. Emiya Shiera looked back at the pharmacist dog, explained to him sincerely everything he had done, and explained seriously, this time I chose to take away the Maniatoscope Sherinon on Danzo. In the future, Danzo should continue to send people to secretly ask Orochimaru for the cranium. It would be enough to use the wrong timing to evade him. Is the timing wrong? Pharmacist Deo was not dissatisfied with Emiya Shiera's decision. He knew that a maniatoscope Sharinon was precious, especially an eye that was enough to modify the will of others. Yes. The timing is wrong. Emiya Shiera's eyes looked at the lake from afar. On the shore of this lake, it happened to be the time when the sun set. A black-colored boy sat on the grass on the shore. His face sometimes became distorted and painful, sometimes filled with resentment. On the road on the shore of the lake, with the afterglow of the sunset, a yellow-haired ghost wearing goggles also happened to be walking on the road, hanging his head down in frustration. Those two little guys. It seems like he should be a student from ninja school. Pharmacist Deo noticed Shiera Emiya's gaze and couldn't help but frown, because he had not collected Konoha's information into the children of the ninja school. Shi-Yuan Umiya nodded, as if he knew the two little guys even better than Pharmacist Dora. Those two little guys will become very strong in the future. This is just joking. A smile appeared on Pharmacist Do's face. But Emiya Shiera seems to be not very good at joking. Is there anything special about these two little guys? Pharmacist Do looked at the yellow-haired ghost and the black-colored boy tightly. With his eyesight, he could not tell anything at all, so he could only find an opportunity to collect their information. One of the children is called Uchiha Sasuke. Emiya Shiera did not hide it, and simply revealed the other party's intelligence. A Uchiha who was forcibly forced to exert hatred and love inexplicably, having been carrying all this since he was a child, will make him more extreme than other Uchiha. Uchiha attack his younger brother. Pharmacist Do immediately knew the other party's identity. In the entire Konoha, only Uchiha Sasuke, who owns the Uchiha surname, has been killed by Uchiha Itachi. Do you want to get rid of him? Pharmacist Deo has no moral burden for killing Uchiha Sasuke. It is difficult for anyone who has followed Orochimaru to have any noble morality. If you kill Uchiha Sasuke here, there is no need for this. Emiya Shiera naturally would not let Uchiha Sasuke, who had been waiting for thousands of years, fall into danger and explained, I even need to protect him well. With the pressure this child is under, he may be our help in the future. Another child. Emiya Shiera seemed to be able to see through the terrifying chakra hidden in the yellow-haired ghost's body. It's the nine-tailed demon fox that everyone in Wei village can't avoid. Nine-tailed, Nantung Kuriki. Pharmacist Tao immediately understood what Shiera Emiya meant. I hope they grow faster. Emiya Shiera's eyes drooped slightly, full of expectations for them. When I made a resurrection plan in ancient times to meet these two little guys, I was mentally prepared, but for him countless years in the underworld, those time was a bit too long. Let's go. Shiera Emiya reached out and put his hand on the shoulder of Pharmacist Dora, and instantly took Pharmacist Dorara to leave Konoha village with the help of the Flying Thunder God. But The two of them also need to part ways. Because pharmacist Dora needs to go to Orochimaru's northern base to help him take back some of the children he once stayed there. As for Emiya Shiera, he also needs to return to the Kingdom of Rain to deal with Heiju. After all, Heiju has always been looking forward to him quickly carrying out his mission to capture all the tailed beasts. It is not a simple matter for Emiya Shiera. Fortunately, there is also someone who can help take the blame. For example, Uchiha Obito, who was marginalized after Emiya Shiera resurrected, always wanted to find opportunities to regain control of the UI plan. Just so, Emiya Shiera has been giving the other party chance. Otherwise, he would not arrange for Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru to stay together. Chapter 112 Double Spy. Opportunities come very quickly. Even faster than Emiya originally expected. Because someone will not hide his own little thoughts at all. The country of Field. Orochimaru's base. Uchiha Obito has been thinking about the future plan to regain the Etsuki-I from Emiya Shiera, and Orochimaru has also been thinking about the future escape from Emiya Shiera's control. When dealing with Shiera Emiya, the two of them hit it off. Even the two of them quickly noticed each other's thoughts, and the two of them also realized the important role of each other in this matter. Orochimaru discovered that Uchiha Obito, the monitor, was not friendly to Emiya Shiera, and believed that he had instigated Uchiha Obito to stand on his side, which would help him escape from the control of the Akatsuki organization in the future. Uchiha Obito learned that Orochimaru was the performer of the reincarnation of the Immortal Land, and believed that after he instigated Orochimaru, he would help him find a way to kill Emiya Shiera and get back to power. In the gloomy laboratory. While doing his own experiment, Orochimaru secretly observed Uchiha Obito, who had recently appeared in his laboratory. In this matter, Orochimaru has extraordinary patience. Because snake creatures are always waiting for an opportunity to kill with one blow. Even though he had eavesdropped on Uchiha Obito's dissatisfaction with Emiya Shiera from the daily communication between Uchiha Obito and Itaki Uchiha, he still acted extremely normal because he was always looking for opportunities to truly speak out against the other party. Unfortunately, Uchiha Obito seems to be out of patience. No matter at any time, Uchiha Obito's patience is far less like a ninja with darkness and pain, and he will not hide his true heart at all. Orochimaru, do you want to escape from Shiera Emiya? Uchiha Obito leaned against the wall and asked casually, not caring that this question revealed his own hostility towards Emiya Shiera. I can help you. Uchiha Obito has always been like this. Just as he wanted to use Nagato's Rinnegan, just as when he recruited Uchiha Itachi to defect to him, he was always able to ask everything so bluntly. Orochimaru didn't expect that Uchiha Obito was so secretive in his work, but he had already started to habitually hang a sinister low laughter. The arrogant Uchiha is indeed not good at hiding his little thoughts. There is no need to hide between us. Uchiha Obito held his arms and expressed his thoughts. I want to regain the power of the Akatsuki organization from Emiya Shiera. You want to escape from Emiya Shiera's control. Our purpose is consistent in this regard. That's true. Orochimaru nodded slowly, understanding Uchiha Obito's thoughts very much, but what he couldn't understand was the straightforwardness of Uchiha Obito. But it doesn't matter. After all, it is difficult for him to meet a partner within the Akatsuki organization. Other members of the Akatsuki organization respected Emiya Shiera very much, and it was extremely difficult to find a ninja hostile Emiya Shiera in this world. Certainly. These are never the most troublesome. The real trouble is Shiera Emiya's power. It's not easy to deal with Lord Shiera Emiya. Orochimaru remembered the brief confrontation he had with Emiya Shiera, and seemed to have regrets on his face. Even if the reincarnation of the filthy land cannot allow him to exert his power in his heyday, perhaps his power is less than 1/10, and it doesn't seem like we can solve it. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but frown. Although he was only defeated by Shiera Emiya's Flying Thunder God technique, if he fought Shiera Emiya again, he could only guarantee that he would not lose easily. As for the words to defeat Shiera Emiya, this matter is still a little unsure. Unless Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru and asked in a deep voice, "You are the performer of the art of reincarnation in the filthy world. What are the shortcomings of the deceased who are reincarnated in the filthy world? How can you deal with the person who is immersed in the filthy world? The performer should be clear about it." Seal. Orochimaru can only propose one solution that is not a solution. In theory, the reincarnation body of the filthy land has an immortal body. No matter how many times his body is broken, he will recover. However, once it is broken, there will be an inactive interval. You can try to seal the other party during this time. But even this opportunity, Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. It's extremely difficult for us to win from Lord Emiya Shiera, at least I don't think I have this opportunity. Certainly. It would be enough if we had more help. Orochimaru's snake eyes narrowed, and his tongue stretched out and licked the corner of his mouth. Use the immortal filthy reincarnation to deal with the filthy reincarnation. Only it takes a certain amount of time. My filthy reincarnation technique is not perfect enough, and there are not enough corpses on hand. Even if I want to deal with Lord Emiya, I need a comprehensive plan. It does take enough time. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but nodded, and suddenly said, "However, if our plan does not have enough time to implement it, even if you get more filthy reincarnations in the future, you will not be his opponent." Heiju's patience is not enough. Since Shiera Emiya was resurrected by the filthy land, Heiju has been instigating Shiera Emiya to speed up the Akatsuki organization's plan. They have even begun to find people while taking the opportunity to collect information about the tailed beasts in the ninja world. Once the plan begins, the current strength of the Emiya Shiera and Akatsuki organization should quickly capture the tailed beast and resurrect the 10 tails. At that time, Emiya Shiera will be truly resurrected and become the most powerful tent-tailed man, Jinchuriki in the world. It is too late for Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito does not believe in Emiya Shiera, nor does Uchiha Madara. He is only willing to believe in the infinite moon reading world he created with his own hands. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru, who was still doing the experiment, and said in a deep voice, "I will send Uchiha Itachi back to the Kingdom of Rain to find out the internal trends of the Akatsuki organization to see how much time we have. I hope the situation will not be too bad." "That would be better." Orochimaru smiled again. For him, as long as there is someone within the Akatsuki organization who is willing to cooperate, it is enough. In fact, Orochimaru didn't care about time. He even hoped that the time to turn against him would come later because he wanted to get something from Shiera Emiya. But what? Opportunities are rare after all. Uchiha Obito does his best so hard that he will not miss the opportunity. Uchiha Itachi, standing outside the laboratory door, looked calm. Uchiha Itachi was ordered to guard here, forbidden to get close to Hongbin with Michael, creating a quiet communication environment for Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito ordered him to go back to the Rainland to inquire about information. It just so happened that he could also take the opportunity to report Uchiha Obito's information to Shiera Emiya. Double-faced spy. This kind of life seems to never change. Before Konoha defected, he was a double-faced spy of the senior Konoha leadership and the Uchiha clan. After Konoha defected, he was a double-faced spy of the Obito of Uchiha and Shiera Emiya. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this kind of life is no different for him. The country of rain. The underground base organized by Akatsuki. Emiya Shiera seems to be busy writing and drawing on the scroll forever. Since Konoha came back, Emiya Shiera has been staying at the base of the Akatsuki organization. On weekdays, except for occasionally checking Nagato's physical condition, she just spent time writing a scroll. Uchiha Itachi had already arrived here, standing in front of Shiera Emiya, and calmly reporting the news he received. Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru are getting closer and closer. The two have been secretly planning to deal with Lord Emiya. Should some action be taken? There is no need for this. As long as the Akatsuki organization's plan begins to be implemented, no ghost trick will have a soil for survival in the face of absolute power. Emiya Shiera's thoughts were a bit arrogant. He was holding a pen and writing something, while he said casually, "I happened to have been to Konoha before, and I also secretly met Konoha's nine-tailed Manjutsurai. Taking advantage of the strongest nine-tailed Manjutsurai's power, I just happened to start the Akatsuki's plan, so as not to encounter any difficult problems in the future." Uchiha Itachi's fingers couldn't help but tucked into his palm. The Akatsuki organization's plan is about to begin. Shiera Uchihara seemed not to notice Uchiha Itachi's face and continued to say his plans without caring. "As long as our plan can be completed, all efforts will be futile, and the order of this world will be completely shattered. No matter who it is, a small move." When Emiya Shiera sat at the table, she seemed to have a meaning. No one can stop the dawn of this world that will come. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and asked about his mission. Then will I go back and continue to monitor Uchiha Obito's every move? It doesn't matter. Shiera Emiya's attitude towards Uchiha Itachi doesn't seem to be close enough, or he has never cared about Uchiha Itachi, a spy who defected to him. At this time, you can do whatever you want. When Heiju comes back, I will summon all the people in the Akatsuki organization, including you, and Obito will recall it. Yes. Uchiha Itachi slowly retreated. However, after Uchiha Itachi left, the brush in Emiya Shiera's hand slowly stopped. He looked up at Uchiha Itachi's back as he left, and his face was still calm. This guy Uchiha Itachi. There was never any loyalty in him. Once Konoha's situation is involved, Uchiha Itachi will probably always find a way to get involved. Don't let me down. The brush on Emiya Shiera's hand gently tapped the pen holder of the scroll. Chapter 113 Why do people always want to live? The kingdom of Tien and the kingdom of Rain are not far away. Uchiha Itachi soon returned to Orochimaru's base and immediately planned to implement the Akatsuki plan. He told Uchiha Obito in a complete manner. It's obvious. Uchiha Obito is in a bad mood. However, Orochimaru was in a good mood. He happened to welcome the returned pharmacist Dora and the group of children he adopted. By the way, Orochimaru also received more good news. For example, Shimura Tuanzang also allocated a fund for experiments. Any money is enough to be an unexpected surprise for scientific experiments, which is almost a bottomless pit. Orochimaru is very satisfied with pharmacist Dora's actions. Even Orochimaru also asked Dorada to join their cooperative team against Shiera Emiya, because he also believed that Dorada's intelligent mind could also play a role. Inside Orochimaru's base, Uchiha Obito sat on a chair, Uchiha Itachi leaned against the wall of the laboratory, Orochimaru leaned against the laboratory bench, and pharmacist Deo stood beside Orochimaru. Originated from the same hometown. This group of people looks different, but they seem to have a common goal at this time. You are in a good mood, Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru with a slight face, and his face immediately became less beautiful. He said coldly that the message he received, the news Itachi just brought back, is worse than we imagined. That guy will start planning soon. Our time. It's more urgent than we expected. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru coldly. If you wait until his plan starts to be implemented, you don't have to think about escaping his control in your life. Is that true? Orochimaru's snake eyes were still mixed with smiles. Uchiha Obito. When the Akatsuki organization received the news, it came to discuss with me. In this world, no matter how close a partner is, even if he encounters a complex situation, he needs to delay a little, so as to show that he is not urgent in cooperation. Uchiha Obito really doesn't understand the basic principles of cooperation. It looks like he is simply an impatient little guy who has not grown up. Even if Uchiha Obito has come to this day, it seems that he cannot change his stupid background. But this kind of partner. This is the most popular partner in the world. As for the news that Uchiha Itachi brought back, Orochimaru was not worried about the news, because he only knew the Akatsuki organization's plan. I remember that plan was to collect tailed beasts and resurrect the 10 tails as war weapons. You don't understand the horror of the 10 tails. Uchiha Obito glanced at Orochimaru, and his attitude became a little arrogant. If the 10 tails are truly resurrected, even if you use the art of reincarnation of the filthy land to resurrect the first Naruto Uchiha Hashimara and Uchiha Madara in their heyday, they would not be able to change the situation. At this point, Uchiha Obito does feel a bit superior. Because among the people present, only he knew the real plan of Akatsuki's organization after resurrecting the 10 tails, and only he knew the real use of the 10 tails. If it really doesn't work. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath and proposed his own plan. I can only find a way to kill an unimportant tailed beast and delay their resurrection of the 10 tails. Take on this time I have bought. You'd better collect enough corpses as soon as possible and resurrect enough ninjas to deal with Emiya Shiera. Uchiha Itachi was silent. Although he and Obito Uchiha are on the same camp on the surface, he usually doesn't say much at this time, and only secretly collects intelligence. Pharmacist Do remained silent. Because Pharmacist Dora and Orochimaru are both on the same side, it was just the first time he participated in a meeting to resist Shiera Emiya. He didn't have much information, so he could only secretly help Shiera Emiya collect information at this time. All right. I will take advantage of this time to improve the art of reincarnation in the filthy land as soon as possible. After saying that, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Obito and made his own request. At the same time, I also need enough powerful corpses on hand to do it. I can't help you with this. Uchiha Obito thanked the grave for digging and robbing the tomb. He even had his own reasons. If I secretly made a small move and was discovered by Shiera Emiya, I would definitely take the opportunity to be instigated by Shiera Emiya to kick me out of the Akatsuki organization. It is our limit to being able to cover you up. When Uchiha Obito said this, he also looked at Uchiha Itachi. For me and Itachi, too many actions will arouse Black Jew's suspicion. Itachi. Uchiha Obito noticed Uchiha Itachi's thoughtfulness and suddenly asked, "Do you have any ideas?" "I'm thinking about what you said. In other words, we need to help that big man find enough enemies." Uchiha Itachi lowered his head and talked about his plan in thought. He didn't look like a spy sent by Emiya Shiera, but was more like a person standing on Uchiha Obito's side. If we reveal Emiya Shiera's plan, some great power ninja villages. Pharmacist couldn't help but hold his glasses. No. Uchiha Obito interrupted Uchiha Itachi's words. Because Shiera Emiya's plan is also his plan, he just wants to solve Shiera Emiya, instead of exposing the Akatsuki's plan. Destroy. Actually, it may not be possible. Pharmacist Dori smiled, as if he had some of his own opinions on this. Kohas Shimura Danzo must be very interested in the news about Lord Emiya Shiera. Danzang's power is useless. Uchiha Obito showed special contempt for the power of Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Itachi remembered an old case in the past and seemed to not want Danzo to mix in. Danzo's power is indeed useless, but other ninja villages, it's meaningless. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito tapped the table with his fingers. At this moment, Uchiha Obito seemed to have regained some of his feelings in the Akatsuki organization in the past, like a mastermind behind everything. Uchiha Obito raised his head and looked at Orochimaru, then looked at Dorada, and talked about a secret chest that he left behind. Itachi and I will hide your subordinates' actions. Let your people go to Mizuki village and find the kanji Kisame among the 7 ninja swords in Mizuki village. He is my subordinate, let him kill the 4th generation of Mizuki Yakura. Everyone present couldn't help but look up, and all of them showed a little surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that Uchiha Obito was still hiding such a dark chest. Even kill a water shadow. This is the shadow of a ninja village in the 5 major countries. Is it necessary to kill a village shadow just to delay time? This situation. The 3 people present didn't know whether they should praise Uchiha Obito for his broad structure or think that Uchiha Obito is a lunatic. If I remember correctly, Pharmacist Deo once lurked in the hidden village for a while, but he knew some information about the 4th generation of Mizukage and Kisame Kansami 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 K. In fact, there have always been many people in the hidden village of Fog. Because the 4th generation of Mizuki has been executing tyranny in the hidden village of Fog, the ninjas in the village have forced them to defect or choose to assassinate him. However, no one has been able to succeed. Pharmacists do not agree with the fact that the Ganshi Kisame can successfully assassinate the 4th generation of Mizuki. Rest assured, Kisame's strength is enough. Uchiha Obito trusts Kanji Kisame very much and doesn't even care about revealing another secret. The 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura has always been under the control of my Sharingan, and it is impossible to have the power to fight against Kisame. Even Uchiha Itachi, who had barely maintained his composure, could not help but look at Uchiha Obito, because this news was even more amazing than the previous one. This is really... Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckled, and couldn't help but praise Uchiha Obito, it's unexpected. As Konoha Sunin, Orochimaru thought he was knowledgeable and he never thought that Uchiha Obito could even control the shadow of Ichin village, and even he dared to do so. No wonder. The Uchiha clan has always been hostile to the top leaders in Konoha. If the news that Uchiha Obito controls the 4th generation of Mizukage Yakura was exposed early, perhaps the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha senior management may be deeper, and may be targeted more severely by the Konoha senior management. Fortunately, this Uchiha clan, who awakened the powerful Sherinon, was destroyed. When Orochimaru thought of this, his eyes couldn't help but look back and forth at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. His tongue began to subconsciously lick his lips again, and even there was a sense of greed in his eyes that could not be suppressed. Kind of. It makes people feel moved. Whether it is Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito, they both have the strange power of the Maniatoscope Sherinon. For Orochimaru, who is committed to collecting all ninjutsu in the ninja world and wanting to obtain all the power, the blood succession on their bodies is enough to make Orochimaru covet more. Uchiha Itachi immediately noticed Orochimaru's little thoughts. As for Uchiha Obito, due to the particularity of the kamikaze maniad Sherinon, he was enough to ignore almost all dangers. He just snorted contemptuously at Orochimaru's covetousness. If it weren't for dealing with Shiera Emiya. If Orochimaru was not a ninja who mastered the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, Uchiha Obito would not look at Orochimaru at all. Even if the other party was the once arrogant Sunin of Konoha, it was not worthy of being taken seriously by him. This task is left to you, Do. Orochimaru turned around and ordered the pharmacist Dora. He didn't care about Uchiha Obito's arrogant attitude, because he knew clearly that he was not a good person who coveted their Sherinon. Besides, he can maintain basic politeness in front of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, two people who are still useful to him. Yes. Pharmacist Dori nodded very seriously and continued to ask, after the assassination of Mizukage succeeded or failed, will I come back with Kanji Kisame? The plan will definitely succeed. Uchiha Obito was a little dissatisfied with the two so-called results of pharmacist. He believed that his arrangement would only have one result, and continued coldly, as for the assassination of the fourth generation of Mizukage, let Kisame Kanji take this opportunity to become an level rebellious ninja. I happened to arrange for him to join the Akatsuki organization to help us inquire about the information on the Akatsuki organization. This matter. It was also the plan he had already arranged. If Emiya Shiera did not appear, Uchiha Obito would have planned to arrange for Kisame Kanji to defect to join the Akatsuki organization. After all, Kisame Kanji's ability is very special and is very suitable for assisting the Akatsuki organization to capture the tailed beasts. Pharmacist Dori quietly listened to Uchiha Obito after he finished speaking, but he did not agree. Instead, he looked in Orochimaru's direction, as if waiting for Orochimaru to speak. Do what he said, Do. Orochimaru nodded, smiled, and ordered Dorada Dora, who was very satisfied with Dorada Dora's respect for him. Yes. Pharmacist Do then responded respectfully. Certainly. After this respect, a ray of light flashed under the light from the lens of Pharmacist's dog. Pharmacist Dora left Orochimaru's base and wanted to contact Emiya Shiera as soon as possible because he wanted to know Emiya Shiera's arrangements for this matter. But Shiera Emiya doesn't seem to care. Emiya Shiera had long known about their secret discussion. Because the White Jew clone who was arranged to monitor Orochimaru had reported Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru's plots to Shiera Emiya. However, This white Jew clone reported that Shiera Emiya's conspiracy about Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito, and others and put forward his own suggestions. Master Emiya, we must immediately stop the conspiracy of Uchiha Obito. Once his subordinates kill Mintao Tsukuriki, it will definitely interfere with our UI plan. Did your original body know this news? Emiya Shiera seems to only care about this issue. The body has not come back yet. The white Jew clone shook his head and quickly said, I will report this news immediately to the original body, No. Let me deal with it. Speaking of it. While writing and drawing on the scroll, Emiya Shiera asked intentionally or unintentionally, how is the power of the 7 ninja swords? Not really. I remember there was also a group of 7 ninja swords in the organization. The white Jew clone scratched his head and remembered the story of the past. It seems that it was called Biba Shizang, because Jiaodu killed too many teammates. Later, he was assigned to Jiaodu, but Jiaodu was also killed. Emiya Shiera's eyelids trembled. In order to help the orphanage. This guy from Jiaodu is really working hard. Even harder than I remembered in my previous life. Never mind. Shiera Emiya rolled up a scroll in his hand and handed it to the Baiju clone, and said calmly, take this scroll to the man named Pharmacist Do. When he saw this scroll, he knew what to do. Just follow Do in the future. But can this be solved? Pharmacist Dora is Orochimaru's person. The white Jew clone put away the scroll, and it muttered and complained, can I give the scroll to the pharmacist's skull first, report this to the main body and Lord Heiju to see if I can save Obito from betraying us. In fact, Obito has always been quite fun in the past. When I was with Obito, it was much more interesting than following Lord Emiya now. Etc. Shiera Emiya was silent for a while, suddenly stopped it, stretched out his palm to the Baiju clone, and asked for the scroll. He handed to Baiju clone, give me that scroll first, I will add another sentence to it. There is one thing I forgot to tell the pharmacist. Besides, to avoid any mistakes in this mission, I'll help you transplant a piece of Hashima's cells to strengthen your body, and leave a mark on your body to strengthen your chakra. Chapter 114 What is that idiot Uchiha Obito doing? Pharmacist's pocket. When this Baiju clone found Pharmacist Dora, he handed the scroll in his hand to Pharmacist Dorera. This is what Lord Emiya gave to you. Yes. Pharmacist Do was startled by the Baiju monster in front of him. Fortunately, Pharmacist Deo was brave enough, and the other party mentioned Shiera Emiya. It was obvious that he knew his relationship with Lord Emiya, that he took over the scroll. However, when Pharmacist Dog opened the scroll and saw the content on the scroll for the first time, his pupils couldn't help but show a hint of shock, and then from his face to a sudden realization, his expression became a little confused again. What's inside? Baiju's clone looked at the pharmacist's face, changing with curiosity. Yes. Pharmacist Dora hesitated and could not answer. He glanced at Baiju's clone in front of him with some confusion, and suddenly laughed. the mission that Lord Emiya arranged for us to go to the water country to carry out, and you need to help me collect some information in the water country mist hidden village. All right. The white Jew clone couldn't help but sigh, as if he was reluctant to do this. I hope this mission will end soon. The pharmacist helped his lenses, and his eyes quietly swept across his face. The monster I had never seen before remembered the code words left on the scroll. This scroll is very strange. Because the scroll is mainly divided into 3 parts. The first part is information about the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, which even includes detailed theoretical research and improvement of the art. Basically, from the development of the art to the stage of improvement of the art, the completion rate far exceeds the progress of Orochimaru, which makes the pharmacist confident that he can learn this art after seeing it. According to the instructions of Emiya Shiera, he hoped that pharmacist Deo would master this technique and some powerful ninjas would be reincarnated in the immortal land to protect themselves before performing the mission. The second part is about the mission of the Land of Water, asking him to contact Kisame Kanji according to Uchiha Obito's orders, and inviting Kisame Kanji to overthrow the blood mist policy of the 4th generation of Mizukage. Even the plan for the failure of Mizukage to assassinate Mizukage was proposed. Part 3. This part seems to be added temporarily. Emiya Shiera asked him to use the letter Baiju clone as the material for the reincarnation of the filthy land. Emiya Shi was originally a lonely pioneer, and the Akatsuki organization did not have enough staff. It was understandable that he could not send someone to protect himself. Even using the deceased thing to do is not a moral burden for the pharmacist. The only thing that used the messenger as a sacrifice made the pharmacist Do confused because he had first encountered a creature like Baiju. But pharmacist Do quickly understood. Monsters like Baiju seem to be very brainless. On the way to the Land of Water, it repeatedly mentioned that it was not in the mood to perform such a task and how much they liked the interesting Uchiha Obito. Obito is more fun. In comparison, Lord Emiya is a bit too boring. Every day, I wrote scrolls and scrolls. I have never seen him do anything interesting. I heard from Master Heiju about his first reincarnation in the filthy land. Every day, I also wrote scrolls for cases. This kind of life is too boring. It seems the same in ancient times. When Lord Heiju talked about ancient times, Lord Emiya's life was even more boring than when he was resurrected last time. He was either treating illnesses and saving lives or on the way to treat illnesses and save lives. He had no interesting companions around him, and no fun stories happened. Is this a disease? My brain must be sick. Pharmacist Deo had to listen to the comments of this white Jew clone on Emiya Shiera and Uchiha Obito along the way. The more he listened, the more strange he felt. He couldn't feel that people like Uchiha Obito were worthy of being compared with Emiya Shiera. A creature like Baiju. Its way of thinking is really different from that of humans. Fortunately. In addition to his identity as a medical ninja, pharmacist Dora is also an excellent spy. As an excellent spy, pharmacist Do's basic qualities always have a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Even if pharmacist Do does not agree with Baiju's idea, he can still have a very pleasant chat with this Baiju clone. yet. I heard from you that Uchiha Obito is quite interesting. After all, the work of a medical ninja is indeed a bit boring. I am also a medical ninja. Sometimes I think saving people is too troublesome. Pharmacist Do smiled and had a great time talking with Baiju's clone, while focusing on studying the art of reincarnation in the filthy land on the road, trying to master this art as soon as possible. The country of water, the hidden village of fog. This big country ninja village hanging from the sea is a bit strange. The fog always permeates the village, and there is a smell of blood. In this village, killing your companions doesn't seem to be worth paying attention at all, because ninjas in hidden village of the fog often receive high-level tasks to clean up their companions. No one knows when he will kill his companion. No one knows when he will be killed by his companions. In this village of blood and fog, trust between people has fallen to the extreme. The ninjas in the village have long been accustomed to deception, betrayal and bloody. What should we do first? Baiju's clone and pharmacist Do easily sneaked into the mist-hidden village. The first stop. It is the cemetery of Wu Hidden Village. Baiju's clone did not understand the mission of pharmacist Do. It could only follow pharmacist Do and did not quite understand why pharmacist Do came to the cemetery of mist-hidden village. First find a powerful helper. Pharmacist Do looked through the tombstone of Wu Hidden Village bit by bit, searching for the target that suits him, until he stopped in front of a person's grave and dug out a corpse inside. The second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon. The second generation Mizukage Ghost Lantern Fantasy, who fought with Shiera Emiya during the First Ninja World War, returned to the Mizuki Hidden Village for the rest of his life after the end of the Ninja World War. In theory, this may be the strongest person in Mizuho Village. In the Second Ninja World War, Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon also appeared and has always been the most famous figure among the water shadows of all dynasties. You want to use the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Baiju's clone immediately realized what pharmacist Dora meant, touched his chin and thought, I have always been responsible for monitoring Orochimaru, and I also saw him resurrecting Lord Emiya. I remember that this technique seems to require I want to go to Mizuho village to catch one. No need. Pharmacist Do slowly shook his head. As the fingers of the pharmacist's pocket stood up, the painted black mantra slowly flowed on his arms like flowing water, allowing his body to quickly enter the mantra mode. Next moment, a heavy blow hit Baiju's clone's neck. Pharmacist Do's sneak attack came so suddenly that Baiju's clone had no time to react. It looked at Pharmacist Do, whose eyes were full of murderous intent, in a drowsy manner. Pharmacist, you. Baiju's clone didn't quite understand why Pharmacist Do attacked it. Along the way, the two of them had a very happy chat, and they had even made friends. Why did Pharmacist Dog sneak attack it at this time? Feel sorry. Pharmacist's lenses glowed white under the moonlight. After the grey-haired young man's eyes blocked the lens, his voice gradually became a little cold, and he spoke coldly, from the beginning, I felt that a medical ninja who cured diseases and saved people was more interesting than a fool who caused the Nine-Tail Rebellion to kill countless people. I would like to thank you for accompanying me. In this way, I don't have to alarm the people in the hidden village of Mist. I have a sacrifice material for the art of doing magic. Pharmacist's head was lowered, his palms slowly closed, and handprints calmly formed. When he was performing the technique, he was as gentle as if he was treating a patient in the past. Forbearance. The art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Pharmacist's palm fell gently to the ground. In the terrified gaze of this white Jew clone, wisps of dust emerged from the corpse on the ground, and these dust debris quickly stuck to its body. Pharmacist Do quickly calculated the art of reincarnation he had mastered, and stared at the rapidly changing body of the filthy land. It looks like Baiju is quite suitable as a sacrifice material. At least from the perspective of the changes in the body of the filthy land, it may be able to revive a second-generation Mizuhashi in his heyday. When the body of the filthy land completed its change, the pharmacist Do's finger immediately stood up to prevent the second-generation Aquarium shadow from becoming out of control after resurrection. The completeness of this filthy land reincarnation technique seems to strengthen the control of the caster. In addition to completely controlling the other party's every move, it can also directly issue instructions to the filthy land. This is the second generation of Mizukong ghost. Ding Huanyu opened her silent eyes in a little confused. He looked at his palm and immediately realized the situation in front of him, that Gai Chihao Tamoma's filthy land reincarnation technique. Congratulations to the second generation, Mr. Mizukage, for returning to the present world. A smile appeared habitually on Pharmacist Do's face, but there was no emotion in his eyes. Come and bring peace to this world with us. Hey, wait! The second generation Mizukage ghost Lamp Huanyu remembered the first person in the ninja world to be reborn and resurrected by the filthy land. He was very self-aware and loudly raised his objection. Even if the war in the ninja world broke out again in this world, I can't be able to calm the war like Lord Amiri Shiera. Don't count on me, you strange little devil. However, Pharmacist Do ignored his objection. Because he still needs to implement Uchiha Obito's plan, he just took out a coffin to seal the second generation Mizukage directly. Mist Hidden Village. Deep in a wet underground building. The people in this building have killed many people, some of whom are enemies and some are companions, hiding in the depths of the darkness, executing the will of the high-level Misty Hidden. Compared with the Umbu in other ninja villages, the Umbu in 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 the In. Many Mizuho ninjas were executed by the Umbu in the same village, and most of these Umbus were stained with the bloody smell of their companions. In. Kaname is undoubtedly the one who is most blood-touched. Because the Ganji tribe also has the talent to absorb chakra, Ganji Kisame has become an excellent ninja very early and was absorbed and joined Umbu early, carefully carrying out all the orders assigned to him from above. Include Kill your own protected companions. If you cannot protect some companions, and when encountering an enemy, in order to prevent companions from falling into the hands of the enemy, then kill companions before they are captured by the enemy. Later, Ganshi Kisame's strength became more and more excellent. During this period, he was ordered to kill his co-opter, Zigwishan Puffer Ghost, and got the Sam's Muscle Sword from the opponent's hand, becoming one of the new 7 ninja swords. On the day he got the Sami sword, Kisame Kanji also really saw the truth about the hidden village of Mizuno. He also saw the Uchiha Madara who controls the 4th generation of Mizuno. His hope for this absurd and false world led him to join the Uchiha Madara Suiui project. Logically speaking, Ganji Kisame has a real goal in her life. However, Kisame Kansami has been in a state of being unhappy recently, and he has also received some news about Konoha's level rebel ninja Uchiha Obito who once pretended to be Murama. Own. Have you been deceived again? What exactly is the real world? Kisame Kanji began to fall into confusion again. He wanted to see Uchiha Obito and ask the other party for a real and false answer. Don't that Master Madara dare to come to see me, Ganshi. Kisame has a pair of shark-like faces. He has some confusions in his heart that cannot be answered, so he can only quietly repair his Sam's muscle sword. Uchiha Obito cannot be blamed for this matter. After all, Uchiha Obito was really busy these days. After seeing Shiera Emiya, he fell into the vicious circle of fighting with Shiera Emiya and could not get out of it. In order to stay in the Akatsuki organization, he had to choose to obey Shiera's orders, and he could not even act freely. Certainly. This is also due to another reason. For Uchiha Obito, Kisame Kansami is just a suitable tool to implement the Eye of the Moon, and it is no match for the Eye of the Moon. No matter what, it is not as good as the Eye of the Moon. Unfortunately. After all, human beings are creatures that can think independently. Everyone does not want to be ignored, especially those who have high expectations, because they may worry about being abandoned. The movement of Ganshi Kisame's repair of the Sam's muscles in his hands suddenly stopped. His ears heard a very subtle sound of footsteps, which made him subconsciously alert. This kind of tiny footsteps. It sounds like it's not the Anbi ninja in the village. However, the person who comes must be someone who is extremely good at acting in the dark. Come out, I've heard it. Ganshi Kisame's palm stretched out and grabbed the hilt of the Sam's muscle sword. His eyes fell at the corner of the passage, and Chakra had quietly lifted it. So keen. A grey-haired young man wearing glasses walked out from the corner and looked at the alert Kanji Kisame with a smile, but he had already felt confident in his heart tonight and was no longer afraid of the rumored cruel tricks of Mizuki Umbu. It is the pharmacist's pocket. His experience of lurking in the Hidden Misty Village in the past also made him understand the information of Hidden Misty Village and knew that this was the location of Hidden Misty Village. Are people sneaking in from the hostile village? Ganshi Kisame picked up the Samskin sword and planned to kill this uninvited guest to pass the boring time. It seems that you are not lucky. No. I should say I'm lucky. Pharmacist Dory smiled at the corner of his mouth and said softly, "It only took a little time to meet the person Mr. Obito asked me to come to." Ganshi Kisame's pupils suddenly tightened. The shark-like eyes stared at the pharmacist's pocket in front of him. Only. Pharmacist Tsubasa held his own frame, and he felt that the murderous intent on Ganshi Kisame was still not retreating, which made him feel a little abrupt. "I don't know if Mr. Obito's subordinates are willing to abide by his orders." What the hell? Didn't Uchiha Obito say that Ganshi Kisame is his subordinate? Why does this guy Ganshi Kisame seem to be not very loyal to Uchiha Obito? Why is he still looking to kill himself now? Just when the pharmacist Do felt strange in his heart, Ganshi Kisame suddenly put away his samskin sword, and the murderous intent on his body quickly retreated like a tide. Is the things circulating in the ninja world true? Ganshi Kisame frowned. He knew that the words of Pharmacist Dark had confirmed something, that Mr. Madara wearing a mask, is Konoha's rebellious ninja Uchiha Obito. Pharmacist Dark's eyes finally became a little weird. He realized that the connection between Ganshi Kisame and Uchiha Obito did not seem to be close. That guy Uchiha Obito. It turned out that he had recruited Kisame Kanji as he pretended to be Uchiha Madara. Now that guy's identity has been exposed, he still naively thinks that Ganshi Kisame is still loyal to him. Fortunately, it seems that Ganshi Kisame has no intention of turning against him. Fortunately, I was reincarnated in the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon in advance. Chapter 115 Don't Joke. Sometimes it's really not that Heiju hates Uchiha Obito. Compared with Shiera Emiya, who is thorough in everything, Uchiha Obito is a bit idealistic in doing things and can always make some mistakes in everything. Fortunately, Ganshi Kisame has good professional ethics. The Anbi of the Mizuki Hidden Village knew about Uchiha Obito's identity, but he did not intend to betray Uchiha Obito immediately, and he was even willing to listen to the other party's orders. Assassinate the fourth generation of Mizuhashi. After hearing the order brought by pharmacist Dora, Ganshi Kisame even became interested in this order. Do you join his organization as an level rebel ninja to help him explore the information of that organization? It sounds a bit strange. Good. After hearing this, pharmacist Dori felt a little strange, and frowned and asked Ganshi Kisame, "It seems that you don't plan to refuse his order." Nowadays, Ganshi Kisame is the senior management of Anbi in the hidden village of Mizuno. He risked his life to assassinate the fourth generation of Mizukage to become a rebel ninja. This is a very different life. For me. Ganshi Kisame combed his big sword with his Sam's muscles and wrapped bandages around the knife, as if he understood the confusion of pharmacist. In this false world, my life does not have any meaning, at least that guy can give me some hope perhaps. Pharmacist Dora stroked his own frame and restrained his unfinished words. He would not help Emiya Shiera to recruit people by himself. Even if pharmacist Dora thinks that Ganshi Kisame is a partner that can be fought for, he will only mention this matter when reporting to Emiya Shiera in the future. Maybe something. Ganshi Kisame asked casually. Nothing. Pharmacist Do smiled again on his face, and even a smile began to appear in his eyes. Everyone will find their own goal sooner or later. It seems you have found it. Ganshi Kisame couldn't help but praise the luck of the pharmacist, picked up his Sam's muscle sword, turned around and walked towards the direction of the passage. It's a pity that everything in my life is worthless, and the only little hope seems to be illusory. Are you going to assassinate Mizukage now? Pharmacist Deo looked at the dried Sameki Kisame in surprise. This guy. The speed of action is a bit too fast, right? First find a suitable assassination location. Ganji Kisame paused for a moment, and he felt a little sad when he spoke. It is a good thing to let Lord Mizukage die early. There are many people in this village who hope that our Lord Mizukage will die early, perhaps including Lord Mizukage himself. At least he doesn't have to live in this world that has never been exposed to. Yes. The fourth generation of Mizuhashi probably hopes that he will die as soon as possible. Because he has been manipulating his will by Uchiha Obito for a long time, the fourth generation Mizukage Yakura must have no desire to live in his heart, right? After all, the entire hidden Mizu village has always implemented the blood mist policy. Ninjas were forced to learn to kill their companions from the ninja school graduation assessment. It was not until a guy named Daiebo killed all the candidates of the same period that he finally ended the graduation exam that killed himself. Even so, there is still no peace in the mist-hidden village. The ninjas in the village dare not trust their companions, and even had to participate in the mission of persecuting their companions from time to time. The whole country and the other country have been tortured by the rule of the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura for a long time. Many ninjas cannot bear the cruelty of the blood mist policy and choose to defect. As the leader of the village, Shui Ying, who was supposed to be responsible for protecting the village, became the murderer of destroying the village, and his heart must have been tortured. Ganji Kisame couldn't confirm the true thoughts of the fourth generation of Mizukage, but he felt that killing this Mizukage could be regarded as giving Mizukage a relief. Is there anything I need my help? Pharmacist Doro looked at the figure of Kisame Kanji and suggested that he help him. He helped him hold his glasses and whispered, "If your assassination fails, there is no need for this. I will kill him." Ganshi Kisame grinned and showed his sharp shark teeth. It seemed that assassinating the fourth Mizukage was not a difficult task for him. In fact, that's true. The seaside of the country of water. The heavy rain in the sky poured down. Ganshi Kisame stood in the rain holding a big knife in the Sam's muscle. The guard team in the hidden village of Mizuki village that was responsible for protecting the fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura lies around in a row, and the body of the fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura lies in the center of the battlefield. Pharmacist stood in the rain with an umbrella, watching the thrilling battle throughout the whole process. He did not expect that the strength of the guy Ganji Kisame was so strong, and he really solved the shadow of a village alone. What a terrifying power! Pharmacist Do raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the tall figure standing in the rain through the rain. He couldn't help but sigh softly, it is worthy of being the legendary, tailless-tailed beast in the misty hidden village. Ganshi Kisame stretched out the Sam's muscle sword and picked Yakura's body, not caring about his record, it's just that my ability just restrains his ability. As a member of the Gansi tribe, he was able to absorb chakra, and his strongest water escape technique can also absorb chakra from the enemy technique, making it more powerful. Unfortunately, the 4th generation Mizukage Yakura is the rich Kuriki who is chakra. This also makes Ganshi Kisame more relaxed and even effortless when dealing with the opponent, so that she doesn't have to consume too much physical strength. In addition, the 4th generation Mizukage Yakura escaped from the illusion before her death, and she had no choice to resist again in the face of the assassination of his Anbi ninja. Let's go. After checking the life and death of the 4th generation Mizukage Yakura, Ganshi Kisame asked the pharmacist to take him to see Uchiha Obito. Good. The pharmacist nodded. Only when he left here, pharmacist Dora thought for a while, but did not take away the body of the 4th Mizukage Yakura, but only took away one of his broken hands. This little body. It is enough for the 4th generation of the Shui Ying to be reincarnated in the future. Although the 4th generation of Mizuchi showed little strength in this battle and looked like a child, it might also come in handy. Inside the hidden village of Fog, the assassination immediately caused an uproar. The ninjas in the entire hidden village of Mist were mixed. Because the ninjas in the village were both happy that Ganshi Kisame assassinated the 4 generations of Mizukage, the cruel blood mist policy that had been lying on people's heads may finally disappear, they were also worried that there would be no successor in the village, and there might be chaos in the rule during this period. Fortunately, the elder Master Yuan in the village is still there. This old man came forward. The situation in Mizuho village stabilized, and the order to arrest the Ganshi Kisame, who assassinated Mizuho, also cancelled the blood mist policy that people could not bear. Kidam Kisame is a hero in the village, right? A female ninja from the hidden village of the Fog raised objections to the Yuanshi's order, just like the one who destroyed the graduation exam in the past. They are all heroes who destroyed the rule of blood mist. Do you have to issue a wanted warrant for them? This is inevitable. The old man shook his head tremblingly. He would not change this order. If the fault of assassination of Shui Ying and defection can be forgiven, Shui Ying, who symbolizes the highest status, will lose her majesty. Once the ninjas in the hidden village of Mizuno no longer respect Mizuha. 4 elders who have always wanted to maintain order in the hidden village of Mist, this problem is far more troublesome than recalling a hero. End. It is impossible for Ganshi Kisame to want to return to Mizuki village. The country of Field. Orochimaru's base. Ganshi Kisame finally met Uchiha Obito. Kisame Kanji did not underestimate this boss who was younger than him. He knew that Uchiha Obito was not weak. I'm sorry for cheating you. Uchiha Obito had a good attitude when he saw Kanji Kisame, and even said sincerely, although I represent Madara's wool, I need to hide my identity at that time to avoid attracting the attention of others. It doesn't matter. There is nothing real in this world anyway. Kisame Ganji's attitude is not enthusiastic, and he doesn't want to care about these trivial things. If you really represent the will of that adult, as long as you can see that the plan you told me could succeed. Next. Kisame Ganji mentioned his next task. It is me to join your organization and help you monitor the every move of that organization, right? Good. Uchiha Obito nodded and had to talk about the current situation of the Akatsuki organization. Before you join the Akatsuki organization, I will tell you the details. A big man who once worked with Madara Uchiha was resurrected and forced his takeover of my organization as he was. I was a little worried that the man was not caring enough about the implementation of the plan, so he had to insert you into. Interesting. Who is that big shot? The corners of Ganshi Kisame's mouth grinned. After all, when he came, Kisame Ganji had already known his next task. He was just curious about who the big guy in this world who cooperated with Madara Uchiha. However, when you really hear the other person's name, even for the sake of Ganji Kisame's indifference to the world, he couldn't help but be shocked. Emiya Shiera. When Uchiha Obito said this name, his face turned gloomy. I believe you should have heard of his name. Ganshi Kisame's face suddenly changed. What a joke! How could that man do such a thing? Even in the water country, far away, there has been a story about Emiya Shiera. Especially in the second generation of Mizuki Ghost Lantern Fantasy Moon, who was in the hidden village of Mizuki, once chose to call for the end of the First Ninja World War on the grounds of admiring Shiera Emiya's belief in creating peace. When the Second and Third Ninja Wars broke out in the future of the Ninja War, the ninjas generally felt the pain brought to them by the war, and people will never forget the first man to calm the Ninja War. But such a respected man, how could it be the person behind a dangerous organization? It's becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish the authenticity of reality. The smile on Kanji Kisame's face suddenly became bitter. Ganji Kisame couldn't understand that Emiya Shiera was the controller of the Akatsuki organization. She never thought that someone like him would be able to have an intersection with Emiya Shiera one day. This kind of thing. It sounds like it can no longer be described as illusion. Uchiha Obito understood Kanji Kisame's mood very well, because he first learned that when Emiya Shiera had guided Uchiha Madara to implement the UI plan, his mood should be exactly the same as Kanji Kisame's mood. Don't care about his identity. It's just an old antique from the ancient times. Although it was the UI plan proposed by Shiera Emiya, in a sense, that guy is not worthy of real belief in me. Be active outside for a while. Uchiha Obito believes that he is quite familiar with the situation of the Akatsuki organization, and the Akatsuki organization has never stopped recruiting powerful personnel. The Akatsuki organization is in a hurry to have a shortage of staff, so you, this level rebel ninja, should be invited to join soon. Chapter 116 Why do you still want to invite Tsunade to join the Akatsuki organization? The Country of Rain. Akatsuki's base. The Akatsuki organization does not want to accept Kansumi at all. Even when Heiju got the Ganshi Kisame to kill the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura, he almost went crazy because the three tails in Yakura's body would die together. Even if the three-tailed chakra is not powerful, the tailed beast is an immortal existence, and it will take a few years to pass time. 3 Odes can also be resurrected in the ninja world, but the time difference in the past few years has greatly delayed its plan. According to Heiju's idea, Emiya Shiera has been resurrected. The power of the Akatsuki organization is enough to implement the USEI plan. As long as it and Baiju find out the whereabouts of all the tailed beasts in the ninja world, the action of catching the tailed beasts can be quickly executed. I was working hard to collect people and investigate the whereabouts of the tailed beasts, leaving only the whereabouts of the four-tailed man, Joriki. When Heiju mentioned the dried Samsaki Kisame, he wanted to tear the dried Samsaki into pieces. As a result, that guy named Gan Samsaki actually killed the three-tailed Tsukuriki. This is a bit troublesome. Amiya Shiera's brows couldn't help but frown, as if she was quite dissatisfied with Ganshi Kisame's behavior, and seriously soothed Heiju's emotions. All right. Don't be impatient. I think there is still a way to remedy it. Amiya Shiera sighed and whispered his thoughts. Apart from the dead three-tailed Churiki, is there still three-tailed chakra in the ninja world now? I can try to cultivate its chakra, maybe not particularly delay our plan. For example, like the golden horn and silver horn I saw 40 years ago, they have obtained a part of the nine-tail chakra. Find out if there are any ninjas who have obtained the three-tail chakra like them. Maybe they can also use it. Heiju's heart felt a little warmth. At this time, it was indeed still reliable in Emiya Shiera. Even at this time, Shiera Emiya could help come up with a solution. However, Hei absolutely had no choice but to shake his head and said, the three-tailed chakra has never been leaked. We can only wait for it to be resurrected before we can implement the plan. How long does it take? Amiya Shiera's brows frowned even more, as if she knew nothing, and asked, has Sanwei died in history? How long has it been resurrected? At least 7 or 8 years. Kuroja remembered the situation after the death of the previous three-tailed people, Yuri no Hara-rin, and said helplessly, Uchiha Obito has always controlled Yuri Yakura, which should have been the most unlikely link to the problem. However, but there was something wrong with the three tails. If Shiera Emiya was not resurrected, Heiju would not be anxious, but when he saw hope, he had this problem. Kuroja couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and subconsciously cursed Uchiha Obito. Obito's idiot can't even protect the three-tailed tide. Emiya Shiera's expression was also a bit strange. After all, Heiju has not found out that even the matter of Ganshi Kisame is Uchiha Obito's subordinate, and obviously he is not optimistic about Uchiha Obito. Never mind. It's useless to blame him. Maybe it was because I arranged for him to monitor Orochimaru. Amiya Shiera casually defended Uchiha Obito and continued softly, it is possible to kill the three-tailed Tsukuriki, it seems that the strength of the Ganshi Kisame is good. Indeed. Hei definitely doesn't know enough about the Kanji Kisame. It only knows the abilities of the Kanji clan. The chakra of the Danji clan is abundant and has the ability to absorb chakra. Recruiting him to join the Akatsuki organization may also become our future helper to capture the tailed beasts. It's over here. The only way to make up for the problem. Let the scorpion go. Heiju mentioned the only idle man in the Akatsuki organization. Members of the Akatsuki organization often require 2 people to monitor each other in a group, but at present, this rule only targets the red sand scorpion. After all, the Pain Trio is the core force of the Akatsuki organization and is performing entrusted tasks. As for the Gaikeiru, letting him and his teammates go out to perform tasks is basically equivalent to letting him perform tasks by himself, and he is also deeply trusted and there is no need to worry about betrayal. Only the red sand scorpion. Since there are no teammates, I can only stay at the base to toss his puppet. I'll go there in person. Amiya Shiera was very interested in Kanji Kisame, and he also put forward his own ideas, although I also feel that waiting for the resurrection of the 3 tails is a bit delayed, but when I got to this point, I will continue to recruit people to investigate the information during this period. Good. Heiju nodded and agreed. Besides, Amiya Shiera had to help Heiju get a shot, hoping that it would not lose its chain again. If possible, pay attention to other tailed beasts in the ninja world, especially the most powerful 9 tails. If something goes wrong with 9 tails, the 9-tailed chakra is the strongest. If the 9 tails die, the time of its resurrection will not be so easy to determine. I don't know when the Moon Eye plan will be delayed. Heiju also had plans in his mind and whispered his plan. I will let a Baiju clone monitor Konoha's 9-tail Jajiri. Now the 9-tail Jajiri is just a little ghost who has not grown up yet, and it is indeed easy to make mistakes. Protect him. Amiya Shiera narrowed her eyes and quietly hid her little thoughts. He also needed Heiju to help protect Naruto Uzumaki. You can also monitor Uchiha Itaka's younger brother. After all, it is likely that a pair of eternal maniatic Sharinans will be born between their brothers, which can be used as a backup for the future. Good. Heiju couldn't help but nodded repeatedly, and heard Shiera Emiya's arrangement later. He finally calmed down from the anger after Sanwei's death. By the way, one of my clones is missing. Baiju's body finally took the opportunity to raise his own question. I need to use the spore technique to recultify some clones. Missing. A hint of surprise appeared on Shiera Emiya's face, and she couldn't help but ask more. White Jew clone is missing. The one responsible for monitoring Orochimaru. Baiju's original body also felt a little sorry for his missing clone. I don't know if it was discovered and killed by Orochimaru during surveillance. Just one clone. Heiju didn't care about a dead Baiju, and casually ordered, then send a cultivated clone to monitor Orochimaru. A glimmer flashed in Shiera Emiya's eyes. If they send Baiju's clone to rush over to monitor Orochimaru, they will find that Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito have secretly colluded. At that time, the missing Baiju clone has a whereabouts. The original bodies of Heiju and Baiju must have determined that Uchiha Obito killed it in order to keep it secret. Alright. Emiya Shiera no longer paid attention to Baiju's clone, and casually asked about the whereabouts of Kisame Kanji. When he learned about Kisame Kanji appearing in the kingdom of Yuji, he casually asked them to continue the mission. Let's take action separately. Heiju and Baiju quietly snorted down, but they seemed to have thought of something and mentioned their work progress. By the way, we also found 2 teammates suitable for Kakuto in the kingdom of Tang. Kakuto was also in the orphanage in the kingdom of Tang. This means, obviously, it was asked Shiera Emiya to do the matter together. However, Shiera Emiya did not refuse. He was just curious that they could find 2 people suitable for Kakuto, and asked in surprise. 2. Baiju's original body was very dedicated and explained the reason seriously. Master Emiya should also know that Kakuto's teammates have changed too frequently, so we prepared a backup plan for him in advance, just hope that his teammates can live longer. One of them is called Hijuan. He was a ninja from the Yin village before. He seemed to have gained an immortal body ability from the unknown evil god. No one has ever been able to kill him so far. It sounds very suitable for Koto. Emiya Shiera's fingers shook gently. One other person. Baiju's original body subconsciously paused. Wei Yuan should be very familiar with another person. Heiju's mouth smiled and said a name that was very familiar to Shiera Emiya. Tsunade, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, has been traveling in the ninja world for many years, learning from your style in ancient times to cure diseases and save people. Tsunade. A trance appeared on Shiera Emiya's face. This was the second time he heard Tsunade's name, which reminded him of the little guy from 40 years ago. Although Konoha did not issue her wanted order, Kuroja talked about Tsunade, and he hoped that Tsunade would join the Akatsuki organization, but she has never returned to Konoha. It just happened to be possible. Give up her. Emiya Shiera waved her hand and calmly rejected Heiju's proposal. Tsunade is Hashirama's granddaughter, and it is impossible for him to leave Konoha to join us no matter what. End. It's nothing wrong with asking her to treat her illness and save her. The Moon Eye plan we want to implement is not very useful with her power, but it may be difficult for the ninja world to appear with more talented medical ninja than her. Letting her continue to be a medical ninja is also the most suitable arrangement for this world. Although I've already taken the second path. Emiya Shiera would not despise herself from her former self in front of Heiju, and said his thoughts calmly, but I am also very happy that there are still people walking on the road I have walked before. Tisk. It seems that I guessed it right. A smile appeared on Heiju's face, as if he was very happy about his guess that Shiera Emiya, you are still so compassionate. No matter at any time. Emiya Shiera seems to have compassion and kindness to this world in his heart, even if he has already controlled the most dangerous organization in the world. Actually, Konoha's Tsunade is not very suitable. Baiju's original body quickly followed the meaning of Shiera Emiya and talked about another part of the information about Tsunade. I heard that Tsunade has owed a lot of gambling debts over the years, and the casinos are saying that she is the legendary fat sheep. Chapter 117 Xiang Sheng, the daughter of the director of the orphanage in Tang's Higuo. The Kingdom of Tang. This is a magical country. Because the hot springs are everywhere in the country, they have become a resort holy place for the ninja world and are also considered a neutral country in the ninja world, allowing them to avoid war for a while. The country faces very few dangers. When Amiya arrived in the kingdom of Tonaku, he noticed that there were not many ninjas in the village of Tonaku that were responsible for protecting the kingdom of Tonaku, and the number of ninjas in the village of Tonaku was very different from that in the village of Tonaku. It looks like it's really safe here. As a man dedicated to helping others, Ren and Kakuto have also established the largest orphanage and nursing home in the ninja world in this peaceful and secure country, sending many orphans and helpless elderly people who have left their hometowns here. Certainly. The pressure in Koto is very high. Fortunately, the lifespan of Jiaodu is long enough, and the children in the orphanage can give back when they grow up. He kept killing people and earned a lot of money. Here. It is also the place with the most descendants of the Vortex. These descendants of Vortex no longer have their surnames, but serve as caregivers and managers in the orphanage in Kakudo. As the 5 major ninja villages mastered the tailed beast sealing technology of Renzuri, these Vortex descendants were finally no longer coveted. In addition, Kaoru, a powerful rebel ninja who is immortal, made the ordinary small ninja village dare not provoke him, and could barely maintain their own protection. During this period, there were some storms. A blonde woman took her disciples to live near the orphanage. When the blonde woman took her disciples to treat the patients during the day, she noticed that nearby patients always highly praised the medical ninjutsu of the orphanage's dean and the dean's daughter Xiangxi. Just so happened that she met the little girl named Xiang Shen and found that the little girl was very talented, so she taught the child some medical ninjutsu. Unexpectedly, she met Xiangshen's mother, who came to thank him at the hotel this morning. I am Xiangshen's mother. The director of the Tang Kingdom Orphanage is an extremely gentle red-haired woman with no temper at all. She brought her daughter to visit and whispered to explain her purpose. I heard that Xiangxi mentioned that a very powerful medical ninja came nearby. That should be me. The blonde woman is not humble at all. Although she held the bottle of wine in her hand early in the morning and didn't look like a serious medical ninja at all, she immediately won the trust of the other party when she mentioned her name. I'm Tsunade. The blonde woman looked at the red-haired dean of the orphanage and said curiously, "Are you from the Uzumaki clan? We should have been distant relatives in the past. Is it true that he is Lord Tsunade?" The director of the orphanage looked at Tsunade in surprise and quickly explained, "Sorry, we will no longer use Uzumaki's last name." She really didn't expect. This blonde woman is actually Tsunade. Even though their descendants of the Uzumaki clan stayed in the remote Yuno country, they had heard of Tsunade's name, and even knew that the other party was the granddaughter of the first Naruto Hashirama. In addition to the name of Konoha Sunan, they also possessed the name of the Slug Princess that was highly respected by ninjas. Don't you use Uzumaki's last name anymore? When Tsunade talked about this, she couldn't help but drink a sip of wine. Yes. The red-haired woman nodded, somewhat unwilling to mention the past. The kingdom of Vortex has long been destroyed, and the surname Vortex will always bring disaster to everyone. Tsunade knew that Konoha had not helped her when the destruction of Euroshima village, so she could only continue drinking on her own and responded casually, as a distant relative of the past, we can no longer use the surname of Kishao. Never mind. I won't talk about these past things. Tsunade immediately bypassed the topic and asked casually, I will go to the free clinic later. Do I have to bring Kazumi with me? Over the years, Tsunade's activities have always been very regular. Tsunade would take his disciples to go out for free clinic in the morning, and go to the casino in the afternoon to lose money. At night, he would find a tavern and come back to sleep drunk. I also have to deal with the orphanage. The red-haired woman rejected Tsunade's proposal with some embarrassment, carefully took out her thank you gift, and whispered, in fact, in addition to coming to thank Tsunade for teaching Komatsu to learn medical ninjutsu today, I was also ordered to come, because an adult heard that Tsunade had come to the kingdom of Tonaku, so he wanted to see you. Who is that adult? Tsunade continued to drink with some curiosity. It's Master Jiaodu. The red-haired woman's expression was even more sorry. She seemed embarrassed to mention this matter, but she was even more embarrassed to turn a blind eye to the words of the diagonal. After all, no kota. There is no orphanage now. Puff. Tsunade couldn't help but squirt out a sip of wine. She immediately guessed what Kaoru wanted to see her. She quickly called Jing Ian and left. Jing Ian, let's go, we have to go and do it quickly. Don't delay me from going to the casino to earn money in the afternoon. Sir Tsunade. Jing Ian followed him in surprise. Tell Kaoru that I will go see him. Tsunade walked out of the hotel with big strides and shouted to the red-haired woman, I will repay the money I owe him if I win this afternoon. No. The red-haired woman looked at Tsunade with some guilt. Because Kaoru asked her to meet Tsunade, she was indeed collecting debts from Tsunade. Xiao Xiangxi held his mother's arm, looked up at Tsunade's back curiously, and asked her mother in a low voice, Mom, does that Tsunade owed Grandpa Kaoru a lot of money? A lot of. The red-haired woman remembered the astronomical figures raised by the horns. As a gambling man who owes gambling debts everywhere, Tsunade really borrowed money from Kakuto, and even Kakuto paid it back once when she was being chased by the creditor. Debt. After all, Kakuto is very helpful, and Tsunade's behavior in the ninja world is very similar to Shiera Amiya, and the former favor that the first Naruto Chihu Hashirama once gave Kakuto a sum of money. Kakuto could not ignore the poor life of the first Naruto's granddaughter. But such good people and good deeds failed to get good rewards. Because Tsunade was not very good at that time, she immediately realized that a wealthy man like Kaoru was a real big fat sheep. She borrowed a lot of money from Kaoru without hesitation. As a result, she lost completely in the casino that day, and there was another creditor who needed her to avoid. I really didn't expect. This guy from Kokdu is actually in the kingdom of Tang. Tsunade was a little embarrassed when she left, and she didn't even dare to look at the mother and daughter's eyes. She guessed that the mother and daughter must have known that she owed Kaoru money. Well, I really shouldn't have borrowed that guy's money at the beginning. Tsunade knew that Kaori was working hard to make money and was helping some people in need, and she felt embarrassed to keep owing money and not pay it back. Unfortunately, her gambling luck has always been not very good. A few months ago, Tsunade suddenly had good luck and won a gamble, but she soon lost it completely again. I hope you will have better luck today. Tsunade shook his empty bottle, with a blush on her face, and she shakingly threw the empty bottle towards the trash can. As a result, she was a little unsatisfied and didn't even throw an empty wine bottle in it, but fell outside the trash can and broke all over the floor. Do you still have to go to treat patients today? Shizune looked at Tsunade, who was walking with some concern. Aren't you there? Tsunade looked at his disciple with a smile, and said with a slight joke between her eyebrows and eyes, if you don't know how to cure the disease, just copy the case scroll left by that guy a few more times. What if it's a disease we've never seen before? Impossible. Tsunade waved her hand quickly. She was even a little over-supervised about the case scrolls left by Shiera Emiya. That guy left so many case scrolls, I saved so many people in the ninja world, and I have never seen those symptoms outside the scroll. Jing Ian could only follow him helplessly. Fortunately, Tsunade was lucky. Even though the patient who invited Tsunade to treat the disease this time was still very difficult, it was within the range of silent ability, which made Tsunade very proud of his premonition. However, the situation seems a bit strange. Tsunade was really lucky today. As the legendary fat sheep, Tsunade's name and image are famous in the gambling world. Today, the good luck of venting out makes the gamblers who originally planned to make a fortune from her completely lost. Tsunade was still winning the last time he left the casino at night. I was so lucky today. Tsunade's fingers were moving dexterously, savoring the pleasure of killing all over the casino. But she looked back at the silent voice holding the purse, and a little uneasy appeared in her heart. Nothing bad will happen, right? Last time I won. Konoha came to the news that the Uchiha clan was destroyed. Win more this time than the last time. This made Tsunade nervous again, for fear that her good luck in the casino would bring about some bad luck. Can you? Is that guy from Jiaodu here to collect debts? Tsunade thought about his recent troubles and could only guess that his bad luck might come from Kakudo. After all, Kakudo has always been a killer who earns money by killing people for rewards. Could it be that I can't pay back his money and just want to kill me? I don't know how much my body can make him exchange for gold. Don't say such a terrifying thing. Jing Ian was so scared that she hugged the bulging wallet in her arms, and quickly reminded her, and this money should be enough to repay Mr. Jiaodu's debt. Yes. What's going to happen? Tsunade looked up at the moon in the night sky, not intending to make herself think about it anymore. She wanted to numb herself with alcohol again. Forget it, silence, accompany me to find a tavern to drink. The worst result would be that someone would come to grab my money. Chapter 118 Why do someone do bad things in my name? Late at night. In a tavern. Although Tsunade still doesn't know the bad luck she is about to face, the winning bet in the casino today made her very happy when she was drinking tonight. As Tsunade's disciple, Shizune could never control Tsunade's behavior, so she could only watch Tsunade lying on the table drunk. It's going to be trouble again. Jingyan could only go to check out with a headache by holding the wallet. However, when Shi-Yin returned to the table, she saw a figure wearing a hat stopping beside Tsunade, stretching out her palm and landing on Tsunade's blonde hair. That guy. What exactly are you doing? Does that guy know whose head he is touching? Even if Tsunade was drunk, her body would not turn a blind eye to danger. Her subconscious reaction suddenly burst out and could seriously injure the other party with one punch. Even drunk Tsunade killed with one punch, it is possible for the other party to be. In this ninja world, no one can withstand Master Tsunade's fist. Hey, don't! Jingyan was a little annoyed by this guy's courage and frivolity, and she wanted to rush over to stop this guy looking for death. She knew that the other party must be taught a lesson soon. However, the silent figure was blocked. A man with a gloomy face suddenly appeared and blocked the silent voice. Mr. Kaoru. Jingyan looked at the man in front of him with some disbelief and hugged the wallet in his arms tremblingly. How much money did Tsunade owe you? The man wearing a straw hat looked back at Jingyan and Kaoru, and whispered, "Don't make things difficult for a child." Yes. Jiaoda nodded and took away the purse from Jingyan's arms. Etc. Shizune never thought about stopping Kaoru. Her eyes just looked at Tsunade nervously, and she couldn't wait to hope Tsunade could wake up soon. After all, now she doesn't know what to do. At least that man wearing a hat looked very dangerous. But Tsunade today had no response. When the man wearing a straw hat rubbed Tsunade's head, Tsunade even rubbed the other person's palm like a sleeping child. It seems like there is no danger in that palm. Even in her sense of feeling, she is safer than anyone else. In this drunken and sleepy state, Tsunade really thought that she dreamed of sleeping quietly in the corridor seat of Konoha Hospital when she was a child. The medical ninja who accompanied her through her childhood, raised her hand and stroked her hair while writing the case scroll. This long-lost sense of security. Tears slowly flowed out from Tsunade's eyes. She thought she was dreaming, but she was sleeping a little uneasy enough in this dream. Tsunade felt the figure of Emiya Shiera in a trance and wanted to leave, which made her subconsciously grab Emiya Shiera's arm. Master Emiya! You've grown up, Tsunade. In Tsunade's sleep, Shiera Emiya opened her palm with a calm face, left a sentence, and turned around and left her childhood. No. It was not just leaving her childhood. It seems that this time I left her life completely. The next day, Tsunade woke up in the hotel bed. Her disciple Jing Ian was with her side in a daze. I can't drink so much in the future. Tsunade rubbed her hangover head and couldn't help but feel a little headache. I thought I could have a good sleep, but I couldn't sleep at all, and I was unhappy in my dreams. The silent expression was a little strange, and he whispered about what happened last night. Last night, Mr. Kaoru came to us for money. Oh. Tsunade was not interested in the result, but just asked casually, the money I won yesterday should be enough? Did that guy leave us enough travel expenses? Jing Ian nodded, and then added a little hesitantly, there is also a man wearing a hat and Mr. Kaoru come together. This guy. Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied and muttered and complained, I don't know how to pay back the money, but I actually asked someone to come and block me. Will I still evade debt this time? That person. Shizun clenched his fists and said nervously what happened in the tavern last night, such as the man touching Tsunade's head. This matter. Jing Ian will not hide it from his teacher. Even Shizun was a little worried that Tsunade would get angry about it, but she looked at Tsunade's face without any anger, as if she didn't care about this little thing. Is there anything else? Tsunade's face gradually became calm, and it didn't seem like she was raising anger. When did that guy wearing a straw hat leave? At once. After Mr. Kaoru counted the money. Shizun mentioned the drunkenness of Tsunade, and added in a low voice, when that person left, Tsunade held on to her and refused to let go. This matter. It's really embarrassing. Even if it is silent, I feel embarrassed to mention it. Walk. Tsunade lifted the quilt on his body, and the surging storm seemed to suppress in his eyes. Follow me to find Kaoru. Ah. Jing Ian felt a little embarrassed and quickly reminded, Mr. Jiaoda didn't ask for much money, and he didn't even charge us interest. However, Tsunade ignored Shizun's dissuasion at all, got up and put on her clothes, hurried to the orphanage in Kakuto, hoping to get news from Kakuto. Unfortunately, the Katsu has left. He even left a sum of money overnight. Tsunade could not make things difficult for an orphanage, so she had to leave a message to let Kaoru contact her, and hurriedly planned to return to Konoha with Shizun. Return to Konoha. There was a little joy on Jing Ian's face. Just go back and take a look. Tsunade would not admit one of her guesses. She just wanted to go back to the village quickly to see the situation, see if the things I left behind were still there. Hope. No problems will occur. Now Tsunade can only rely on his old friend Orochimaru and have some conscience, hoping that Orochimaru did not steal her things when she defected from Konoha. If Orochimaru really stole her stuff, If Orochimaru also mastered the second grandfather, Chihao Tobirama, the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. There was a vague guess in Tsunade's mind, but she didn't dare to confirm this guess. She wanted to go back to Konoha to see the situation before deciding whether she was going to chase Orochimaru. If your guess is true, I may have to chase Orochimaru like Jiraiya. Outside the town, Shiera Emiya took off his hat. Kakuto followed Emiya Shiera and whispered to Emiya Shiera, the granddaughter of the first generation of Hokage may have realized that Emiya has returned from the underworld again. It doesn't matter. Shiera Emiya seemed to be careless about Tsunade, who had been taught by her, and said carelessly, "It just happened to be met. My purpose of coming to Tangshiguo is to accompany you to recruit a suitable teammate." Is there a country of Tang? Gyatota was interested in this. Kao is still quite interested in who his teammates are, especially the teammates arranged by Akatsuki's organization can be used to exchange a lot of money. There is a man named Hijuan. Emiya Shiera mentioned this name. This person. I seem to have heard of his name. Gyatota took out the small notebook for the gold exchange house from his pocket. After carefully reading it for a while, he couldn't help but frown. Wait, this person doesn't seem to have been rewarded for the gold exchange house. He is your future teammate. Emiya Shiera raised his eyebrows and had to remind Kaoru that he hoped Kaoru would not equate the term teammate with the reward target. At least slightly normal. No use. Gyatota shook his head with some disagreement. Since Kakuto was betrayed by Taki Hidden Village, he will never trust any teammates or companions again. The only person who can still believe in the entire ninja world is Emiya Shiera in front of him. Once upon a time, Kakuto almost believed in Tsunade's granddaughter of the first Hokage. However, the fact that Tsunade borrowed money to gambling and avoided debts made Kaoru fully see the other party's credibility. He no longer wanted to have any friendly relationship with Konoha Ninja. What's more, the people recruited by the Akatsuki organization are not very good. The powerful rebel who the Akatsuki organization is just planning to recruit, often only focuses on the opponent's strength and does not care about the opponent's reputation. Naturally, Kao even disagrees with his teammates. He is only willing to recognize the bounty on his teammates. But Shiera Emiya attaches great importance to Hijuan. After all, Hijuan's ability is the legendary immortal body, and it seems to be obtained through some mysterious human experiment. Shiera Emiya has always been curious about the ability to immortality. Even if is it the other party used as the research object of human experiments? Only those who have died. Only then will you know the preciousness of life. The immortal person. I never cherish my life. Hidden. It just so happens that this is the person. Do you want to join Xiao? When Shiera Emiya and Kaoru both saw Hijuan, Hijuan didn't care about their recruitment at all. He rushed towards them fearlessly. waving the sickle in his hand, and slashed towards their bodies. Next moment, a green chakra sword flashed. Hijuan's head and body were immediately separated by a knife. Click. Hijuan's head fell to the ground. However, he was still not dead, and he even tried hard to control his body that had lost his head and picked up his head. "You two guys!" Hida's head rolled on the ground, looking at Emiya Shiera angrily. This guy is indeed the rumored immortal body. Kaoru couldn't help but think of the horrifying legend of the Kingdom of Tang, and was not surprised by Hijuan's immortal body, because he was also a ninja with an immortal body. But except for the immortal body, this guy Hijuan has no other advantages. At least Kaoru didn't feel how powerful Hijuan's power was, and even when he rushed over with a sickle, he was full of flaws. This person. Emiya Shiera looked at Haikuan's head rolling on the ground with some confusion, and Haikuan's body was chasing him from behind. No. This Hibis. Why do you feel stupid as if you lose your IQ? It can be used barely. Kaoru raised his foot and stepped on Hida's head. At least this idiot can be used as a scapegoat in battle. Do you want to join Akatsuki? Kaoru looked down at Hitomi. Don't want. Hijuan's face still had the arrogance and arrogance. Even if his head was trampled under his feet and his body might be cut into pieces, he was very determined to refuse to surrender. However, Hijuan's head felt the shoes on his face exerting force, and quickly raised his own conditions loudly. Wait, unless you are willing to help Lord Emiya preach. Which Lord Emiya? There was a little confusion in Kaoru's eyes. Of course it is the legendary evil god guard palace Lord Shiwan. Hijuan's face was full of pride, as if he was very proud of his belief. I have gained the favor of Lord Emiya and possessed the power of immortality. Of course, I have to spread the name of Lord Emiya. Kakudo subconsciously looked at Emiya Shiera. Ninja World. It should be the only one of Emiya Shiera, right? Emiya Shiera's brows frowned tightly. He vaguely felt that some trouble seemed to have occurred. Is there anyone in this world doing bad things in secret under his name? Chapter 119, Kanji Kisame, my online seems a bit stupid. Emiya Shiera has strong psychological qualities. Even when Hijuan said that he was an evil god, he had already determined that someone was acting in his own name, rather than being exposed in his heart. Maybe it was too disguised. So much so that he himself thought he could never be an evil god. In comparison, Hijuan's psychological quality is very average. When Hijuan knew that the man who beheaded him with a knife in front of him was Shiera Emiya, he even scolded Shiera Emiya as a desecration of the evil god he believed in. You guy dares to blaspheme the name of Lord Evil God. Do you know who the evil god is? Hijuan raised his head with annoyance and cursed Emiya Shiera loudly. Lord Evil God is the strongest medical ninja in ancient times. Shiera Emiya was a little bad. It's you who are blaspheming the reputation of Lord Emiya. Kaoru grabbed Haikuan's head fiercely, punched him in the face, and beat the young man up, and asked him about the so-called evil gods from his mouth. Say, who told you that Lord Emiya is an evil god? Hida's face was swollen and exposed all the information. Hijuan was born in the evil god cult. This evil god sect has always believed in Shiera Emiya. Compared with others who respect Emiya Shiera's medical ninjutsu, the evil god cult has always been committed to creating murderous monsters through human medical experiments left by Emiya Shiera. This group of people from the evil god cult finally used a human experiment a few years ago to create an immortal monster like Hida. This was their first successful test piece. He immediately couldn't wait to spread the existence of the evil god Emiya Shiera in the world. I don't know anything about genes or something. I only know how to kill everyone in the world. When Hijuan talked about the doctrine of the evil god cult, his face was crazy and a little crazy. This is the power he gave me. I want to sacrifice all their souls to Lord Evil God Guardian. Koji slapped Hitomi on the face. You bastard! Hijuan cursed Kaoru angrily. Where are those people from the evil god cult? Shiera Emiya couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. I killed them all. Kaoru, who was no longer scolding, his mouth opened involuntarily and said his thoughts with a crazy face. The believer in this world who is truly favored by Lord Emiya is enough to have me. Kaoru pinched his head. Take him back to the base of the Akatsuki organization. Emiya Shiera took a deep breath and called Kaoru to bring Hida, the only successful test piece, back. In the future, he would find time to study Hida's immortal body. If nothing unexpected happens. The human experiments on Haidun are likely to involve DNA and gene directions. When human body science emerges, there will definitely be people in this world who use human body experiments to create monsters. I don't know how many experiments the destroyed evil gods cult did, and finally a successful test piece like Hijuan appeared. Where is Lord Emiya? Kaoru carried Hitomi's body, holding Hitomi's head in his hand, and said in a deep voice, if Lord Emiya needs any information in the kingdom of Tomotomi, he can go to the orphanage in the kingdom of Tomotomi. The descendants of Uzumaki have lived in this country for a long time. Emiya Shiera did not refuse Kakuto's kindness. However, Shiera Emiya didn't need to get any information from them, because when he came to the kingdom of Tomoto, he had already obtained the whereabouts of Kanji Kisame. What's more, Kanji Kisame did not hide his whereabouts. As a ninja with a strange appearance, the appearance of Kanji Kisame can easily attract others' attention. His eyes are like shark eyes, and his face has shark-like fish gill patterns. When he opens his mouth, he will reveal a sharp shark teeth, which makes people intimidate, and even panics to retreat to the side to make way for him. For this situation, Kisame Kainame has long been used to it. Kisame Kanji left Orochimaru's base and had been wandering around the ninja world just to wait for the Akatsuki organization to send someone to recruit him. But the Akatsuki organization's actions seemed to be a little slow. After taking his squash muscle knife to the hot spring for a few days, Kanji Kisame guessed that the Akatsuki might not have noticed his existence and planned to find a place to create a major incident. However, Kaname didn't notice. Someone has been following him quietly. The riverside of the country of grass. Ganji Kisame killed the leader of Kushin village and Daming of Kushin country. He created 2 consecutive events that were destined to attract the attention of the ninja world. He is currently repairing the Samoyo muscle after the battle. To be honest, most life is a little relaxed lately. As a fog ninja, Kisame Kanji has been killing constantly in his past life. He needs to kill his enemies and companions. The hidden village of Fukin in his hometown only issued his wanted order, but did not send out the pursuing nin troops to chase and kill the rebel 9th. Perhaps the village could not draw appropriate personnel, or perhaps there was still chaos inside after the death of the 4th generation Mizukage. During this period, Kisame Kanji finally enjoyed a relaxation that he had never experienced before. Although he also needed a little killing to create an incident to attract the eyes of the Akatsuki organization, it did not cause him any nerve-wracking trouble. Kansumi is not in a hurry. Although Uchiha Obito was very anxious when he went online, Kisame Kanji was still not anxious and planned to continue his travels in the ninja world with great interest. But he never had the chance to enjoy this relaxing time again. A voice quietly appeared in Ganshi Kisame's ears, as if he was finally attracted by the fact that he killed 2 big names in the Kingdom of Grass, the rebellious nerd Ganshi Kisame from the hidden village of the fog. You have caused 2 big troubles. Ganshi Kisame suddenly held the handle of the Sam's muscle sword in her palm. Years of experience made his body subconsciously enter a state of combat. The person who came was a ninja with strong perception ability, because Ganji Kisame's chakra's perception ability was also good, but he did not notice any traces of the other party's appearance. This sound, even from the sky. Ganshi Kisame suddenly turned around and raised her head, staring at the figure appearing in the sky. He saw a young ninja wearing a black robe of auspicious clouds and a reincarnation eye. Compared to those reincarnation eyes, what Ganji Kisame paid more attention to was the auspicious cloud pattern on the black robe on the other party's body. He knew that this was the uniform of the members of the Akatsuki organization, and the people from the Akatsuki organization finally came to him. Here you. Ganji Kisame felt a little regretful that she might not have any time to relax, but she was relieved that she was finally able to start carrying out the mission of the hidden Akatsuki organization. Only, I don't know who the other party is. I am Shiera Amiri. Emiya Shiera calmly said his name. Ganshi Kisame couldn't help but look at the young man in front of him in surprise. Although Kisame Kanji had long known from Uchiha Obito that Emiya Shia was the controller of the Akatsuki organization, he did not expect that the person who came to recruit him was Emiya Shia himself. Such a big shot. I will actually come here in person. I'm here to recruit you to join the Akatsuki organization. Amiya Shiera was very honest and said carelessly, because you killed the fourth generation of Mizukage, my time is no longer so precious now. This is really a mess. The corners of Ganshi Kisame's mouth slowly grinned. This man who is not very good at speaking tries to find a suitable statement to express his inner shock without revealing that he had known the existence of Emiya Shiera long ago. Don't be so surprised. You should know my existence. Maybe you already know all the information about the Akatsuki organization. Amiya Shiera casually exposes the lie that Kisame wanted to say, and treats Kisame, who is known as the honest man in his previous life's memory. A drop of cold sweat slowly emerged from Ganshi Kisame's cheeks. Have you known everything long ago? Ganshi Kisame held the hilt of his knife, and his heart beat violently. Only the Sam's muscle sword in his hand gave him a sense of security. This secret is exposed. It was really something that Ganshi Kisame had never thought of. Uchiha Obito seems to be not very reliable. When he sent him to lurk in the Akatsuki organization, he didn't know that the other party already knew his identity. Amiya Shiwan nodded, not caring about Ganshikikaiki's nervousness, and comforted him casually, "Don't be nervous, let's talk about the conditions. After you join the Akatsuki organization, you don't have to treat Akatsuki as your enemy to carry out your mission. Please treat Akatsuki as a place to live. I will find a suitable teammate for you and let him be responsible for monitoring the information you convey to Obito. Can this condition be accepted?" "Sure." Ganshi Kisame couldn't help but nodded slowly. However, when Kisame Kanji really saw who was responsible for monitoring him, Kisame Kanji's expression became a little particularly exciting. How could it be? Itaki Uchiha beside Obito. No wonder Shiera Emiya has known the connection between Uchiha Obito and himself. Did Itaki Uchiha have already defected to Shiera Emiya? Emiya Shiera immediately recruited Uchiha Itaka next to Obito Uchiha to become a teammate of Kanji Kisame, and ordered Uchiha Itaka to be responsible for monitoring Kanji Kisame. Anyway, he didn't need to know Uchiha Obito's information. At the same time, Ganshi Kisame also received an order from Uchiha Obito. It just so happened that Uchiha Obito has always distrusted Uchiha Itaka, thinking that Uchiha Itaka has always been hiding other thoughts, and asked the pharmacist to secretly help send a message and order dried persimmons. Kisame helps him monitor Uchiha Itaka. The country of rain. Akatsuki's lakeside at the base. Ganshi Kisame carries his Sam's muscle sword, Uchiha Itaka sorts out his ninja kit, and both of them already know that their teammates are spies responsible for monitoring them. This world. It became more and more ridiculous. Please give me more advice in the future, Mr. Itaka. Kisame Kanji looked at the raindrops falling in the sky, turned to look at Uchiha Itaka, and took the initiative to say hello to his teammates. "You're welcome." Uchiha Itaka still lowered his head, and he also knew that Ganshi Kisame was from Uchiha Obito. "I am just ordered to monitor you, and you are also ordered to monitor me." Two spies. Naturally, it is impossible to trust each other. Uchiha Itachi seemed to realize that his attitude was a little cold. He took the initiative to speak out and said to the other party when he reached out to his future teammates, compared with Lord Amiri Shiera, Obito is really not a reliable person. Ganji Kisame looked up at the hazy sky. Now he had vaguely noticed that Uchiha Obito was unreliable. Because when Uchiha Obito sent the pharmacist to send the message, he just thought Uchiha Itachi could not trust it, but he didn't know that Uchiha Itachi defected to Shiera Emiya. This kind of thing. Can you even be unaware of it? It is obvious that Mr. Bai in the past seems to know everything. Since Uchiha Obito took off the mask that symbolizes Spot, Uchiha Obito's style seems to be no longer as stylish as before. Now, my own online became a bit stupid. Chapter 120 The Person Who Betrays the Agreement. Time moves forward slowly. The operation of the Akatsuki organization gradually got on track. As the Red Sand Scorpion got a teammate named Diadala, the Akatsuki organization announced that it had been officially formed. While secretly carrying out high commissions, these rebels were practicing and strengthening their strength or art. The base became a little noisy. Emiya Shiera did not stay in the Akatsuki organization. Because this period of time cannot be wasted, he has to take advantage of this period to find an opportunity to study Hida's genes, and also to secretly obtain stronger power to fight against Kaguya, who may still be threatening. Just right. Emiya Shiera also has excellent reasons. Due to the accidental killing of the three-tailed Guru Riki, the most powerful nine-tailed one needs someone to protect in secret before the plan to capture the tailed beast. But you are not very good at lying to people. Heiju very much agreed with Emiya Shiera's idea of protecting the nine-tailed Tsubaki, but it did not agree with Emiya Shiera's trip to Konoha. It's better to send Obito to protect the nine-tailed Tsubaki of Konoha. With his ability, there should be no accidents. I remember. Emiya Shiera looked at Heiju in surprise and frowned. Obito killed Jotalajiri's parents. Would he be willing to do this? Heiju couldn't help but hesitate. Could it be that Uchiha Obito would resist their orders if he didn't want to? Like that idiot Obito is really possible. In fact, Uchiha Obito has always wanted to resist, and is still colluding with Orochimaru to betray the Akatsuki organization at any time. If Orochimaru had not been studying the art of reincarnation in the Filthy Land and could not perfectly allow the people in the Filthy Land to exert their powerful power, the two of them would have planned to take action long ago. Certainly. If Orochimaru had not been useful, if Uchiha Obito had not been used as a sacrifice material for resurrecting Uchiha Madara or resurrecting Atsutsuki Kaguya, Emiya had already taken action against the two guys with ulterior motives. Alright. Emiya Shiera calmed Heiju's emotions and said his own thoughts, I will act cautiously, let alone you are there. Heiju couldn't help but feel a little upset, and he couldn't help but mention his little thoughts. In fact, it can let Nagato completely resurrect you, with your strength. Nakaman is our companion. Emiya Shiera rejected Heiju's proposal. Among them, although Nagato and Konan have always respected him, part of the reason is that they need to avoid falling into the dilemma of becoming sacrifices. Heiju's intention to resurrect Emiya Shiera is obvious at all times. It just wants to completely resurrect Emiya Shiera, so as to use Uchiha Madara's samurai's Rinpoche I in the future to become the 10th man Jiraki, and further become its sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. This guy Heiju. It is also one of the reasons why Emiya Shiera doesn't want to stay in the Akatsuki organization. Because Heiju refused to give up this idea at all times, and Emiya Shiera did not want to turn against Heiju for his own plan. Just as Heiju endured for 1,000 years to resurrect Kaguya. Why hasn't Emiya Shiera endured this for thousands of years? He even endured more than Heiju, and he had been patient for too long. Dawn is approaching. It is absolutely impossible to let all his previous efforts be wasted. Although the patience during this period will be very painful, the fruits harvested in the future will become sweeter due to the patience over these days. Just right. This time, I returned to Konoha and was also in the plan of Shiera Emiya's plan. Because before returning to Konoha, Shiera Emiya had already asked Konoha's ninja to make psychological preparations in advance, otherwise he would not have gone to see Tsunade in the kingdom of Tonoha. No. It should be said. His arrangement was earlier. Even when he pretended to be Orochimaru and robbed Mishiwai Hungdu, he set up a chess game in advance. Because Orochimaru has always been the most suitable candidate to take the blame. In Konoha village, Tsunade returned to her long-lost hometown with Shizune. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan originally planned to talk to his disciples about staying in the village, but he received a bolt from Tsunade. Master Emiya. Maybe he was resurrected by Orochimaru using the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. Tsunade looked at the empty secret room with an irritable heart, rubbing her temples with her fingers, trying to recall the memories of the night she drank in the kingdom of Sonora. I have to go and investigate Orochimaru. Tsunade took a deep breath. She didn't plan to stay in Konoha. She asked in a deep voice, "Old man, is there any information about Orochimaru in the village?" Not yet. Sarutobi Hinazan's face was also a little worried. The last time Konoha got information about Orochimaru, someone suddenly pretended to be Orochimaru and robbed Yushu Hongdu. The other party was very good at swordsmanship and wind escape. Sword technique? Wind escape? A guess suddenly came to mind in Sarutobi Hinato's mind. Because in this world, in addition to Shimura Danzo, there are indeed people who are better at swordsmanship and wind escape, so it is expected that the other party did not choose to hurt Haki Kakashi. After all, the Umiyashi originally would not kill anyone. Sarutobi Hinazan's heart tightened and he suddenly thought of something not very good. He suspected that Shiera Emiya had already been used by Orochimaru. No. No. It is even more likely to be used by others. Tsunade. Sarutobi Hinata spit out a melancholy smoke ring and said in a deep voice, if Lord Emiya is really resurrected, and even Orochimaru has used his knowledge and power, it will become a real trouble for the whole world. He will get rid of Orochimaru's control. Tsunade mentioned his trust in Shiera Emiya in dissatisfaction. But he is also easily deceived. Sarutobi Hizaki talked about the past between himself and Shiera Emiya. I have been with you for a longer time than you and Lord Emiya. I have followed him to travel through the ninja world for 10 years. In fact, Lord Emiya has always been a person who is easy to trust others. Whether it is the first generation of Lord Naruto or the dangerous Uchiha Madara, in the eyes of Lord Emiya, he is always people who need help. He will be confused by more and more information. If a kind-hearted person needs his help, this kind of trust will not cause any big trouble. When Sarutobi Hizaki said this, he remembered the old Toshimura Danzo who had been removed from his post, but once he is used by someone with ulterior motives. What do you mean? Tsunade's brows frowned tightly. Never mind. Found Orochimaru as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and reached out to knock on his cigarette pot. Even if Orochimaru deceived Lord Emiya, we can convince him not to believe Orochimaru anymore. If information is needed. Sarutobi Hizawa remembered Uchiha Itachi who joined the Akatsuki organization and had a vague idea, maybe I can find a way to help you find some. Besides, maybe Jiraiya knows some information about Orochimaru. Since Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya, who is also one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, has tried to recover him, and has even been pursuing Orochimaru's information. Compared with Konoha, Jiraiya's intelligence will indeed be more. After all, Jiraiya's toad immortals leaned against the back of Miyama Mountain. The toads from Miyama Mountain appeared in the ninja world from time to time and were always able to provide him with various information. I see. Tsunade clenched his fist. If you can't find it, just bring Jiraiya back together. Sarutobi Hizawa realized that the front of him was filled with fog. He didn't know what would happen in the future. Only the rich fog blocked his vision. He only knew that the truth behind the fog blocked must be hidden with a huge crisis. In order to deal with these hidden crises, Konoha must gather enough strength as soon as possible. Jiraiya and Tsunade, who have always been away from Konoha, are both forces that can help Konoha cope with this crisis. The country of Field. Orochimaru's base. This base has become a bit lively recently. Because the pharmacist brought back a lot of children from the northern base. Orochimaru and pharmacist Deo have been doing experimental research in the base. In order to catch up with the experimental progress as soon as possible, the Yoshi Hungdu, who had been teasing him and assassinating him, was also sent to imprison him with a curse seal and sealed his memory. After all, after Orochimaru colluded with Uchiha Obito, he was not worried about the threat from the Akatsuki organization, and subconsciously forgot the agreement he had made with Shiera Emiya. Chapter 121 The protagonist in the story. This kind of thing is quite normal. Because in anyone's opinion, the existence of Mishiwai Hungdu is just a handle to threaten Orochimaru, and he has never been the person who is really responsible for monitoring Orochimaru. Orochimaru. A white-haired boy stood beside Orochimaru and raised the Miss Ishi Hungdu who was imprisoned by them. That woman is still sleeping. Do you want to keep locked up? Send her away. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he suddenly added his order, also, send her to the border of the Kingdom of Fire, where Konoha's ninja will be picked up by her. Yes. The white-haired boy turned around and left respectfully. You are really merciful. Uchiha Obito sat next to him and couldn't help but mock Orochimaru. The little ghosts you brought back all have the spell you imposed on them. That woman is useless, right? Orochimaru chuckled, not intending to explain the level and difference between the curse seals with Uchiha Obito, but just said perfunctorily, anyway, it's just a step of leisure. There are too many chess pieces. Uchiha Obito noticed Orochimaru's perfunctory attitude towards him and said coldly, it will inevitably make your mind confused. Uchiha Obito's attitude was like a senior, which made anyone subconsciously angry, but Orochimaru's cultivation did not cause him to suffer. The two of them need each other. At this time, it is not the time to turn against each other. At least before overthrowing the threat of Shiera Emiya, it is definitely impossible to turn against each other. This piece is still very important. Orochimaru couldn't help laughing, and then asked casually, by the way, it seems that I haven't received news from the Akatsuki organization for a while recently. Snort. Uchiha Obito remembered the criticism of Heiju for himself and said with a contemptuous look on his face, Emiya Shiera is in charge of the Akatsuki organization, but she is just taking those guys to do meaningless things. Three-tailed Tsubaki Riki is dead. Isn't Akatsuki's organization meaningless to do anything? Under the control of Shiera Emiya, the Akatsuki organization was exactly the same as what he did at the beginning, and it was nothing more than recruiting people to accumulate money. The border of the Kingdom of Fire. A white-haired boy placed Misai Hungdu at Konoha Ninja's border outpost. After he left, a figure quietly appeared beside Misai Hungdu. Are you really a sealed memory? The visitor checked the curse marks on the neck of Hungdu with Yushao, and rubbed the woman's neck with his fingers, awakening the other party from his sleep. Who are you? Yushao Hungdu opened his eyes in confusion. I am Shiera Amiri. Shiera Emiya looked at the confused Yushao washing Red Bean, reached out to support her and sat up, her eyes drooped slightly. I'll send you back to Konoha first. As long as you accompany Mishiwai Hungdu back to Konoha, the mist that has been shrouded in the hearts of the third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinazaki will dissipate. Use hand-washing red beans. It is the opportunity to allow yourself to enter Konoha properly. Konoha Village. The gate of this village seems to be no different from the past. When Sarutobi Hinata learned that Miss Xiaowai was escorted back, he could imagine what it means to return to Konoha. The old man desperately hoped to obtain information from Orochimaru from Yushao Hungdu and personally came to meet Yushao Hungdu. Then, Sarutobi Hinesan got a bigger surprise. When the figure who was coming to escort Miss Xiao Weihengdu back lifted the hat on his head, the familiar face fell into Sarutobi Hinesan's eyes, causing the old man to suddenly widen his eyes. Long time no see. Riju. The other party's familiar voice fell into Sarutobi Hinesan's ears, as if he saw him or the boy of the past. Have you become the Hokage of Konoha? Emiya, Your Excellency. The third generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan's palms stiffened. Even though he had long guessed that Shiera Emiya might have been resurrected by Orochimaru, when the other party actually appeared in front of him, a storm inevitably caused his heart. This encounter that lasted 40 years. It seems to be crossing time and space, it is as unbelievable. However, when all this happened, Sarutobi Hinesan quickly stabilized his emotions and set out to arrange for the Anbi ninja in the village to keep this secret, personally led Emiya Shiera to sit in the Naruto building in the village. Feel sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed his apology sincerely, especially his negligence to his disciples' teachings. I didn't expect Orochimaru to disturb the peace of Emiya. No obstacle. I was just deceived by him. Emiya Shiera acted very calmly, not caring about being deceived at all, and took the initiative to pick out a person to take the blame. If a man named Uchiha Itachi told me everything, maybe I would have been kept in the dark by him. Is Itachi? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that Uchiha Itachi could play a huge role in this matter, and actually guided Emiya Shiera to rescue Miss Xiao Huiyongdu. Countless questions flashed in Sarutobi Hinesan's mind. For example, the robbery of Miss Huiyongdu, the affairs of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, and the contact between Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. He was thinking about it. How should we find a way to find out this information? Besides, about Shiera Emiya's reincarnation However, the Emiya Shiera seems to be the same as the Emiya Shiera. Whether it is Orochimaru's improvement of the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, or Uchiha Obito is implementing Uchiha Madara's will, he confessed it directly. Even the robbery of the Musha washing red beans was admitted, because Orochimaru claimed that he was ordered by Konoha senior officials to use the curse seal to strengthen Konoha ninja. Musha washing red beans was the first test item that was not a failure. That was Orochimaru's private actions. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certainly unwilling to take the blame. He explained Konoha's restrictions on the curse seal in a deep voice. Konoha never thought of using the curse seal of Lord Emiya. Now the people who still have curse seals in the village are all gifts from Lord Emiya more than 40 years ago. In fact, Konoha has not successfully studied it. Only Orochimaru has developed the natural energy curse seal, but has been hiding his experimental results until he defected. Result: that bastard disciple actually let the senior management take the blame in front of Shiera Emiya. Given that Sarutobi Hinata had sufficient evidence, Emiya Shiera believed Sarutobi Hinata's words, but he refused to reveal the plans left by Uchiha Madara. I can't tell you about Madara's plan. Because this is something Madara hoped that I could help keep it confidential, even Hashima could not reveal the secret. The reason why I didn't unlock the art of reincarnation in the filthy land was that I heard that after 2 more wars in the ninja world broke out in the future, I hope to see in this era that Madara's plan will be successful. No. This is too honest. Sarutobi Hizaki really had a headache. Uchiha Madara's plan will definitely cause big trouble to the ninja world. If Amiyashi was a ninja of the enemy country, he could even directly order the torture department to take action, but he would not have any action against Amiyashi. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen is still in good time. Sarutobi Hitzozaki has already found out the idea of the resurrected big man, Shiera Emiya, who is resurrected again, and enthusiastically invited Shiera Emiya to stay in Konoha for a while, intending to find an opportunity to get more information from Shiera Emiya's mouth. There is no way. Neutral characters are difficult to deal with. Especially the power of this neutral character is strong enough. Emiya Shiera stayed in Konoha village like this. He seemed to have experienced a lot of things, and his mentality changed compared to more than 40 years ago. This man's favorite thing on weekdays is to stroll in Konoha village in a straw hat, and he is also very curious about the new things in Konoha village. Because this also allowed him to come out frequently on the commercial street. From then on, Emiya had a suitable reason to meet Naruto Uzumaki, and a more suitable reason to observe Uchiha attack his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Same. It also gives him more opportunities to wait for his commission to appear. Time passed by little by little. There is a strange person in Konoha village, but it seems that nothing has happened, because people rarely want to pay attention to an irrelevant person. Apart from the yellow-haired ghost Naruto, who has always longed to get rid of the loneliness. When Naruto Uzumaki met Shiera Emiya at the Ichira ramen shop, especially when the other party suddenly spoke up to treat him to a bowl of ramen, he felt the kindness on the other party, which made his chakra feel excited to get close. It's not just his own chakra. Another chakra in his body was also becoming gentle. Thank you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto pulled the goggles on his head and bit the ramen in the bowl with a voracious look on his face, asking with some excitement and carefulness, I often see you in the village recently. Are you a ninja senior in the village? It's almost the same. Shiera Emiya looked at his movements and calmly pushed the ramen in front of him to him. My name is Shiera Emiya. If you have heard of this name. This name. It can be said to be thunderous. However, people cannot help but pay tribute by the same name. Only if you have truly seen Shiera Emiya take the initiative to admit his identity will you know that he is the creator of the medical ninja concept in the legend. Naruto Uzumaki naturally would not think that the other party was a legendary character. He just bit the ramen and mumbled about the stories about Emiya Shiera that he had seen and heard. It sounds exactly the same as the name of the protagonist in the bedtime story. Grandpa told me a lot about Emiya Shiera. I want to become as respected as him, but I still don't want to be a medical ninja like him. I want to be the Hokage in the village. Yet Emiya Shiera listened quietly to the little guy telling his story, but when he thought of something, he would speak out and follow up. Koha's first Naruto also gave up his dream of becoming a medical ninja in order to establish Konoha. Yes. Naruto Uzumaki nodded and agreed. It seems that medical ninjas are indeed a bit bad, not as majestic as the Naruto in the village. It's true. Emiya Shiera nodded seriously, his voice drifting on Konoha's streets with the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been eavesdropping, almost fell down. Naruto, this little guy. Don't destroy Konoha's image in front of Lord Emiya. Chapter 122 Goodbye Tsunade. The nights in Konoha village are a little quiet. Street lights illuminate the streets, and the population gradually became less and less. Emiya Shiera took Uzumaki Naruto to take a walk and digest food on the street, making him feel as if he was taking another little guy 40 years ago. Tap and tap. Uzumaki Naruto kicked the stone under his feet. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed them secretly. He knew that Shiera Emiya could not have any malice, but just simply took care of the nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki. Who is that kid? A woman's voice suddenly appeared beside Sarutobi Hinesan. The third-generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan was startled and turned around quickly and widened his eyes to see Tsunade with his fists clenched, and Jiraiya, who was embarrassed to stand beside Tsunade. Why are you back? Sarutobi Hinaru looked at his two disciples in surprise. Didn't you send someone to send us news that he returned to Konoha? Tsunade frowned and looked at Sarutobi Hinashen in surprise. After receiving the news that Emiya Shiera appeared in Konoha, she hurried back to Konoha. Even Jiraiya returned to the village together. Result. Tsunade saw this scene when she returned to the village. The familiar scene on the street is so similar to my childhood. That's Naruto, the child of Minato. Sarutobi Hisan's words made a flash of surprise flash across Tsunade and Jiraiya's faces at the same time, and he added, it is also the Jutailed Tsubasaki in the village. The relationship between Shiera Emiya and Nine-Tails cannot be said to be well known, but Tsunade, who has heard the stories of Shiera Emiya and Nine-Tails since childhood, must have known it. In this case, Emiya Shiera will inevitably be a little special to the nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki Uzumaki Naruto. Is Minato's child Naruto? Jiraiya, who was in his prime, had a complicated look in his eyes. In order to find the son of the prophetic change of the world by the great Toad Immortal, he rarely had time to pay attention to what happened to Konoha. Good. Sarutobi Hinazo talked about the past story. When Minato died, he sealed the nine tails in Naruto's body. Just as the master and apprentice were talking about the story of the fourth generation of Naruto, Shiera Emiya sent Naruto Uzumaki all the way to his home, then slowly turned around and looked at the master and apprentice at the corner of the street. Sarutobi Hizaki felt a little embarrassed to hide it anymore. I seemed to have seen him when I was a kid. Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. But neither Sarutobi Hinako nor Tsunade paid attention to what he said. Tsunade walked out openly, staring at Shiera Emiya not far away. Her fingers clenched into fists and slowly let go, and she greeted Shiera Emiya. Long time no see. Lord Emiya. Even though Tsunade already knew that she would definitely be able to see Shiera Emiya, she was still a little dazed when she saw the other person again after 40 years. At this moment, it seems like a different world. Even though Emiya Shiera has been leaving many traces in her life, she cannot meet the emotions that surged in her heart when the person in front of her truly appeared in front of her. This is her childhood. When a person experiences more and more ups and downs on the road of growth, he will miss his carefree childhood more and more, especially her childhood experience is enough to make anyone envious. Even if she grew up. Have you been a long time? When Emiya Shiera saw Tsunade, there was no turmoil in his heart. His brows frowned slightly. It hasn't been long since I saw it last time. 40 years has been a long enough time. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. 40 years was enough to grow from an ignorant girl who was ignorant to the world to a mature charming woman. Not 40 years. The last time I met was in the kingdom of Tang. Emiya Shiera had to remind Tsunade and poked Tsunade's shortcomings without hesitation. You were drunk in a tavern. I happened to visit the orphanage in Kakuta and accompany Kakuta to ask you for debt. That time doesn't count. Tsunade's forehead couldn't help but jump. Tsunade's face was even a little embarrassed, because it seemed a little too embarrassing in front of Shiera Emiya that time. The feeling of being caught by the old elders was too strong. But Emiya Shiera had no intention of blaming her. Even at that time, she was stroking her hair like she was when she was a child, like a generous elder who tolerated everything about her. Thinking about it this way made Tsunade even more ashamed. After all, she knew that Emiya Shiera was not as uncontrollable as her grandfather, but an elder who could truly set an example. The moonlight became brighter. The shadows on the streets were gradually shortened by the light. Tsunade followed Emiya Shiera and escorted him back to the resting place where Konoha was entertaining guests, while telling some stories that happened later. You after leaving. A lot of things happened in this world later. The war in the ninja world broke out. Senior Shuomo committed suicide. My grandmother passed away, and Rose Tree died in the war. I also encountered a slug. I got the second crystal coffin you left behind from the slug. When I left Konoha's traveling in the ninja world, I thought Orochimaru was reliable enough, so I handed over the crystal coffin to him for care. Unexpectedly, the guy actually stole the crystal coffin and even used the filthy reincarnation technique to resurrect you. Just as all children in this world met a reliable parent after experiencing the storm, Tsunade could finally talk about the fragile days she experienced without distraction, and her mood gradually became unprecedentedly relaxed. The heavy depression over the years. It seemed that they were all dissipating after conversing. There was no change in Emiya Shiera's face, and it seemed that she was not moved by the stories Tsunade had experienced. It seems like no emotion. Only Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping, felt a little moved in his heart. He knew that the pain he had experienced by his friends, and even what they had experienced together. But it seems that he has never been by his side. He has listened to Tsunade's heart, perhaps because he always regards Tsunade as a ninja with a strong inner strength like himself. But that Emiya Shiera. Why do you seem to have no feelings? Can people who are reincarnated in the filthy land have no emotions like dead people? Just when Jiraiya felt sad while listening to Tsunade's story and felt that Emiya Shiera's performance was a bit weird, he found that Sarutobi Hinako and Tsunade seemed to be familiar with Emiya Shiera, who had a cold expression. This is too strange. It seems that their relationship should be very close. After listening to Tsunade's story quietly, Shiera Emiya quietly stopped and said softly, "The dessert shop should be closed. The Ichiro ramen is still open now. Do you need to take you to have ramen?" Ha 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 ha. Tsunade's mood improved greatly. Thinking of the rewards she received when she was a child, she couldn't help laughing. "I am no longer a child now. Then let's take you to have barbecue." Emiya Shiwan nodded, as if he had agreed with Tsunade's words. "Okay, ha ha ha." Tsunade's face was still laughing freely. She smiled a little hard, so that 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. "Master Emiya is still the same as before. Tsunade is different." Emiya Shiera calmly handed her a tissue, reached out to cover her forehead, and rubbed her hair. "There was actually one thing you didn't say just now. Tsunade has become the best medical ninja in the world." "Master Emiya." Tsunade's crying became heartbreaking. In this quiet night, Tsunade burst into tears. Her palms tightly grabbed the arms that Emiya Shiera stretched over and lowered her head, allowing Emiya Shiera's palms to help her cover her cheeks with tears, but she tried desperately to completely vent the pain she had experienced over the years at this moment. Jiraiya's eyes drooped slightly. Now he could finally see that the cold-faced Shiera Emiya was hiding a warm feeling deep in his heart that made people want to get close. He finally understood why Tsunade always missed Shiera Emiya. Even if it is him. "I also feel like a child." Sarutobi Hinako was holding his pipe, and a wisp of smoke disappeared in the wind. He couldn't help but miss the past more than 40 years ago in his eyes. At that time, no war happened. I can also be like a young man who likes to study, following Emiya Shiera and quietly listening to the teachings of a wise man. Such a person. How could it harm the ninja world? Uchiha Madara's plan should not cause much trouble. If even Amiri Shiera agrees, it should not have any harm to the ninja world, right? Chapter 123 The Problem of the Big Toad Immortal. Konoha Barbecue Shop. The barbecue restaurant is still open late at night. When Emiya Shiera and his group came in, everyone present was surprised and wanted to say hello, because except for Emiya Shiera whom they didn't know, everyone else was a senior who deserved their respect in Konoha village. Third generation of Naruto. Sir Tsunade and Jiraiya are back. Kai, Hong, Kakashi, you are here too. A smile appeared on Sarutobi Hinako's face. He saw a mature ninja sitting among the group of young men, and the smile on his face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment. Because this person is his son Sarutobi Asuma. However, Asuma Sarutobi was a little rebellious since childhood. Sometimes she longed for her father, sometimes she disliked her father, and often had conflicts with her father. Later, she simply left the village and wandered around, and defected to the Kingdom of Fire. Daming became one of the 12 guardians of Daming. This kind of thing. It has always made Sarutobi Hinata's father extremely embarrassed. According to common sense, the task of protecting Daming of Fire should be the responsibility of Konoha, who belongs to the Kingdom of Fire, and the result of Konoha's Naruto Asuma Kozaruto actually joined another organization that obviously had conflicts with Konoha. Fortunately, a few days ago, the civil war broke out between the guardian ninjas under Daming. Asuma Sarutobi must have seen some things clearly and chose to return to Konoha. But the relationship between father and son is still a bit awkward. Asuma, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata, did not want to educate his son here, so he ordered himself, "Remember to go to the Naruto studio to register tomorrow." New. Sarutobi Asuma picked up a cigarette unhappily. "Don't compete with the old man, Asuma." Jiraiya leaned over with great enthusiasm, patted Asuma on the shoulder, and smiled and hugged one of the silver-haired young men. "Kakashi, how are you feeling recently?" Haki Kakashi glanced at Jiraiya weakly. His mood? Uchiha Obito, a companion who used to entrust life and death, became a rebel ninja. He also secretly created the Nine-Tail Rebellion many years ago and killed so many people, becoming the object of Konoha's spitting. Haki Kakashi was silent for a while. His eyes fell on Tsunade and he greeted the other party, "Master Tsunade." "Long time no see, Kakashi." Tsunade waved her hand to Haki Kakashi. Her mood had just recovered. She just greeted Haki Kakashi and followed Shiera Emiya and introduced softly, "Kakashi is the son of Senior Shuomo." Haki Kakashi subconsciously looked at Shiera Emiya's back. "I've seen it." Emiya Shiera continued to walk and did not look back, but just praised casually, "His Landun practices very well. Let's go first." Sarutobi Hizaki hurriedly followed Emiya Shiera's footsteps, as if he had accidentally ordered, "Everyone, go back early to rest. I have to go through it, too." Jiraiya patted Haki Kakashi on the shoulder hard. In fact, Jiraiya knew about Haki Kakashi's recent situation, so she sat down to him to comfort him. They resonated in a sense because Jiraiya believed that his friend Orochimaru had defected, and even Orochimaru's ability to cause trouble was no less than that of Uchiha Obito. After the group left, the young ninjas on this dining table couldn't help but discuss it. Although the theme of today's party is mainly to welcome Asuma Sarutobi, it is inevitable that he would discuss the matter of his former classmate Uchiha Obito during this period. Talking about this topic made the atmosphere on the table a little heavy. Fortunately, Amiri Shiera and his group came in to let them change the topic. Is something big going on in the village? Yuri Hong looked back at Jiraiya's back, and seemed a little surprised at the return of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade and Jiraiya have both been recalled, and who is that person? It seems that the third generation of Naruto respects him very much. Is it the messenger of Daming? Maid K immediately touched his chin. Definitely not. Asuma Sarutobi lit the cigarette in his mouth. He stayed by Daming for a long time and had never seen Shiera Amiri. This is not something we should worry about. Haki Kakashi shook his head, not wanting everyone to talk about this topic, because he is an Anbi ninja and knows that Emiya originally had an extremely mysterious identity. Haki Kakashi stood up and picked up his clothes on his own. It's almost here today. We have our own tasks tomorrow. Sitting behind the screen, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others didn't speak. They have been waiting for the young people outside to disperse. After all, Sarutobi Hinata is a person who knows Shiera very well. After 10 years of traveling to the ninja world together, Sarutobi Hinazan knew that Shiera Emiya could reveal a shocking secret. However, today is a bit strange. Because Emiya she really said nothing, he just quietly helped Tsunade barbecue and handed drinks, like an elder who brought his children out to play. Only Jiraiya, who couldn't help but speaks first, asked a topic he was concerned about, because he once had a disciple who also had the same eyes as him. To put it, the eyes of Lord Emiya seem to. Don't ask unhappy questions. Tsunade glared at Jiraiya with some dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice, Master Emiya brings me here for barbecue. Don't find out any hell of information here. Jiraiya's curiosity suddenly stagnated. There is nothing to say. Emiya Shiera reached out to stop Tsunade and said casually, I once tried to change the ninja world and transplanted the eyes of the 6 paths of immortals, so at some point my body had the SAMs of reincarnation. Now the filthy body is just in the time when I had the SAMs of reincarnation. Well. Jiraiya wants to ask what he wants. However, Jiraiya saw Tsunade's glaring eyes and could only hang his head and eat the barbecue on his own. It was rare for him to see his friends be happy for a while. Never mind. Jiraiya had plans in his mind. In the outline in front of his hand, he seemed to be inconvenient to ask anything, so he could only plan to quietly rush to Mayama Mountain in a few days to ask some stories about Emiya Shiera. Just so. Recently, Jiraiya is a little confused about his journey to find the Son of Prophecy and has no idea. He is trying to get more guidance from the Great Toad Immortal. Result. When Jiraiya really left Konoha, rushed to Mayama Mountain to see the Big Toad Immortal, and mentioned that Emiya Shiera was resurrected again, he finally got some information about Emiya Shiera from the Big Toad Immortal. On Mayama Mountain. Among the temples at the highest point in the Toad Country, the Big Toad Immortal sat in his seat. He closed his eyes and listened quietly to Jiraiya's resurrected what happened to Shiera Emiya who was resurrected again. Does Emiya Shiera, who has the samurai eye? The Big Toad Immortal's face was a little old, and its eyes were still closed, but it seemed as if he saw the terrifying figure standing proudly above the village of ninja sect, that admirable and fearful existence. Fear. Jirei was a little surprised. Because even if he knew the other party's identity and knew that the other party's strength must be strong enough, he could not feel any fear from Shiera Emiya. That man. Under the seemingly cold and arrogant appearance, he has extraordinary patience to treat everyone. Even Jiraiya has a close relationship with the other party, and even the other party will not care about his offense and will answer his questions seriously. Good. The big toad immortal nodded calmly, and its eyes slowly opened, as if it was back in the past. Little Jiraiya, now I have seen this Emiya Shiera who has become like this in the ninja world. Can you see that he still has the idea of changing the world in his heart? Hey, I can't do it. Jiraiya thought that the big toad immortal was really overestimating himself. Although Jiraiya, who is in his 40s, can also penetrate the world and have a reputation and status in the ninja world, he cannot even be called a small person in front of Shiera Emiya. How could he guess Shiera Emiya's thoughts? But we don't have much time. The big toad immortal showed a little regret on his face, and he shook his head gently, as if he was a wise man who had seen through everything. Little Jiraiya, do you think someone needs to change in the ninja world now? Of course I need it. Jiraiya sat on the ground with some discomfort and tried hard to rub his temples, otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for the child who was prophetic all over the world. Speaking of which, what does it mean to not have much time? That prophecy. It is also the reason why Jiraiya keeps acting. In the prophecy made by the Great Toad Immortal, Jiraiya will also accept a disciple. His disciple will bring changes to the ninja world and completely change the entire ninja world. However, it is impossible to tell whether this change will bring stability or destruction to the ninja world. That's exactly. Jiraiya has been looking for the disciples he will encounter in his destiny. He is eager to find the disciple who can change the world, hoping that he can guide that disciple to bring stability to the ninja world. I've been looking for it for so many years. Isn't it just to change the world? As a result, the big toad immortal asked himself if this ninja world needs to be changed. No. The big toad immortal shook his head slowly and firmly. Its eyes were a little old, but it also had the wisdom accumulated over thousands of years. Little Jiraiya, my question is, if the child in the prophecy does not exist, do you think the current ninja world needs to be changed? Let me think about it. Jiraiya suddenly touched his chin and nodded. The ninja world now seems to be quite peaceful, but there is still a ninja fight between the ninja villages. Someone must be needed to change all this, right? After Jiraiya said this, he remembered the story of the big toad immortal about the ninja sect, and a little yearning appeared on his face. It would be best that this era can be like the ninja sect in the ancient times, and people can understand each other, otherwise there will definitely be no more fighting in this world. The big toad immortal suddenly fell silent. Jiraiya looked at the silent big toad immortal, and suddenly felt a little uneasy. Could it be that what he said, is there something wrong with it? But even in that era, the big toad immortal's eyes closed again, recalling the grand ideals of Emiya Shiera, some people still want to modify the flaws that exist in the era. Chapter 124, Force Level Mission about the Son of Prophecy. Correct the flaws. Jiraiya couldn't think of any flaws. What other flaws could exist in ancient times? People can understand each other's ideas through chakra, and communication between people is extremely smooth. What else can be more comfortable than in ancient times? Humans will have greed. The big toad immortal sighed softly and told the story of the ancient times. There will always be people who use the power of chakra to satisfy their selfish desires. Even among the disciples of the ninja sect, there will inevitably be some unbearable evil behaviors. At this point, it is indeed a flaw in ancient times. Even Jiraiya, who always respected ancient times, had to admit this, and he didn't think it would be a big trouble. Tofu. It's better than the ninja world now? It is indeed easy to correct a small flaw, right? Emiya Shiera. Jiraiya suddenly thought of something and said in surprise, is it the one who wants to correct the flaws of ancient times? More than that. Emiya Shiera once made a prophecy in ancient times, and these small flaws and the existence of chakra may become a way to put the world in war. The big toad immortal opened his eyes again, and its voice suddenly became a little vague. Its voice even made people feel a little nervous. Little Jiraiya, who do you think is greater in your ideals or Shiera Emiya? Of course it's Lord Emiya. Jiraiya slapped himself on the forehead. What a hell is this? How dare anyone in this world thinks that they can be comparable to Shiera Emiya? That is an existence that all the legendary six-path immortals must respect. The immortal Shenzuo, who had been standing next to the big toad immortal, quickly reminded the immortal, this kind of question is a bit too insulting to Xiao Jiraiya. What kind of virtue is Xiao Jiraiya? She can actually compare with Shi Yuanyu. Jiraiya's cheeks twitched. Although it sounds like the deep immortal is helping me, what it says is really hard to be sure. Even Xiao Jiraiya wants to change the ninja world. The big toad immortal recalled the disaster in the past and asked a question tremblingly. Emiya Shiera, who could not tolerate even the flaws in the ancient times, saw that the world has become what he expected. Now Emiya Shiera. I definitely want to change. When Jiraiya said this, his voice suddenly paused, and a strange question suddenly came to his mind. Wait, since Lord Emiya foresaw this way in ancient times that the ninja world would become like this, why didn't he stop it? Why? Did the other party prevent all this from happening? With Shiera Emiya, it is impossible for him to watch the ninja world slide into the abyss, right? Could it be that the inheritance of the medical ninja is his doing? Medical ninja is the path that Lord Emiya wants to guide. Jiraiya thought he had figured it out, and he thought his guess should be correct. His Excellency Emiya is guiding people to use chakra for medical treatment. The big toad immortal looked down at Jiraiya, as if he was looking at a naive child because he was once a witness to the disaster. Where is it wrong? Jiraiya took a step back a little embarrassedly. This is indeed his intention. The big toad immortal did not deny it, but it did not reject another thing, another reason. In ancient times, someone once promised Emiya Shiera that people in this world will definitely be able to understand each other in the future. This is really... Jirei couldn't help laughing. Although he has always wanted to make the ninja world an ideal world that everyone understands, he also knows how difficult it is. It sounds like even a little naive. Even Emiya Shiera became a little naive. Jirei's affection for Emiya Shiera increased greatly. He never thought that the other party had believed in those innocent ideals like him. But the big toad immortal interrupted Jirei's imagination with one sentence. It had to remind Jirei of one thing: little Jirei, people from later generations seem to have not done it. I'm really sorry. Jirei's face was also a little regretful. Because only a few people truly hold this naive ideal. So, what about Emiya Shiera's thoughts? The big toad immortal reminded Jirei again with some regret. It even talked about the first resurrection of Emiya Shiera without hesitation. Koba's first Naruto Senjo Hashirama ended the Warring States period, which may make Emiya Shiera believe that there is still hope in the ninja world, so he calmed the first ninja world war you mentioned. Yes, it's a pity. Jirei's face also felt a little regretful. He remembered the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War that broke out again later. Even the peace that Lord Emiya hoped for, we juniors did not do it. Little Jirei. The big toad immortal sighed and had to give a warning. If Emiya had expected that this world would inevitably fall into war forever, perhaps he might have pursued peace in his own way. Own way. When Jirei truly realized this, the expression on his face finally changed completely. What does this mean? Lord Emiya? That way. It's definitely not what this world wants. The voice of the big toad immortal finally became completely heavier, and its eyes slowly closed, recalling the war in which the village of ninja sect was almost destroyed. The horror of that war. Second only to Kaguya Atsutsuki was sealed in the battle between mother and son. Little Jirei. You don't have much time. They. Big Toad Immortal once again raised the question of time and talked about the Son of Prophecy. He also had to remind Jirei seriously, you need to let Emiya Shiera see the hope of stability in the ninja world again, and don't let that man have the idea of changing the world again. Maybe his power cannot be achieved now, but Emiya Shiera, who has the reincarnation eye, is enough to cause a terrifying disaster for this world. When Shiera Emiya was resurrected for the first time, Maomushin did not have any contracted psychics to help. Shiera Emiya did nothing, which made the Big Toad Immortal even miss this old friend. Now, the Big Toad Immortal could not ignore all this. As a Big Toad Immortal who has truly witnessed the extreme practices of Emiya Shiera, he has to remind Jirei that there may be a crisis in the ninja world. No. What the hell is Mr. Emiya? Jirei was nervous and anxious to ask what Emiya Shiera would do. He couldn't imagine what threat such a person would pose to the world. A medical ninja. It's still a medical ninja who has saved so many people. I can't say it. The big-toed immortal couldn't help but sigh, and the man who destroyed the ninja sect 1,000 years ago but saved the ninja sect for the ninja world, because now I can't tell how powerful he is. The big-toed immortal could only keep mentioning one thing, little Jiraiya, there is only one thing you have to do, find the real prophecy son to guide him on the right path, and let Emiya Shiera see the world again with hope. I see. Jiraiya could only shake his head helplessly and couldn't help complaining, at least give me more information. Maybe. The big-toed immortal suddenly snored in his mouth. It seemed as if he was asleep, and slowly left a sentence, you can tell Emiya Shiera my prophecy. Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the big-toed immortal claimed that Shiera Emiya needed to see hope for peace in the ninja world, then he told the other party this prophecy, and maybe the other party might help him find the son of the prophecy. But the other party should believe it, right? If Shiera Emiya and the big-toed immortal had a friendship, they would definitely know that the big-toed immortal could predict the future, and they should also choose to believe that the prophecy son can change the ninja realm together. End. If Shiera Emiya may want to threaten the ninja world when seeing this bad situation in the ninja world, then you will find a way to test Shiera Emiya's power, at least you won't be helpless in the future. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiraiya's mind. He knew that Emiya Shiera must be a good person, but he also knew that some good people would indeed do some extreme behaviors. In Konoha village. In the ward of Konoha Hospital. Shiera Emiya quietly watched Tsunade treating the patient. His brow suddenly frowned, and he looked at the latest system commission in surprise. SSS level mission, guide Jiraiya to find the real prophetic son, Uzumaki Naruto and Nagato. Chapter 125 Naruto Uzumaki's birthday. The Son of Prophecy. This is the goal that Jiraiya pursues throughout her life. However, for Jiraiya, this so-called important mission that he always thought he was carrying might be more like a curse on him. As long as Jiraiya is still living in this world, he will never stop looking for the so-called prophetic son who can change the ninja world. Only when Jiraiya is about to face death will he realize that he has stopped looking for the son of prophecy. At that time, Jiraiya will truly begin to recall his life. In fact, the children prophesied by the big-toed immortal have already appeared among his disciples. Really? Why bother to be busy all your life? Many important people in this world often meet at the beginning of life, but when they get too close, they will be subconsciously ignored. Emiya Shiera received this rare force commission, and his eyes raised to look at Tsunade. Tsunade, has your friend left Konoha? Is that guy Jiraiya? You must be out for a trip again. Tsunade couldn't help but curse Jiraiya. While lowering her head to check the patient's condition, she replied casually, he has been looking for a child prophetically in the big-toed immortal, as if he could change the ninja world or something. Tsunade did not hide this matter. It is no secret between them. Jiraiya's friend seemed crazy. Whenever the village was peaceful, he would sneak out to find the so-called son of prophecy, so that Tsunade and Orochimaru didn't agree with his ideas. That kind of rumor. It sounds a bit fake. However, Tsunade mentioned the story about the son of prophecy, and suddenly looked at Shiera Amiya, wanting to help her friends get an answer from here, because in anyone's opinion, there is no one in this world who has a more profound knowledge than Shiera Amiya. Master Amiya, is prophecy true? Amiya Shiera raised her head and looked at Tsunade's bright brown eyes, and her voice suddenly became erratic. If you believe it, it's real. If you believe that something exists, and I am willing to work hard for this happening, then the so-called prophecy is real in a sense. In Amiya Shiera's words, it seems that he is questioning the so-called prophecy, and it seems that he is affirming the truth of the prophecy. The future has countless possibilities. When a prophecy appears, a certain future that humans have to experience is reflected in advance. Sarutobi Hinako, who had been hiding outside the door, had agreed with her face. Because Shiera Amiya's interpretation of the prophecy has extremely positive significance, and it is exactly what he likes to educate the children in the village. I'll leave first. Naruto should be out of school soon. Shiera Amiya no longer mentioned these things and stood up on her own. I promised to accompany him to fish after school today. It's Naruto again. Tsunade's forehead couldn't help but jump up, remembering the reward he had never received when he was a child. Mr. Amiya has never taken me to fish. You are no longer a child. Amiya Shiera raised her finger and tapped her brow. Today is the child's birthday, and you must do what you promised others. That. Jing Ian stood beside him, holding a pink pig, and asked carefully, do you need to prepare a birthday cake for him? No. Amiya Shiera shook his head, and his eyes looked at many villagers holding white bouquets on the street outside the window. Today is not a good day. Sarutobi Hitson outside the door had quietly left. Because this day is really not a good day, because it is not only Naruto Uzumaki's birthday, but also the death day for many people. Even for Uzumaki Naruto himself. Even now Naruto didn't know that his birthday was also his parents' death. By the river. Uzumaki Naruto was making a simple fishing rod happily. During this period, Naruto Uzumaki lived a very happy life. Because he finally met someone in the village who was truly willing to accept him, treating him like a friend, even treating him better than Grandpa Naruto, as if he could tolerate everything about him. Although the other party always speaks coldly and never likes to joke. But Naruto Uzumaki can truly feel the other person's kindness. Naruto Uzumaki can even disagree with the other person as a senior recently, and can start calling him by his name. This kind of goodwill. It was so rare in his life. The villagers of Konoha hated his existence very much, and even bought things from the store and were often scolded. This little guy didn't know the reason. He just kept trying to get more recognition from others. Pity. This seems to be a very difficult thing. Naruto Uzumaki can only recognize one thing. Only by becoming Naruto in the future can he get everyone's recognition and gain more friends. Even Shiera, a new friend of Emiria, agrees with his ideas very much. At that time, it's definitely not just me. Maybe there will be friends with me to celebrate my birthday. Uzumaki Naruto bit a fishing line tightly at the corner of his mouth, and he began to imagine his future as Naruto who would become a lonely one after he grew up. When people are lonely, or when you have no idea, I always want to fantasize about some ideal world to make myself happy. But Naruto Uzumaki thinks he is different. He has been working hard to become a Naruto. He will work hard to become a ninja in school. Even if his talent is not very good, practicing ninjutsu is always inexplicably failed because of chakra. Speaking of it, why haven't the Umiya come yet? After Uzumaki Naruto wrapped the fishing line in his hand seriously, he looked up at the ending sun, and suddenly felt nervous. Why don't you come? He should be able to keep his word, right? He promised to fish with me today. And today is his birthday. Perhaps today may be the only birthday that may not be spent alone. Humph, this little devil. The 9 tails in Naruto Uzumaki's body groaned on their own. This stupid little devil. Do you really think that the Umiyashi is here to accompany him? If it weren't for the spirit of this little ghost, they had never come to the sealed space of the tailed beast, and they had never had contact with each other. Jutai really wanted to have a good chat with Naruto Uzumaki so that this little ghost would not have to be self-indulgent here. And do you doubt Emiya Shiera? Emiya Shiera's friends never doubt him. Joey didn't think that Shiera Emiya would deceive a little guy, nor did he think that Shiera Emiya would break his promise. He came a little late today. Could it be that something happened to delay? Have you encountered difficult conditions? Naruto Uzumaki began to feel a little depressed when he was worried about gains and losses. The 9 tails in his body casually thought about the reason why Shiera Emiya was late. The sun finally sets. The red sunset turned into a red line. It was not until Naruto Uzumaki was a little nervous or even depressed that a familiar voice appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki. It's a bit late. Emiya Shiera's voice was still so dull, as if he didn't need to care about being late, but it doesn't seem too late. Emiya. When Naruto Uzumaki turned around in surprise, he saw a long package thrown towards him, causing him to hurriedly and subconsciously hold him up. Click. Uzumaki Naruto held the package in his arms in disbelief. Is this a fishing rod? Uzumaki Naruto opened the package with joy and saw the fishing rods inside. Wait, is this a gift? Compared with the fishing rods used for fishing, Naruto Uzumaki had a vaguely unrealistic guess in his mind. He has never received such a formal gift, and even no one will remember it on his birthday, and he never dared to celebrate his birthday. Uzumaki Naruto realized that he might have received the gift. He held the gift tightly with his hands and subconsciously refused to let go. His eyes were red and looked at Shiera Amiri nervously. Is this a birthday gift for me? Shiera Umiya nodded indifferently. Why? Naruto Uzumaki subconsciously wanted to ask this question, but then quickly wanted to close his mouth. He was a little afraid of his questioning. Because. Shiera Emiya was silent for a while, reached out to cover his head, rubbing his hair. Are you the first person to start calling me Emiya? Jiwei couldn't help but complain in his heart. What a hell reason! Even in ancient times, the old man from Six Paths would respectfully call you the Lord of the Ushimura. This little devil is obviously inappropriate. Why do you have to reward this rude little guy? It's a bit bad. The more I thought about it, the more I felt unhappy. This little ghost is Kuriki, whom he hates very much. Will this little ghost be favored by Shiera Emiya in the future? Grow up quickly, Naruto. Emiya Shiera stroked his forehead, as if full of expectations for this child, and he was really looking forward to the other party growing up soon. He. Naruto Uzumaki hugged the gift in his arms with a smile. He didn't understand what Emiya Shiera meant, and just wanted to put the gift home and treasure it as soon as possible. This birthday. I believe he will never forget it when he grows up. Unfortunately, this joy cannot be shared with others. Because Naruto Uzumaki had discovered that every time he had his birthday, everyone in the village was very unhappy and even became even more annoying. Even the classmates seemed a little depressed, making him dare not share his joy. But Naruto Uzumaki didn't care so much anymore. Because he knew that he had already gained a lot on his birthday. Just as Naruto Uzumaki and Shiera Emiya are getting better and better, and even looking forward to meeting Shiera Emiya every day, Jiraiya returns to Konoha from Mikiyama. However, Jiraiya went to see Shiera Emiya as soon as possible. Regardless of whether Shiera Emiya knew about it, she told Shiera Emiya about the prophecy he got from the Big Toad Immortal, and wanted to inquire Shiera Emiya's attitude openly and secretly. These thoughts Jiraiya did not tell Tsunade. Because his thoughts are very dangerous, Tsunade will definitely not accept them, and no one will think that Emiya Shiera may endanger the ninja world. But this is the warning of the Big Toad Immortal. No matter what, Ji Lai did not dare to ignore his potential danger. He was particularly entangled inside and wanted to get information but did not dare to test it too much. Old Master Emiya. Jiraiya carefully asked Emiya Shiera's thoughts, and he also hoped that everything would develop in a good way. I believe in the prophecy of the Great Toad Immortal, and believe that there will be a child in the future of the ninja world who can bring about changes to this world. The prophecy of Toad Maple. Emiya Shiera's face showed a smile, and she did not expose Jiraiya's uneasiness, and she seemed quite interested in the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. You found an excellent disciple. And this disciple happened to have the ideal of changing the world. Then when he grows up in the future, he will be able to change the world like Hashimama in the past. This matter seems to be in line with the logic of the world. After Amiya Shiera finished speaking his theory, he suddenly asked his own question. However, in Todemaru's prophecy, the most important person should be you, as a teacher. Where are your disciples now? Jiraiya's face immediately became a little depressed. Because he had only accepted 4 disciples in his life, among which the 4th generation of Naruto Hara Fengmizu sect died in the Nine-Tail Rebellion, as well as Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan from the Rain Kingdom, and the Toad from Miyama Mountain sent him information, and the 3 disciples died in the war. All died. No disciple survived. Among them, Jiraiya's most expectant ones were Nagato and Hatsuki Mizuno. These 2 disciples were the ones who were most likely to become the sons of prophecy. They are all dead. Chapter 126 Prophecy that will come true sooner or later. This is a failed exchange. Jiraiya remembered his failed life. When his disciples who had made him proud died, but a teacher was never by their side, and fate kept mocking his incompetence. Like his life has been failing all the time. Jiraiya was lying on the lawn. He thought that he had not protected his disciples, had not really pursued Tsunade he liked, and had not helped him back his companion Orochimaru who was going astray. Amiya. When Jiraiya was still savoring the past, the boy's high voice interrupted his contemplation and made him look back subconsciously. A yellow-haired boy wearing goggles rushed towards Shiera Amiya with a smile. His face was blue and purple with brand new scars. It was Naruto Uzumaki. There are no one in this village who dares to call Amiya Shiera like this. Slow down. Shiera Amiya reached out to greet him and sat down, with a green chakra in his palm. He did not ask where his wounds came from, and helped him heal the bruises on his face. Arigato. Naruto Uzumaki smiled and thanked her, then turned to look at Jiraiya who was lying beside her, and asked curiously, "Are you also a friend of Amiya?" Well. Jiraiya's expression suddenly stopped awkwardly. This question is indeed a bit embarrassing. No one in Konoha dares to claim to be Shiera Amiya's friend, right? Even the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinako can only call himself a junior. He is Tsunade's friend. Amiya Shiera picked up a tissue and handed it to Naruto Uzumaki. That fierce woman. Uzumaki Naruto remembered that he and Shiera Amiya met Tsunade by chance. As a result, he saw Tsunade smashing a wall with a punch, and his body was so scared that he shivered. Does anyone dare to make friends with her? Don't say bad things about others behind your back. Amiya Shiera rubbed his yellow hair and helped the child he raised to defend him. Tsunade was very well behaved when she was a child. Maybe she made some bad friends when she grew up. This kind of accusation is too fond of Tsunade. Jiraiya's eyelids couldn't help but jump up. Although he and Orochimaru seem to be bad friends, Tsunade is originally fierce, so it would be better to say that he and Orochimaru had broken Tsunade. However, Amiya Shiera ignored Jiraiya's dispute and just chatted quietly with Naruto Uzumaki, listening to the child telling the story of him at school. For example, his friend Nara Shikamaru was scolded again when he slept in class. For example, his friend Chu Daoding was scolded again when he stole potato chips in class. These are all trivial matters. Anyone felt a little sleepy about these little kids, and even Jiraiya was yawning. Only Shiera Umiya still listened very seriously, and would give a response or two from time to time, guiding the child to continue chatting tirelessly. Until it was getting late, Naruto Uzumaki took out his small wallet and raised the surprise he wanted to give to Shiera Emiya today. Grandpa gave me living expenses again. You can invite Umeya to have ramen tonight. Damn, do you want to hire one more person? Jiraiya sat upright with a piece of grass in his mouth, and without blushing at all, he raised his thoughts of wanting to have a meal. Naruto Uzumaki scratched the back of his head. After a surprise, a big smile suddenly appeared on his face. Okay. Although it looks a bit weird. But this white-haired man was willing to say something more seriously to him, and even wanted to have dinner with him, which made Naruto Uzumaki feel a little happy. But after all, this dinner happened that made Naruto Uzumaki feel guilty. Because when he was very happy to eat ramen, Shiera Emiya gave his ramen to him again, and even used the inappropriate health as an excuse to politely decline the idea of giving another bowl. However, the white-haired man who was free to eat shamelessly asked for 2 more bowls. Late at night, when Emiya Shiera and Naruto Uzumaki said goodbye, Jiraiya held a toothpick in her mouth, and the two of them looked at the back of the little ghost head returning home. Did you see any problem? Emiya Shiera suddenly asked a question. Jiraiya frowned in surprise and thought. He recalled the day he saw Naruto Uzumaki and could not imagine where there was a problem. Is there any problem with this child? On the surface, Naruto Uzumaki looks very much like his father Hatsuki Mizuno. Only his personality is not as gentle and quiet as Minato, but more lively and hot as his mother Uzumaki Kushina. Is there any problem with this? There should be no problem, right? In the Ichira ramen shop, Jiraiya secretly observed Naruto Uzumaki. He knew that Naruto Uzumaki was Konoha's 9-tailed Toshiki Riki, and he did not sense that the 9-tailed chakra had leaked. This. Is there any other problem with this? Jiraiya really couldn't quite understand it. However, Shiera Emiya asked this question, and Jiraiya didn't dare to ignore it as his identity, so he chose to observe Naruto Uzumaki in secret a whole day. In the ninja school, Naruto Uzumaki acted very normally. He had a lot of fun with his 2 friends, but he was a little bit serious enough during class. Although Naruto Uzumaki was scolded by the shop owner when he was shopping in the village, and even pointed at the people in the village to prevent other children from getting close, Naruto Uzumaki still smiled loudly, and there was no problem with his mentality. He happily found Shiera Emiya and took him to the river to fish. Still no problem. Jiraiya had to observe Naruto Uzumaki for a whole week. He just found that the child's mentality was very optimistic. Even in a somewhat harsh living environment, even if he had no parents' love for him, it did not stop Naruto Uzumaki from being positive. End. with the company of Shiera Emiya. Naruto Uzumaki always slept soundly after returning home. In addition to the occasional sadness that I am only at home, I can quickly adjust my mindset and prepare for a better tomorrow. No problem. Jiraiya touched his chin and couldn't help but recall his experience of growing up when he was a teenager. This is how the orphans in the village come here. That's what he is. The same is true for Kakashi. This is how orphans in the village who are not raised by their parents come here. They learn to endure unbearable environments since childhood, but Naruto Uzumaki is the Kyuki Tsukuriki, and the growth environment he had to face in his childhood may be worse. Winter is here. The streets of Konoha are covered with silver. Shiera Emiya took a thick children's clothing to help Naruto Uzumaki put it on, and then put on a big red scarf and gloves. The little guy with a cold face hugged his thighs hard, and his eyes became a little red. At this time, they seemed to be no friends again. Emiya Shiera has become an elder who can rely on again. Naruto Uzumaki has never had any parents since he was a child and envies those peers who are favored. He began to have some extravagant hopes, and it would be great if Emiya was his relative. Until Naruto Uzumaki left, Jiraiya's figure quietly appeared beside Shiera Emiya. He looked at Shiera Emiya with a look of surprise, as if he had finally got an answer. Your Excellency, Emiya believes that Naruto has no parents since he was a child. Is there any problem with his growing environment? This is how the orphans in the village come here. It's different. Emiya Shiera shook his head, and he watched Naruto Uzumaki jump and pretend to be happy. The rest of the time, what others get is more than him. At least. When Emiya Shiera said this, he looked at the owner of the clothing store who was still a little angry and said, other children would not encounter so many malice when they were young. That child. We are moving towards extremes step by step. How could it be? Jiraiya quickly shook his head. He observed Naruto Uzumaki during this period and did not notice any abnormalities on Naruto Uzumaki. Jiraiya's face even showed a hint of relief, and he was relieved that Naruto Uzumaki has grown up to this day. Naruto is better at facing dangerous environments than anyone else. He will definitely be an excellent ninja when he grows up. Maybe I will be the same as his father in the future. As long as you have this mentality, he will never give up in the face of any difficulties. Jiraiya felt a little excited. He discovered the advantages of Naruto Uzumaki and wanted to teach this child personally in the future. Naruto will not go to darkness. Jiraiya is very confident in his judgment. As a knowledgeable ninja, Jiraiya thought he still had some vision, and he began to suspect that Emiya Shiera's view might be wrong. Isn't it extreme either? Emiya Shiera turned her head and looked at Jiraiya, her eyes still calm. You have been observing this child, maybe you have never realized something. This child unconsciously tried every means to get close to Wen Nuan. He is gradually trying to protect everything he gets. Future. This child will truly awaken to the will that wants to protect everything around him. This will allow him to endure everything and become stronger. Jiraiya didn't quite understand the meaning of Shiera Emiya. No. Isn't this a good thing? Isn't this a good thing for a Konoha ninja? If Naruto Uzumaki becomes strong in the future to protect the people around him, isn't this the psychology that an excellent ninja must have? This kid is very strong. Amiya Shiera's expression became faintly quiet, as if she had penetrated the truth of this world. This child will even become stronger than Hashimama I have seen, because his will has become more extreme than Hashimama's. Jiraiya suddenly started to think. If others say this, Jiraiya must be reserved. Even Jiraiya believes that Naruto Uzumaki will become an excellent ninja in the future, but if he wants to surpass the first Naruto, there is still a certain gap between the two, right? But the one who said this was Shiera Emiya. Jiraiya believes that in this matter, Shiera Emiya's eyesight must be more spoken than himself true. He doesn't think he has more judgment than Shiera Emiya. Could this kid Uzumaki Naruto really surpass Chihu Hashirama? But absolute power will bring absolute control. Amiya Shiera suddenly spoke again, calmly continuing to add, that child wants to protect everything around him, and it will eventually turn into a terrifying desire to control, allowing the people around him to live according to his wishes. To be precise, it's not just the people around you. Amiya Shiera turned his head slightly, stared at Jiraiya who had changed faintly in front of him, and said softly, even his will and his power will be enough to support him, so that he can eventually turn this world into his ideal world. This is the prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. A hint of panic began to appear in Jiraiya's eyes. Compared to the surprise of Amiya Shiera personally identified a son of prophecy, Jiraiya was even more panicked about the unknown changes in the world by the prophecy son. The child in the prophecy. It will bring about a change that does not know the result to the ninja world. Even Jiraiya realized that what Amiya Shiera said was right. Naruto Uzumaki really cherishes everything around him, and even cherishes what he gets more and more because he gets too little. However, this child has not realized how he should protect them, and it can even be said to be controlling them. Chapter 127. Damn it! Why is Azura Chakra reincarnated again? Amiya Shiera's judgment seems to be correct. Because Jiraiya fell into the thinking pattern provided by Shiera Emiya, he could no longer find a reason to refute Shiera Emiya. If Naruto Uzumaki really has enough power in the future, the child will definitely turn this world into the world he wants. Actually, anyone has enough power. They will find ways to make their environment more comfortable. Until the end, let the environment change little by little and become an ideal environment. After Jiraiya recognized Amiya Shiera's judgment, he became more careful when observing Uzumaki Naruto. This child wanted to become a Naruto and was recognized by everyone in the village. So, will the villagers recognize Azulai? Will Konoha, who has suffered the Nine-Tail Rebellion, really be willing to recognize Tsukuriki? The tailed orc, Joriji, will only attract fear in other villages. So, What method will Naruto Uzumaki get recognition? Jiraiya really couldn't imagine a scene he had never seen before. He had made up his mind to stay in Konoha to guide Uzumaki Naruto on the right path, because Uzumaki Naruto's father also had a connection with him, and he hoped that Uzumaki Naruto could bring the right changes to the ninja world. The first thing. Naturally, it aroused the interest of Naruto Uzumaki. This matter was simpler for Jiraiya. He just showed his skills a little, so he made Naruto Uzumaki take a quick look and bow down. End. This cannot be called a violation. After all, Konoha's ninja tribes have always taught their children to practice family secrets. Some people even found a tutor in advance for the growth of their children. Jiraiya just helped Naruto, a student, to make up for the lessons, which was simply a trivial matter. However, when Jiraiya really came into contact with Naruto Uzumaki's practice, he couldn't help but start to fall into deep doubts again. Is this little ghost really the son of prophecy? In Jiraiya's era, students in ninja schools often graduated at the age of 5 or 6, and at the latest no later than 8 or 9 years old. Even the graduation assessment was more difficult in his era. Why is Naruto's learning talent so poor? In addition to the abundant chakra, Naruto Uzumaki is not outstanding at all. Fortunately, Jiraiya has different teaching modes for different students. He quickly adjusted his teaching strategy and gave priority to Naruto Uzumaki learning chakra control. In the traditional teaching model, Jiraiya can also be regarded as an excellent teacher. Naruto Uzumaki quickly mastered the 3 body techniques and chakra control, and the 9 tails in his body were also very peaceful, so that he did not have any accidents when he was studying and practicing. This kind of peace. This makes Jiraiya's teaching much easier. Because if the 9 tails chakra doesn't come out to make trouble, Naruto Uzumaki's progress can be said to be rapid, but the more this little guy knows, the more problems it becomes. For example, the question of which one is stronger than Jiraiya or Sarutobi Hinata. For example, the question of which one is stronger than Jiraiya or Tsunade. For example, the question of which one is stronger than Jiraiya or Emi-Yashiera. The old man should be stronger. Jiraiya was very clear about his cognition. He knew that his teacher was proficient in the 5 attributes of ninjutsu and even mastered many Konoha forbidden techniques. Tsunade should be stronger. Jiraiya remembered that when Tsunade's fist and she fought against Yamaukeru Hanzo alone, his body would subconsciously tremble. He didn't think he could defeat Tsunade. Like, I didn't beat Orochimaru. Jiraiya recalled the past 3 ninja era. He never beat Orochimaru in the ninja duel. Plus he is not Tsunade's opponent either. Could it be? Are you the weakest among the 3 Nirvana? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiraiya immediately rejected this idea. In the past, I was just merciless when facing Orochimaru and Tsunade's ninja battle, and never was willing to really attack my 2 former friends. As for the last question, Is this kind of question a 9-year-old should ask? Even though Jiraiya was confident in his own strength, he didn't think he could defeat Shiera Emiya, but he was inevitably curious. The former Emiya Shiera was once so powerful that the Big Toad Immortal would worry about his idea of changing the world, which means the Big Toad Immortal could be sure that the ancient Emiya Shiera must have the power to change the world. So, the current Emiya Shiera. How much power does it exist? Not only Jiraiya was curious about this problem, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was also curious about this problem. The last time Emiya Shiera took action to resurrect, he solved the shadow of 3 villages. Unfortunately, Emiya Shiera doesn't like fighting between ninjas. Jiraiya was embarrassed to mention that he wanted to have a ninja duel with Emiya to test Emiya's power, for fear of causing Emiya's dissatisfaction. Certainly. It will also inevitably cause Tsunade to be dissatisfied. After all, Tsunade was extremely protective of teaching her medical skills. Jiraiya sighed with regret, and he looked at Shiera Emiya who was fishing in the distance. Old Emiya should be much stronger than me, right? He has always disliked the fight between ninjas and never fought for no reason, so he would not attack for some trivial matters, so I don't know how much stronger his power is than me. Is Emiya very strong? Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became even more curious. Very strong. Jiraiya nodded seriously. Because he has a strong medical ninja companion like Tsunade, Jiraiya would not underestimate the power of medical ninjas, especially Shiera Emiya who cultivated Tsunade. I can't say it. Jiraiya remembered the past record of Shiera Emiya and couldn't help but speak. It should be the strongest in the world. The legendary Uchiha Madara and the first Naruto Uchiha Hashirama are both dead. There is definitely no ninja in this era that is stronger than the current Shiera Emiya. Even the shadows of each village. They can't be Emiya Shiera's opponents. The third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinaruto and the third generation of Dojai Oniki are already old and weak, and the fourth generation of Rakusa and the fourth generation of Fengshiraza are not as powerful as their previous generation. The fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura in the hidden village of Mizuki were even killed, and even the fifth generation of Mizuki has not been selected yet. Jiraiya's heart suppressed her infinite curiosity about the current strength of Shiera Emiya's current, especially when Naruto Uzumaki raised this question. However, while Jiraiya was still restraining her desire to investigate information, Naruto Uzumaki had already started to act, and even asked without hesitation how strong Amirishi Shiera was. Say something just right. Ask directly if you have any questions. Naruto Uzumaki never cared about whether he would offend anything, nor did he think that such a thing could offend Shiera Emiya. Emiya. Teacher Jiraiya said you are very strong. Naruto Uzumaki sat beside Shiera Emiya, raised his head to press his goggles, and asked afterwards, is it really stronger than Teacher Jiraiya? Apart from Grandpa Naruto, Teacher Jiraiya is the strongest ninja I have ever seen. He is even stronger than Teacher Iruka. Emiya Shiera's expression was strange. No. Does the Irika teacher from ninja school know that you are comparing Jiraiya with him? Jiraiya knows you are comparing me with him? Do you want to see it? Emiya Shiera rubbed his yellow hair, and he also wanted to plant a seed that promoted his growth in this little guy's heart. Think. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were full of anticipation. It's natural. Jiraiya was a little shocked by Shiera Emiya's doting on Naruto Uzumaki. In order to satisfy Naruto Uzumaki's curiosity, he even planned to show his skills to this little devil, and immediately jumped out to act as Shiera Emiya's opponent. Because there is no better chance than actual combat. Jiraiya believes that Emiya should be unlikely to want to change the ninja world, but ninjas' habits are often to try their best to find all information. But what? This may make Tsunade a little unhappy. Emiya Shiera seemed to have a little too pampered with Naruto Uzumaki. Fortunately, there are still people in this world who are more unhappy than Tsunade. When Heiju was secretly idle and was planning to come to Konoha to chat with Shiera Emiya, he noticed Shiera Emiya's favor towards Naruto Uzumaki. This is wrong. This little devil named Naruto Uzumaki. The chakra on this little ghost is vaguely like an old friend. Like it's the chakra of Azura again? Kurojo suddenly realized a terrible problem. The nine-tailed Tsubasa Riki Uzumaki Naruto, who came to Konoha to protect, seemed to be the reincarnation of Azura chakra. This is really a question that makes Heiju particularly worried. When Heiju noticed this problem when he was about to worry, he was a little afraid that Shiera Emiya was bewitched by Azura's chakra again and again. Don't be afraid. Baiju's clone was also a little afraid of Heiju's low pressure, so he quickly comforted Heiju. Master Emiya cannot change his thoughts for a little devil. No. Heiju's face was extremely gloomy. He thought he knew Emiya Shiera's thoughts better than anyone in the world. You won't understand. Although Wei Yuan may not completely change his mind just because of a little devil, he may be merciless in the future and will not be able to do it. Even if it's Senjo Hashirama. Ihara never forgot the friendship between them. As long as the situation in this world improves slightly, Wei Yuan will most likely suspect that there is hope in this world. We must find a way to make Wei Yuan recognize their true faces. Let Wei Yuan know that only the Moon Eye plan in this world is his destination. Let Wei Yuan know that only I am the companion who will always be with him in this world, rather than the reincarnation of Azura Chakra who brings useless promises again and again. Wei Yuan's will has never been firm enough. In fact, he has never been a qualified person to destroy the world. It's just that I have tempted and forced him to come to this day step by step. Chapter 128 Jiraiya and Shiera Emiya confront each other. Heiju was a little crazy. It was simply directly entering the anti-Azura devilish mode. Shiera Emiya really didn't expect that perhaps his performance in the past was too hard, so that he wanted to work hard to promote Naruto Uzumaki to grow up as soon as possible, which actually caused Heiju to have a misunderstanding that he might fall into the Azura language trap again. What's good about Azura? What else can they do besides being able to speak and be wise? Just as Heiju was gritting his teeth secretly, Emiya Shiera and Jiraiya had already stood on the Konoha training ground. Come on, Ueda. Come on, Mr. Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto stood outside the field, shouting loudly and cheering. The only problem is that he is cheering for both sides of this showdown. It seems that the little guy has no intention of any confusion in his heart, as if he has no special personal tendencies, because both of them are very important people. Just start right away. Amiya Shiera raised his fingers and formed an opposing seal, as if he was quite familiar with the etiquette of fighting against ninjas in this era. I hope my fighting style will not make you feel unable to adapt. I want to see it too. The ninja style of ancient times. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, and his fingers also stood up, but his mood immediately became nervous when it formed the seal of opposition. Although his former disciple Nagato also possessed the reincarnation eye, he also knew the power of some reincarnation eye techniques, such as the change in the nature of the full attribute chakra. But the young Nagato at the time. There must be a qualitative difference between the power of Emiya Shiera. But it seems that there is no need to be too nervous. Because Amiya was originally a body of filthy land, he didn't have to worry about hurting the opponent in this ninja duel, and even any combat means could be used. For Jiraiya, who wanted to collect information from Shiera Emiya, this news was really great. I'm sorry first. Jiraiya grinned a smile on the corner of her mouth, and said his thoughts while apologizing. I have always wanted to see the power of Lord Emiya, so maybe. No obstacle. Emiya Shiera was extremely generous and didn't care about Jiraiya's offense at all. I also want to see the power that the psychic contractors of Myomushin have. Whether it is a psychic beast or an immortal mode, you can use it with your heart. Jiraiya's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. After all, he is not particularly proficient in the immortal mode, and it will take quite some time to enter the immortal mode of Mayama Mountain. However, Shiera Emiya takes the initiative to give him the opportunity to display more abilities in the ninja battle, so he naturally won't choose to give up. In the training ground, the breeze started to blow. A leaf slowly fell on the ground. Jiraiya's figure suddenly moved, and he quickly retreated in the opposite direction of Emiya Shiera, and his fingers quickly formed a handprint. In a sense, long-range ninjutsu tests are often the most suitable. Although for ordinary ninja duels, using ninjas to test them is inevitably suspected of wasting chakra, dealing with Shiera Emiya can't save chakra at all. After all, the other party is proficient in chakra nature. The opponent can release powerful ninjutsu without making seals. What Jiraiya needs is to judge the opponent's ninjutsu power through ninjutsu confrontation. Fire escape fire dragon flame bomb. Jiraiya's chest suddenly stood up, gathering the ignited chakra, and opened her mouth and spit out a surging flame in the direction of Shiera Emiya. This ball of flame rushed towards Shiwen Emiya like a fire dragon. The flames on both wings raised in front of them, as if they were the general Emiya. Shiwen is wrapped in flames. So strong! Naruto Uzumaki's eyes immediately lit up. He had never seen any world before, nor had he seen such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. Next moment, what greets this fire dragon bomb is a wave. A wave of water immediately surged from Shiera Emiya's body, and the huge wave of water rotated and rose, turning into a round water array wall, blocking the fire dragon flame blast. Sure. Jiraya's eyes were staring very tightly. When the flames approached Emiya Shiera, he observed that Emiya Shiera had no trace of seals, and such a huge water escape ninjutsu could be created in the surrounding environment that was conducive to water escape. This is exactly consistent with some of the information circulating in the ninja world. But just look at the power of the water escape ninjutsu. Jiraiya immediately felt a little confused. Because the power of Shiera Emiya's water escape cannot be called earth-shaking. It doesn't seem that powerful. Jiraiya's mind was relieved again and thought about the information about the art of reincarnation in the filthy land. It is just the infinite chakra of the body of the filthy land that allows him to use ninjutsu without limit, so that he can force people into desperate situations in battle. Sure enough, Emiya Shiera's fighting style was exactly what Jiraiya guessed. Balls of flames began to rush towards Jiraiya, without any need to care about the consumption of chakra. But the power of the fire escape technique. However, it is not much different from Jiraiya, who is proficient in fire escape. After all, Orochimaru's filthy reincarnation technique is not perfect enough. Even if Emiya Shiera uses Hashimara cells to strengthen the filthy reincarnation body, he can only obtain the total amount of chakra equivalent to S level, which greatly limits Emiya Shiera's strength. But Emiya Shiera's ninjutsu wins in the number of them. The temperature of the air suddenly rose, and the overwhelming flames rushed towards Jiraiya, as if they were about to submerge Jiraiya in the sea of fire in an instant. Endless fire escape ninjutsu. A street that is enough to destroy Konoha. A hint of horror appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes. Toluo City Wall. Cold sweat broke out on Jiraiya's forehead, and her body quickly retreated again. After forming the handprints of the earth escape ninjutsu with her fingers, she slapped her hands directly on the ground. A tall city wall suddenly emerged from the ground. The city wall blocked the invasion of the flames and became dilapidated, but it finally stopped all the fire escape ninjutsu of Emiya Shiera. Next moment, just as Jiraiya relaxed a little and was planning to find an opportunity to launch a counterattack, a thunder flashed out and suddenly shattered a corner of the city wall. Boom! A surging wave of water rushed out, completely destroying the city wall. Too fast. Jiraiya's figure was so scared that he could only retreat again. He was also thinking about the degree of threat of Emiya Shiera. The endless ninjutsu can be released without forming a seal. If you cannot use stronger power to quickly defeat the other party, it is indeed a completely unsolvable threat. If it was on the battlefield, This is the truly invincible killer. An enemy that is even more troublesome than the orc in some villages. After all, if some tailed orcs, Juriki, releases tailed beast Jade, it will take a long time to condense chakra, but Shiera Emiya releases ninjutsu without any time. No wonder the big toad immortal thought that Emiya Shiera had the power to change the ninja world. Jiraiya could not imagine an existence he had never seen before. He could only use this to guess the threat of Emiya Shiera, but he also found a possible solution to Emiya Shiera. Psychic technique. Jiraiya bit his finger, raised his hand and fell on the ground after he formed a hand print. A huge spiritual magic array appeared in the land under his feet. Wentai. A huge toad, as big as a mountain, appeared out of a smoke of smoke. It had a bandage and a huge short knife wrapped around its waist, and a huge pipe in its mouth. Toad Wentai. It is the psychic partner who has always had the best relationship with Jiraiya. There is no need for Jiraiya to explain in detail. The cooperation between Toad Wenta and Jiraiya is very tacit. When it appeared, it noticed Jiraiya's dilemma. Toad Wenta saw one ninjutsu after another flying in front of him, and its hind limbs immediately jumped hard, trying to take Jiraiya away from the range of attacked by ninjutsu. Don't stay away from here. Jiraiya directed his psychic beast and mentioned his combat methods, straight away from the attack of ninjutsu and find an opportunity to rush directly towards the opponent's position. This method of beheading. They have long been extremely fit in all battles. New. Toad Manta tightened his short knife in his hand, and while jumping to avoid the attack of ninjutsu, he asked his opponent this time, "Who have you provoked again?" It seems that the other party's ability is a bit strange. He can actually use ninjutsu without restrictions. Emiya Shiera. Jiraiya didn't care, and immediately grabbed it in his ear and mentioned that he was causing trouble. "I'm in a ninja battle with Lord Emiya Shiera." Who? Toad Wenta's body almost fell out of the air. Are you scared? Be careful. Jiraiya chuckled and reminded Toad Manta, and the smile on the corner of his mouth suddenly became generous. "After all, this opportunity is rare for me to win." How is that possible? Will be scared. Toad Manta spits a big smoke ring with his pipe in his mouth. It looks at the figure that is still releasing ninjutsu to it, and his voice becomes heavier. However, it is not easy to rush over to avoid all ninjutsu. No matter what you say. But Toad Wenta's actions were unambiguous. This huge toad jumped up, constantly changing its position to avoid Emiya Shiera's ninjutsu, and constantly approaching Emiya Shiera. Even if Shiera Emiya releases ninjutsu, there will be a certain interval when releasing ninjutsu. The power of these ninjutsu is all threatened by the first level of the shadow, so it dare not sacrifice itself. It was not until the Toad Wenta finally approached that it suddenly waved the huge short sword in its hand and slashed towards Shiwan Emiya. The moment its huge body jumped down, it slashed heavily at Shiwan Emiya with a powerful and heavy blow. Is it a psychic beast? Emiya Shiera's feet did not move in an instant. He raised his head and looked at the huge toad that was rushing towards him. His attack finally stopped slowly. Have you given up? Will there be a more dangerous attack? Jiraiya stood above Toad Manta's head, and while forming handprints to release ninjutsu to cover Toad Manta's attack, he observed Amiri Shiera's actions. Next moment, Jiraiya's voice suddenly became louder. Careful! Before Jiraiya's voice could be dropped, Toad Wenta had already seen the tiny figure below lifting his palm, and the dozens of meters long chakra scalpel light came out. The green chakra scalpel and its short knife suddenly collided. Toad Wen felt the huge power coming from the short sword in disbelief. He never expected that humans could have such terrifying power. The last time I saw this kind of psychic beast that could compete with its size and strength was still on Jiraiya's teammate Tsunade. Bang! Toad Wenta's figure was instantly forced to retreat. However, the dazzling green sword lights followed like lightning. Ground. A slender gully was unfolded in an instant. Toad Wenta waved the short knife in his hand and hurriedly blocked the knife light. Amiya Shiera's sharp swordsmanship actually made him, who had always claimed to be good at sword techniques, feel overwhelmed, and 7 or 8 small or narrow wounds appeared on his body instantly. Just kidding. Jiraiya was so scared that he bent down and nervously watched Amiya Shiera randomly waving the dozens of meters long chakra scalpel as if he was pointing his arms, making Toad Wen too busy. It looks like he even showed mercy under his command. Jiraiya had no doubt that the other party could behead the Toad Wen Tai with one sword. No. Chakra scalpel. Can it still be used like this? Jiraiya. Toad Wenta could no longer resist it. Its shoulder had been pierced, and he hurriedly reminded Jiraiya with a little embarrassed look on his wound. Use that move. Jiraiya's fingers immediately formed a handprint. Next moment, Toad Wen Tai and Jiraiya also condensed chakra at the same time. Toad Wenta opened his mouth and spit out a ball of tinder oil in the direction of Shiera Amiya. Jiraiya raised his hand to put it on his lips and spit out a huge ball of flames at Shiera Amiya. Fire escape Toad Oil Flame Bomb. This is the fire escape ninjutsu that is unfavorable. Toad Wenta's turbulent oil can increase the power of Jiraiya's fire escape ninjutsu by more than 1 level, and huge flames that cover the sky and the sun instantly rushed towards Amiya Shiera. This trick. There is no way to use any water escape ninjutsu to block it. The water waves of the water escape ninjutsu will only make the Toad Oil Flame Bomb more powerful. Amiya. Naruto Uzumaki was scared by the power of this move. The Toad Oil Flame Bomb that combines 2 different chakras in this move seems to be more powerful than the ninjutsu released by Shiera Amiya. This is. A light flashed in Shiera Amiya's eyes, and his feet still had not moved in an instant, just raised his palm. Is the warm-up over? Sealing technique, scanning the seal. A halo appeared between his palms. The Toad Oil Flame Bomb's fire waves and tincture oil were like a trickle, and were instantly absorbed by the halo on his palm, turning into pure chakra and pouring into his body. How possible? When Toad Wentai and Jiraiya saw this scene, their pupils, one big and one small, were staring at the figure of Emiya Shiera, who was still standing there like an earthquake. Even the lawn around the other party was not damaged. No seal release ninjutsu. It can also absorb enemy ninjutsu. Plus unlimited use of chakra. Jiraiya's mind couldn't help but feel a little hurt. She was a little confused about how to solve Emiya Shiera. However, a more terrifying scene also happened. When Shiera Emiya absorbed all the toad oil and fire waves, the chakra momentum on his body suddenly changed, and a force that was more essence than chakras surged out. That's the breath of immortal art chakra. Jiraiya immediately sensed the momentum of Emiya Shiera, which made him think of a possibility, and his voice became quiet. Now is Emiya Shiera who can use immortal arts infinitely, can he use the magic? Chapter 129. Let's talk about the opponent we are facing, Shiera Emiya. As a ninja who masters the immortal mode, Jiraiya is very familiar with the immortal mode and the immortal arts chakra, and he even knows some of the details of Emiya Shiera. Thanks to Tsunade being a companion, Jiraiya learned that Emiya originally raised the Slug Fairy thousands of years ago, and he must be particularly proficient in the use of the immortal mode and the magic chakra. Under the immortal mode, it's okay to enhance the ninja's body. The power of ninjutsu released by the immortal craft chakra will be terrifyingly improved. It is precisely because of the power of immortal art that Jiraiya knows how difficult it is to enter the immortal mode in front of him. An Emiya who may be able to use immortal arts infinitely will be a nightmare for any ninja in the world. Immortal Technique. Shiera Emiya had already raised his palm. The natural energy in the surrounding air seemed to be controlled by him, and a suffocation that came to his face had already appeared between Jiraiya's nose. As long as Emiya Shiera takes action, his immortal skills will also spontaneously cause all natural energy to surge. This is the first time Jiraiya is facing an opponent who can use the immortal mode, especially the other party is stronger than his immortal mode. Emiya Shiera looked at the nervous Jiraiya and Toad Fuda in a little surprised, as if surprised by Jiraiya's indifference, and softly reminded Jiraiya and the others that the warm-up was over. Now, you can also enter immortal mode. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile on her face, and immediately made her request with a serious expression, but it may take me a little time. After all, if Jiraiya wants to enter the immortal mode, it will take time to absorb natural energy. At the same time, he also needs the help of Shenzuo Immortal and Shima Immortal, who are spiritually connected to Miyama Mountain, so as to help extend the duration of his immortal mode. Hey, Jiraiya! Toad went ahead to remind Jiraiya, hoping that Jiraiya could think carefully. My mom and they may. I have to give it a try. Jiraiya still wants to give it a try. After all, he needs to know how long Emiya Shiera can last in the immortal mode, and how powerful the ninjutsu is at this stage. But even if you enter the immortal mode. I'm afraid he is still not the opponent of this ancient ninja. Because Jiraiya's eyes fell on Shiera, Emiya had noticed that the other party's feet had never moved a step from beginning to end. Now, Jiraiya can only hope that after entering the immortal mode, he can join forces with Shenzu Immortal and Shima Immortal to gain a little advantage. Snort. What a fool who overestimates himself. Heiju and Baiju hit underground, and were particularly unhappy about Jiraiya's courage to challenge Emiya Shiera. Even if Emiya can only use less than 1% of the power in this period, it is not someone you can compete with. Certainly. Jiraiya didn't know this. Even Jiraiya knows that, he will not choose to give up. After obtaining the permission of Shiera Emiya, the white-haired man sat cross-legged on Toad Manta's head, slowly closed his hands, and began to try to sense and absorb natural energy. Does it take time? Emiya Shiera's fingers were buckled, and the natural energy in the air instantly swarmed towards Jiraiya, which immediately made Jiraiya realize that he had entered the state. Manipulation of natural energy. It has always been the focus of Emiya Shiera's cultivation in ancient times. After all, before he even obtained the power of the 6 paths of immortals, the only power that Shiera Emiya could rely on was his immortal mode. This. A trace of shock appeared in Toad Wenta's eyes. Because even it has to admit that Emiya Shiera's ability to control natural energy, even those of Mikiyama do not have this ability. This kind of terrifying control ability of natural energy. Even Toad Wenta couldn't imagine how powerful the other party's immortal mode was when it exploded. At least it didn't have much confidence in its heart to help Jiraiya. But no need for it. With the help of Shiera Emiya, Jiraiya absorbed enough natural energy, and a toad-like pupil appeared on his face. Psychic technique. Jiraiya's eyes shone with a glimmer of light. Under him, the huge Toad Wenta figure turned into smoke and dissipated, replaced by 2 short toad figures. A deep immortal, a magical immortal. In Miyama Mountain, it is second only to the high-level officials of the Great Toad Immortal. Although they are very short, the chakra in their bodies is far better than the super-large psychic beasts like Toad Wenta. The moment these 2 small toads appeared, they realized Jiraiya's situation and jumped on their shoulders on both sides of Jiraiya. Part of the bodies of the 2 small toads merged into Jiraiya's body, constantly helping Jiraiya to constantly refine the magic of chakra. Little Jiraiya, the enemy eyes who? The immortal Shenzuo asked immediately and became curious. Is the natural energy here gathered? I feel that this place is no less than Miyama Mountain. The eyes of the immortal Shima looked at the surrounding environment and asked curiously, Little Jiraiya, you haven't used the immortal mode for a long time. His Excellency Shiera Emiya. Jiraiya did not answer. His shoulders turned slightly and looked at Emiya Shiera, who was standing not far away with the eyes of the 2 immortals. We can continue. The immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima fell silent at the same time. Compared to the young people who act a bit arrogantly, they have been with the big toad immortal for more than 800 years and are more cautious in their behavior. Because they know more stories about Shiera Emiya. Now the power of both sides should be completely different from the same magnitude. If divided according to the level, Shiera Emiya corresponds to the existence of the big toad immortal, rather than the two little toads who are only over 800 years old. It's just a ninja fight. Jiraiya noticed the silence of the two toad immortals, and quickly comforted him and explained in a low voice the cause of his battle with Shiera Emiya. That's fine. The mentality of the Shenzuo immortal suddenly relaxed a little, but its face became solemn. He actually bent down to Shiera Emiya first and bowed to Shiera Emiya, "You're Masahiro, then I will forgive us for being rude first." What a novel experience! Shima Xianren was very understanding of her husband's behavior as an immortal. He knew that the slug immortal was raised by Shiera Emiya, but he still felt it was a little new. "I didn't expect that we could still call ourselves juniors after we lived in more than 800 years old." Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but jump. No. It hurts morale a bit. No obstacle. Emiya Shiera responded bluntly to their politeness. Even if it doesn't count the fact that he raised slugs himself, with his thousands of years of experience in the underworld, he can indeed call them juniors in a sense. Courtesy is courteous. The two toad immortals in Miyama Mountain were extremely fierce when they took action. Immortal Technique Water Slash. The immortal Shenzuo opened his mouth and spit out a high-pressure stream of water as sharp as a knife at Shiera Emiya, and in an instant he was about to divide Shiera Emiya's body into two. Etc. Jiraiya hurriedly wanted to stop him. However, it was too late. Emiya Shiera raised his palm, and the halo of his palm rose, instantly turning the high-pressure water into a fairy art chakra and absorbed it all. You can't use ninjutsu. Jiraiya could only remind the two immortals, and said that about Emiya Shiera's ability to absorb ninjutsu. He added, "It seems that he can't use immortal arts either." After saying that, Jiraiya thought for a second and added another sentence, "However, there is no limit on the other party's desire to use ninjutsu or immortal arts. His technique does not require seals at all. He should be proficient in all attribute chakra changes." The expression of the immortal Shenzuo became strange. No. How do they fight? This is simply because the other party has no restrictions, but the one party has no effect. You can't just rush over to find an opportunity to fight the other party in close combat, right? In terms of close combat, Jiraiya seemed to understand the idea of the immortal Shenzei, and had to remind him, the other party must also have the same strange power as Tsunade, and his swordsmanship can even suppress Fumita. Even though it sounds a bit strange. After all, Shimiya Emiya is just an ordinary human, and she looks like a big guy like Toad Wenta, and there is no possibility of a swordsman fighting. However, this happened just now. Shima Xianren immediately raised her thoughts. The child's father, he happened to come to Konoha. Let's buy vegetables and go home to cook. Although this is a joke. But Jirei had already felt that the two immortals were dying. Faced with a tricky and terrifying opponent like Shiera Emiya, it seems that it is not surprising that the two immortals want to retreat. After all, we have to try it. The immortal Mizusaki stared at Emiya Shiera with his eyes tightly, and no longer cooperated with the joke. At least the big toad immortal also wants to know how much power the Emiya Shiera has now. As a high-rise building in Miyama Mountain, they should also implement the will of the great toad immortal. I'll prepare a plan. Middle combat may not be an opponent, and ranged ninjutsu cannot be used on him. Shenzuo Zionran thought of a combat plan and discussed with Shima Zionran in a deep voice, "Fuck, let's try it with illusion, close his perception, and let Xiao Jirei find an opportunity to solve him." Is it an illusion? The expression of the immortal's Haima became strange. Is it okay to have illusion, is it sure? Jirei remembered something and had to mention it again at this time. I heard that Uchiha Madara used illusion to deal with Lord Emiya, but Lord Emiya cracked his illusion. Chapter 13 Chapter 0 The Ability of the Reincarnation Eye. Generally speaking, the more information, the more convenient the battle is. However, the more information Emiya Shiera has, the more people feel that Emiya Shiera is difficult, and even makes people want to give up this battle more and more. Even when Jirei was helping the two immortals to tell the information, he couldn't help feeling helpless in this battle. He regretted challenging Shiera Emiya. If time can be repeated, Jirei wants to ask himself just now. In fact, he knows a lot of information. How did he bring Toad Wenta to challenge Shiera Emiya without fear? Let me think about it. Can't even Uchiha Madara's illusion fight him? When Shinzei Zionran mentioned Uchiha Madara, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. After thinking for a while, he explained, Uchiha's illusion is a visual illusion, and what my child and I have used is an auditory illusion. Even though Uchiha Madara, a powerful ninja illusion that was once famous in the ninja world, is definitely very powerful, there are still differences in the illusion of different factions. Maybe. Can their illusions work? What's more, their illusion is actually not weak. That illusion came from the illusion music score collected in Miyama Mountain. The lyrics and tunes in it can only be sung by the toads sing. The learning difficulty is also very high. It can be called the top illusion in the ninja world. Even the young and strong men like Toad Wenta have never learned it. In the past, the two immortals courted each other with songs chanting the music score, and finally successfully practiced the top illusion techniques that were circulated on the music score. Therefore, when the Shima Zionran was really sure that her husband would use that move, his face became a little shy. Do you really need to use that move? I never thought that one day I would do what I was young. Always try. The immortal Shenzuo's mouth slowly bulged up, and reminded Jiraiya again, but it will take some time if we want to successfully perform. Your Excellency Umiya will definitely give us this time. Jiraiya's eyes fell on the figure standing there. He knew that the other party would not care about these things, but would let them use all their skills. First, this is just a ninja duel after all. Second, perhaps it comes from the pity of the predecessors for the younger generation. Jiraiya's expression calmed down, and she laughed mockingly, as if stimulating Emiya Shiera to see this magic. Now that Emiya looks at us, maybe it's like an elder looking at children fiddling with toys. In his opinion, no matter how the child uses toys, it is impossible for him to threaten him. I can't claim it. Shiera Emiya shook her head and praised her seriously. At least from now on, the chakra between us is almost the same. But I rely on the infinite chakra of the reincarnation of the filthy earth body, and barely gave me some advantage. I believe you will find the opportunity to release this technique in the battle. So humble. Jiraiya's face grinned with a bitter smile. How long will it take? Emiya Shiera looked at the mouths of the immortal Fukusaki and Mr. Shima, and the frog croaking constantly coming from their bodies was already heard in his ears. The immortal mode has strong control over the surrounding natural energy. Shiera Emiya could feel the notes rushing towards him, and his palm gently lifted up, as if he had touched the flying notes. Very magical technique. The biological evolution ability of the ninja world is very fast. Compared with a person's wisdom, countless biological wisdom accumulation over the past 1,000 years will always give birth to some magical techniques, especially the immortal lands like Mayama Mountain. However, this also allowed Shiera Emiya to find a solution. At least in the immortal mode, relying on his own control of natural energy, he immediately prevents the transmission of these notes from the air. Relying on sound attack techniques. After all, we cannot get rid of the inherent limitations that sound requires medium to spread. If a so-called vacuum zone appears in one of the areas, it will cause the attack of notes to be interrupted, which may take longer to take effect, and may completely fail this auditory illusion. It's almost done. Just when Shiera Emiya found a solution, the mouths of the immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima finally bulged high, and the frog croaking on their bodies suddenly became dense. Magic Toad is singing. Accompanied by the dense sound of frogs, terrifying waves of sound gathered together, floating towards Emiya Shiera as if distorting the space. These sounds. Some are particularly harsh. Emiya Shiera vaguely felt that his spiritual will was being pulled into the world of illusion, and he seemed to see 4 huge toads in his eyes. The magical illusion of the toad singing is effective. If you don't stop it halfway, after the success of this auditory illusion, the person who has been infected with the illusion will be pulled into the spiritual space controlled by 4 huge toads. These 4 huge toads were wearing armor, and the 4 big words No, Move, Ming and Wang were written on them, representing their identities. Once they were holding the huge stone sword, they raised their palms to create a space that bound the spirit of Shiera Emiya, to some extent. This kind of illusion is no different from other illusions. Even if this illusion is successful, the final showdown will be a spiritual confrontation that takes place in the illusion space. But Shiera Emiya's most powerful thing is his spiritual will. Next moment, Amiya Shiera's spirit quickly expanded, and his body directly broke through the control of the 4 huge toads, and his spirit became even bigger than their bodies. In reality, Amiya Shiera's body only showed a moment of stiffness. The illusion has been successful. When Jiraiya saw this scene, a surprise flashed across his face. Jiraiya didn't care how long the magical toad could control Shiera Emiya, so he fell down directly. His fingers and toes grew frog webs at the same time, and he jumped up and took the opportunity to rush towards Shiera Emiya. As long as the Emiya Shiera gets into the illusion, that one blow can break his filthy body. This made Jiraiya realize that Emiya Shiera is not omnipotent. Next moment, Jiraiya just rushed up. The immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima who were standing on his shoulders covered their ears at the same time, as if they felt the harsh noise echoing in their ears and torture their spirits. This is the backlash after the failure of the illusion. Little Jiraiya. The immortal Shenzuo had a moment of tinnitus. It subconsciously thought Jiraiya heard it, so it could only loudly remind the man who was watching him grow up, the illusion has been cracked, don't get close to the other party. However, it's too late. Emiya Shiera's reaction speed is faster than Jiraiya. When Jiraiya rushed over, Shiera Emiya grabbed his wrist and twisted his body and threw it out. Immortal Methadru Suchiwan. A chakra cyclone appeared in Jiraiya's palm. The spear yuan condensed by the immortal chakra had already hit Emiya's arm. Just break the body of the filthy land. Emiya Shiera's body cannot move. Jiraiya had already judged that the way Emiya Shiera absorbed ninjutsu was through the halo on his palm, and his arm should not be able to activate this ability. Unless, Shiera Emiya was willing to release Jiraiya's wrist instantly, and move his steps slightly and take a step back to avoid the spireball. So, I guess Jiraiya will never have such an offensive opportunity again. But what? Maybe this is enough. Jiraiya didn't care about his failure at all, and she couldn't help but feel a little happy. It's not surprising that he couldn't win after making great efforts, but if you can move Emiya, it's not an absolute failure for me. In between lightning and fire, a strange scene suddenly happened. Just as Jiraiya judged, Shiera Emiya had already let go of his wrist, but Shiera Emiya still seemed to be not going to take a step back. Emiya Shiera's eyes suddenly raised, and a strange light flashed in the eyes of Sanrong. He ignored the nearby Rasukawan, and his voice became extremely silent and calm. Shenluo Tianzheng. Next moment, a repulsive force suddenly hit Jiraiya's body. The moment Jiraiya was hit by this repulsive force, he seemed to be hit by a row of huge waves, causing him to fall out in a mess. The moment the white-haired man landed, he immediately turned over and held his palm tightly on the ground, and saw a gully left behind by Shiera Emiya's repulsive force. Is this repulsive force? Jiraiya judged the effect of Shinra Tianzhen's technique with shock, and a silence flashed through his eyes, when this repulsive force pushed me out, it also instantly dispersed my spireball. Attack at the same time. It can also be used to defend. This is an all-round technique that integrates offense and defense. This is the ability of the reincarnation eye. Shiera Emiya slightly raised his arm, not stingy to explain to Jiraiya a little that this kind of ability that is not very powerful. Reincarnation eye. Jiraiya's expression became a little heavy. Because Jiraiya remembered his dead disciple Nagato, he remembered that Nagato mentioned that the power of the reincarnation eye burst out when he was young. The ability of the reincarnation eye. Is it so weird? Good. Absorbing your technique is also one of the abilities of the reincarnation eye. As Amiya Shiera was explaining, his arm gradually changed, and his entire arm seemed to have turned into a flash cannon with a sci-fi color. Shura Road. The chakra in the cannon barrel gathered and shone a terrifying light. Hide. The immortal Shenzuo and the immortal Shima were so scared that they reminded each other. Is this also the ability of the reincarnation eye? With the blessing of the immortal mode, Jiraiya's reaction was timely, and he jumped up and avoided this terrifying laser cannon. A laser suddenly stormed through his body, and the laser instantly penetrated through a forest, leaving behind charred holes on the trunk. If it weren't for him hiding in time, if you avoid it, this move may even penetrate his body and almost destroy his lower body. However, only Jiraiya knew about this danger. When Naruto Uzumaki saw such a wonderful scene, a trace of stars even appeared in his eyes. Wow, so handsome! But Jiraiya's crisis is not over. Amiya Shiera's palm changed from the mechanical science fiction gun barrel and returned to the appearance of an ordinary palm. She raised her expression calmly in the direction of Jiraiya, and used the power of the reincarnation eye again. Everything is inspiring. A strange gravity suddenly sucked his body. Is this gravity? A shock flashed across Jiraiya's face again. But when he just judged this ability, the strange gravity had already dragged his body quickly towards Shiera Emiya. The body is out of control. Jiraiya tried to make seals but could not stabilize her body, so she could only watch herself fly toward Shiera Emiya. From the moment Emiya Shiera only used this attraction. However, after this gravity pulls into the distance, it will definitely be a powerful attack. This is an opportunity. The immortal Shenzuo looked at his wife. It's hard to control your body. Shima Xianren twisted his head with difficulty and instantly spit out a long tongue towards Shiera Emiya. With the blessing of gravity, his tongue was faster. Tongue cut. This long tongue drilled towards Shiera Emiya at a length that was completely inconsistent with its body shape, and suddenly wrapped around Shiera Emiya's body. Water slash. The immortal Shenzuo also opened his mouth and spit out a high-pressure water column. This is the cooperation between the two toad immortals' magic and physical attacks. Emiya Shiera could only helplessly stop Wangxiang Tianyan, raised her hand and released Shinra Tianzhang again and bounced their bodies and ninjutsu. Boom! Accompanied by a repulsive force, smoke and dust. Jiraiya and two immortals flew on a tree together. Jiraiya was very agile. He quickly changed his position without caring about it. He lay on the ground like a frog, looking at Emiya Shiera in the distance with vigilant eyes. Hiss, thin pain. The immortal's Hyma stroked his tongue as soon as possible. Wait, I have a feeling. The immortal Shenzuo rubbed his dizzy head after realizing it, and forced himself to concentrate. This time the repulsive force seems to be stronger than the last time. Good. Jiraiya nodded. His fingers had already grabbed the ground, and he was still staring at Shiera Emiya's figure. It seems that the Samsara can freely control repulsive force and gravity. This ability makes me unable to think of a way to crack it for a while. Before he finished speaking, Jiraiya saw Shiera Emiya's fingers buckle. Jiraiya's body suddenly felt the squeezing of natural energy uncontrollably, which made him vaguely feel the sluggishness of his body's movements, and his speed would quickly become slow. This is my body. Jiraiya immediately realized something. Manipulate natural energy like a frog group's hands. The immortal in the deep sacred immediately understood the ability of Shiera Emiya. He also felt that his breathing was gradually becoming heavier. He gritted his teeth and said, "It is worthy of being the one who raised the slug immortal, but this kind of affinity control of natural energy is too terrifying. These natural energy must be solved. Otherwise, the huge pressure on the body of this natural energy will make you feel as if you are unable to move with rocks on your back. We absorb." Sima Xianren proposed his own solution. No. Now we and Xiao Jile are integrated. Once we absorb too much natural energy and cannot be converted into a magic chakra, Xiao Jile will also become a frog. Shenzuo Xianren knew Jiraiya's situation very well and quickly reminded Sima Xianren, but he knew that his old woman would probably do something bad. So, your speed slows down. Emiya Shiera's fingers were tightened again, and his voice floated into the ears of Jiraiya and the two immortals. Although I'm not good at using these eyes, I should finally let this showdown end quickly. Chapter 131 One Hand. Only one hand. If the surging waves on the sea suddenly subside, then even more terrifying waves must be nurtured under the sea. Even though Emiya Shiera only controlled the natural energy and made Jiraiya's body stagnate, they all knew that the next move would definitely be able to decide the outcome. However, they seemed to be powerless to resist. Really? Jiraiya's lips smiled bitterly. He felt the pressure like a mountain, and he also had the obsession that he had not completed in this duel. Can't he even move his body a little? Intelligence. I collected a lot of them. It's just that this information only made him realize his weakness. Did the other party use any terrifying tricks? Shima Xianren looked at Shiera Emiya with some concern. Don't worry. The immortal Mizusa looked at Jiraiya, who was a little dejected. He had never seen Jiraiya look like this before. He gritted his teeth like an elder and proposed his own solution, no matter what, how to first let Xiao Jiraiya get rid of the constraints of natural energy and consume all the natural energy around him. As long as you release a large-scale powerful technique, you will have a destroyed balance. Try your best and use that move. The immortal Shenzuo has opened his mouth. Jiraiya and Shima Xianren didn't care much, so they could only hurriedly follow Shenzuo Xianren to release a terrifying immortal art. However, they were too late. Because the ground under my feet suddenly broke open. Jiraiya and the two immortals had no time to react, and felt that they had been locked by strange abilities, and the soil on the ground quickly stuck to Jiraiya's body. Earth burst into the sky. Emiya Shiera's clamped palm finally clenched into a fist. Under the control of Shiera Emiya, Jiraiya and the two toad immortals were quickly sealed by the earth blocks, floating in the air like a ball. Compared with the seal of earth escape, the earth explosion sky star is simply unavailable for ordinary people. Jiraiya struggled desperately with the two immortals, but could not break free from the ending of his body being sealed. He could only watch all this happen. Fortunately, Emiya Shiera had no intention of killing them. However, when Wei Gong Shiera untied the earth-breaking sky star, Jiraiya and the two immortals had lost their strength and lay on the ground in a mess. They were hit by a fatal blow. Emiya is so strong. Uzumaki Naruto pounced towards Shiera Emiya, his face full of incredible chanting everything he saw. I can defeat Mr. Jiraiya with just one hand. This is indeed the truth. At least it seems to be the truth in the eyes of children. Whether it is Shiera Emiya's ability to release ninjutsu or use the Samsara Eye, even if he uses a chakra scalpel, he has only used one palm. Although, in Naruto Uzumaki's opinion, his teacher Jiraiya is already very strong. The ninjutsu released by Jiraiya was really powerful, but no matter how powerful the ninjutsu he used, he even summoned a toad as big as a mountain. But Emiya Shiera just needs to raise his palm to resolve all Jiraiya's attacks. Even his moves are more handsome than Jiraiya's moves. It's simply like a god. Emiya is really too strong. Uzumaki Naruto held Shiera Emiya's thigh and kept praising. Emiya only used one hand. Teacher Jiraiya had no ability to resist at all. Hey hey hey! Jiraiya's eyes couldn't help but twitch. No. Do you know what the situation is? Do you know how much abilities this Excellency Emiya has used? Yes. It seems that Emiya Shiera only used one hand. However, whenever Emiya Shiera raises his hand, he uses powerful techniques, but all his techniques have no seal restrictions, which makes it too light to use powerful techniques when fighting. Jiraiya tried hard to correct Naruto Uzumaki's concept. But Obviously he had to give up. Because Naruto Uzumaki did not have a particularly high prediction of the dangers of this ninja battle, he had many things he didn't understand. For example, Shirachi Tianzhang used by Shiera Emiya. Because the power of the first time was too small, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have nothing happened at all, so his teacher Jiraiya flew backwards very well. That technique is Shenluo Tianzhang. When I used it for the second time, I enhanced the power of the technique. Amiya Shiera stroked Naruto Uzumaki's little head, as if casually revealing information about Shinra Tens to Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki. Every time I use Shinra Tens, I need 5 seconds to control the power of the magic. Oh! Uzumaki Naruto nodded in a vague way. Jiraiya quickly secretly recorded the information about Shenluo Tianzhang. Really? It's a bit too bad. If I had obtained this information before the war started, maybe my battle would not have been so difficult. Jiraiya analyzed some of the weaknesses of Emiya Shiera. Even Jiraiya came up with a combat plan against Shiera Emiya. First, find a way to trick Shenluo Tianzhang out. Second, the chakra who released ninjutsu to deceive Emiya Shiera to absorb ninjutsu. Third, taking advantage of the opportunity of Emiya Shiera's chance to absorb ninjutsu, he suddenly approached, or used the tongue slash of Shima Xian's tongue to instantly pull Emiya Shiera closer to break his filthy body. In a sense, if the actual combat is ignored, this combat plan has a very powerful feasibility. Once the battle really starts, just facing the first level of Emiya Shiera, the powerful ninjutsu that appears anytime and anywhere is not so easy to solve. Jiraiya remembered his disciple Bo Feng Shui sect. If his disciple Hatsuki Mizuno was still alive, he might have a great chance to defeat Shiera Emiya, because Hatsuki Mizuno is very good at the art of flying thunder gods, and can avoid Shiera Emiya by relying on the rapid movement of the art of flying thunder gods. The attack. Just trick Shinra Tianzhang from Emiya Shiera. The Haifeng Mizuno can use the Flying Thunder God technique to approach Shiera Emiya instantly to solve the opponent. In fact, not only Jiraiya also misses Bo Feng Shui gate here. Even Orochimaru, who is far away in Tanako, is missing the Hatsuki Mizunoman. Because Orochimaru asked pharmacist to search for some powerful ninja corpses during his lifetime, he was inquiring about the ability of the reincarnation eye from Uchiha Obito. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's idea is consistent with Jiraiya's idea. If you want to get rid of Shiera Emiya, Orochimaru also thinks that they need a time-space craftsman to quickly approach Shiera Emiya and kill with one blow. What are you kidding? Uchiha Obito disagreed with Orochimaru's idea. He remembered the only 2 defeats he had after obtaining the Maniatoscope Sharingan, and said a piece of information in a deep voice, that guy Emiya Shiera will also use the technique of Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru's brows immediately frowned. This is a problem. Because he knows the trickiness of the time and space craftsman. However, Orochimaru's brows quickly stretched out and his tongue licked his lips. That's why we need a time-space wizard. What a pity. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh, and he remembered the fourth generation of Naruto who had competed with him. I can't be reincarnated from the filthy land. Maybe. Orochimaru remembered a high-level secret he got from Shimura Danzo. Because the Hakumizu Gate used all the corpse ghosts before his death, his soul was swallowed by the god of death and was not in the underworld, so there was a situation where there was no filthy land. Even if the filthy land comes out. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but sneer at Orochimaru's delusions. If his strength is too strong, can you control his will now? Orochimaru narrowed his narrow pupils. Yes. This is also the trouble. Since the technique of reincarnation in the immortal land needs to be improved, he must find a way to make the reincarnated people in the immortal land have as much power as possible, and also ensure that he can control them. Especially among them, the first Naruto Senjo Hashirama. The first generation of Naruto Senjo Hashirama was full of cells. It was no difficulty to reincarnate him in the filthy land. The only trouble was that his power was too strong and it was too difficult to control. If the strength is too weak, it is impossible for the other party to pose a threat to Shiera Emiya. I need more time. Orochimaru could only sigh regretfully. He planned to use more time to study the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, and also study the art of the corpse ghost sealing the entire corpse. After all, the information I just got from you, the Emiyashi we are going to deal with was originally a time-space technician. I need to find a way to communicate with the filthy land to Bofeng Mizuno. Ask. Uchiha Obito was silent for a while before speaking indifferently, as if he didn't care about the teacher he killed. But we only have 7 or 8 years at most. Uchiha Obito cannot wait for Orochimaru to complete forever. He remembered the information revealed by Kisame Kanji and said coldly, according to the news I received from the Akatsuki organization, in order to protect the Kyuuba, Shiera Emiya personally went to Konoha. Koi. Orochimaru's eyes suddenly flashed. Like. Maybe it can find a solution to Shiera Emiya. Certainly. Before actually formulating a plan. In this plan, you must have the Flying Thunder God technique no matter what, and you must resurrect one of the 2 Flying Thunder God techniques, Huominami Gate or Senjo Tobirama. The bad thing is, these 2 Flying Thunder Gods are unable to be reincarnated in the filthy land. No. Relying on Uchiha Obito? Although Uchiha Obito is also a time-space technician, it really makes people believe. Orochimaru didn't believe in Uchiha Obito's ability, but he just couldn't believe in Uchiha Obito's mind, especially when the other party always took it for granted, as if everyone in the world should obey his dominance. Chapter 132 I am a medical ninja. Do you need help? In Konoha village, Emiya Shiera is also facing a small problem. Heiju couldn't believe Emiya Shiera's idea, and tried hard to say bad things about Azura in front of Emiya Shiera, hoping that Emiya Shiera would not be deceived again. Good. I won't trust them anymore. Emiya Shiera assured Heiju that he would not trust any Azura Chakra reincarnation, and even gave an example: whether it is Azura or Senju Hashirama, their efforts have failed. How could I believe the third one? That's good. Heiju nodded reluctantly, and wanted to get another guarantee from Emiya Shiera. He made a suggestion in a gloomy voice: then let's find a chance to declare all this, so that the little kid knows that we and him have never been on the same road. Vihara. We and that little devil are destined to be enemies. That little ghost is Jotelu Jiraki. The Jotelu is destined to be a part of the 10 Tails in the future. Sooner or later, we and that little ghost are opposed to each other. And Azura's chakra will affect his destiny. With that little devil's temperament, he will never be willing to place his destiny on Kaguya in the future. I see. Emiya Shiera nodded inexplicably and agreed softly: when Naruto has the power to protect himself, I will choose to leave Konoha. This time. It must not be too far away. Especially after Naruto Uzumaki saw the battle between Shiera Emiya and Jiraiya, his enthusiasm for practice has increased rapidly. Apart from helping people he knows to promote the deeds of Shiera Emiya with one hand, it seems that there is nothing else to do. That would be better. Heiju finally recognized Emiya Shiera's words, but he was still a little worried and revealed another thing: wanting to divert Emiya Shiera's attention, maybe, you can also pay attention to another child. Uchiha Sasuke. That child is quite outstanding. Actually, his chakra may be quite special. Didn't you always hope that the child will grow up in the future and replace his brother Uchiha Itachi to become our companion? In fact, Heiju has already guessed that Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra Chakra. Because the reincarnation of Indra Chakra never stays in the ninja world, once it dies, it will immediately begin its next reincarnation. According to the time when Uchiha Madara, the reincarnated in the previous generation of Indra Chakra, died, Uchiha Sasuke is the most likely person. Is Uchiha Sasuke? Shiera Emiya realized Heiju's little thoughts and obeyed Heiju's thoughts very much. He said in a deep voice, I noticed that child last time, and he worked very hard. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke really worked hard. Even though Uchiha Sasuke was called the first genius among his peers, he still did not delay his practice. The child worked harder than any peer and always firmly occupied the first place in the class. If genius is used to erase his efforts. In fact, it was really unfair to him. Especially Uchiha Sasuke has always been practicing alone, and he cannot get help from anyone. He can only follow the traces left by the Uchiha clan alone and find a way to become stronger and revenge. The cruelest thing is, because Uchiha Sasuke was carrying the blood debt of the Uchiha clan, his biological brother killed his parents and other tribes, and he would always get a little attention and touch the sympathetic or scrutinized eyes from others. However, the Uchiha clan is born proud. This arrogance also made Uchiha Sasuke unable to bear these sympathetic eyes, making the child's temperament become more and more withdrawn. He never wanted to be friends with any peers, nor did he want to accept the mercy of others. Now, Uchiha Sasuke just wants revenge. Evening. The lakeside of the Uchiha training ground in the past. A black Kairat boy stood on the shore, with a layer of sweat on his face. His body was already very tired, but his fingers were still quickly forming handprints. Fire escape, the art of the brilliance of the fireball. The boy bit his teeth and opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire. However, his body could no longer support it, making him unable to control the flames of the fireball. The flames instantly lost control and burned his clothes. The scorching high temperature also made his arms red. Not yet. The boy finally collapsed on the ground helplessly. This technique. The burden on his body is already very large. However, the boy's eyebrows and eyes were still full of stubbornness. He looked at his burned arms and planned to rest for a while before he recovered. Can't fall behind any longer. The black Kairat boy's hand was clenched into a fist, ignoring his burning arms, and remembering what happened recently. The tail of the crane in the class is getting stronger and stronger. If this continues, I may not be his opponent. If even a crane can ride on his head, how can I kill Uchiha Itachi to complete my revenge? Just as the boy remembered the crane's rear end in the class that was getting stronger and stronger, he could hear the sound of the crane's rear end in his ears. Emiya Emiya. Can you practice with me tomorrow? Uzumaki Naruto grabbed Shiera Emiya's palm, and his face seemed a little distressed. Recently, teacher Jiraiya always threw me there alone to refine chakra. This kind of chakra refining practice is really boring. Is it effective? Emiya Shiera did not question Jiraiya's teaching. Naruto Uzumaki immediately became energetic and laughed at his great achievements. When I was fighting in the ninja today, I finally attached my chakra to my fist, but I almost could beat that guy who always stinky. Emiya Shiera's brows frowned slightly. However, Naruto Uzumaki already knew Shiera Emiya very well, and quickly broke free from his palms, crossed his hands and put them on his chest. Now don't say anything like chakra is used to protect the people around him, not to fight. Uzumaki Naruto already knew Shiera Emiya's attitude towards ninja fighting. This little guy also knows that Shiera Emiya never wants their body to be investigated. Kara is used for fighting, but ninja school will allow them to train in combat between students. He finally almost beat Uchiha Sasuke. But Naruto Uzumaki didn't object to Shiera Emiya's idea. Uzumaki Naruto saw that Shiera Emiya's expression was still unwilling to ease, and muttered angrily, "If we encounter danger when we grow up, I will definitely protect that guy Sasuke." After all, Sasuke is also an opponent I have always recognized since I was a child. Although this is also my wishful thinking, at this time I definitely don't want to give up on that bad guy. Emiya Shiera's expression was calm. When the black Kairat boy by the lake heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth secretly. Does Naruto Uzumaki think he is very powerful at the tail of the crane that always thinks he is so arrogant? All right. The rear of this crane is indeed not without advantages. But the rear of this crane is really too arrogant. Do you think that with an excellent teacher to make up for it, you can defeat him in daily combat training? Suzuki. Naruto Uzumaki also saw the black-eyed boy sitting by the lake. His expression, which was originally very determined, immediately drooped. This guy is here again. Humph. Snort. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head away with some discomfort. Emiya, let's go. Uzumaki Naruto was rushing to pull Emiya Shiera and was about to leave here. However, Shiera Emiya reached out to rub Naruto's yellow hair, and his figure just stood there, looking at Uchiha Sasuke's red-hot arms. Uchiha Sasuke subconsciously wanted to retract. Due to my excessive practice, my skills are out of control. This situation is a bit embarrassing, especially since I am from Uchiha who is good at fire escape. What's more, it's still in front of the crane of Naruto Uzumaki. No. To be precise, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't want anyone to see his own dilemma. Even though he suffered a lot while practicing, he didn't want to show his weak side, because he was a Uchiha. Even though I am Konoha's last Uchiha. However, when Shiera Emiya's eyes were staring at Uchiha Sasuke, he seemed to be staring at an ordinary person, as if he wouldn't look up at Uchiha just because he was the last Uchiha. At least, Uchiha Sasuke could see that Shiera Emiya's face was calm. The other party seemed to just treat him as an ordinary person. This attitude made Uchiha Sasuke feel relaxed and a little strangely unhappy. Although I don't like the pity of others, but this guy's attitude is too calm. However, when Uchiha Sasuke was thinking about it, his skin was even more burning. The boy couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. A muffled groan was suppressed in his throat, and subconsciously bit his lips, still stubbornly trying to hide the pain he was suffering. The spring breeze blows. Layer ripples swayed on the lake surface. Just as the black-eyed boy by the lake gritted his teeth and tried to endure the burning pain secretly, a calm voice fell in his ears, which had the ability to soothe people's hearts. Thousands of years ago. Nearly 40 years ago. When this calm sound appears, it means that a patient suffering from illness can be cured, and it means that the pain they once had to bear can be escaped. I'm a medical ninja, do I need help? Chapter 133 Who said there is only one son of prophecy? On the shore of the lake, Emiya Shiera's palms were shining with a green light. Under the treatment of Shiera Emiya, Uchiha Sasuke's arm is slowly returning to normal, and there is no discomfort in this treatment. This man. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but think secretly. The other party's medical ninjutsu was higher than his own cognition, and perhaps it was because of his lack of knowledge. But the other party is really good. Because he was beaten by Uejo in that genocide tragedy, Uchiha Sasuke had to undergo treatment and recuperation in the hospital for a while. He saw too many doctors and nurses mercy. When they saw him, their faces seemed to be filled with words forever. Is this the only surviving child? It's so pitiful. He actually encountered such a thing. However, but Yumiya did not. This man just maintained an attitude from beginning to end. He was just a medical ninja who helped with treatment, and Uchiha Sasuke was just a patient who needed treatment. It will be dangerous to lose control of fire escape ninjutsu. Amiya Shiera put away his chakra and reminded him as if instructing the patient, next time to practice, pay a little attention to your chakra control. Ninjutsu is out of control. Uzumaki Naruto stood beside Shiera Amiya. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke and couldn't help but scream, "You guy is too messy, right? Shut up! What do you know?" Uchiha Sasuke wanted to lose his temper with some annoyance. "What do you know at the rear of this crane? If you don't work hard enough, it will be a long way to take revenge." That man Uchiha Itachi is so powerful. As Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke has known since childhood how talented Uchiha Itachi is. Their father Uchiha Fujio is always full of expectations for Uchiha Itachi, but he is full of disappointment with Uchiha Sasuke, the second son. Since childhood. In fact, his talent is not as good as his brother. Uchiha Sasuke will not be disappointed with his father's preference, because his father's favorite brother Uchiha Itachi has always loved his younger brother very much. But the nightmare that night appeared. Father, mother, the tribe members who watched him grow up. All of these people died under Uchiha Itachi's knife that night. If I had never been able to compare with Uchiha Itachi's talents since I was a child, and if I didn't work hard enough at this time, I would never see the hope of revenge. Naruto. Shiera Emiya called out to Naruto Uzumaki, who wanted to argue. His eyes fell on Uchiha Sasuke, who was full of pain, and said softly, "Uchiha Sasuke, if you need it, you can practice with Naruto. Your name is very good." Shiera Emiya looked at the black-haired boy and told his former story. "I once saved a ninja named Sasuke, who almost died under the fire escape ninjutsu." Uchiha Sasuke immediately lowered his head in silence. Actually, he really needs an opponent to practice. Among the classmates in ninja school, I have always been the number one, and I have no opponent. Only the tangled crane's tail Uzumaki Naruto has become stronger recently, and even getting closer to me, which makes him feel more and more crisis. Thank you. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was so low that it was inaudible. When Jiraiya knew about this, he only saw two boys fighting against each other on the river bank, which made his eyes widen. No. What's the situation? With the naughtiness of Naruto in the ninja school, there are actually people who are willing to practice with him, and they are even the number one in the ninja school. Jiraiya taught Naruto Uzumaki during this period and also learned from this little kid's story about him and the genius Uchiha Sasuke in the school. No. This is wrong. Isn't this little devil Naruto having a bad relationship with the other party? So fast. Can you practice together? That child. Jiraiya couldn't help but want to ask Shiera Emiya, who was sitting next to him. It's Sasuke. Sarutobi Hinako appeared beside them with a pipe in her mouth. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, who was fighting with Naruto Uzumaki, he looked at Shiera Emiya, who was sitting next to him. Because. Is Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha Itachi's younger brother? Emiya Shiera did not go to see the fight between the two children. His answer made Sarutobi Hinazan a little unexpected. Did that child get Sasuke's name? Jiraiya couldn't help but rub his head. No. What does this mean? What does that child get Sasuke's name? However, the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hinako, immediately reacted. He thought of his father Sarutobi Sasuke, and seemed to understand vaguely why Shiyuzuo was special to Uchiha Sasuke. Perhaps it was not just because Uchiha Sasuke was Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Maybe because of a name. Let the other party think of his old friend. Yes. Sarutobi Hakoto sighed and took the initiative to answer Uchiha's origin. Uchiha Fujio hopes to use my father's name as his second son. This naming method. It's not a big disrespect. Even in the world of ninjas, there is often a kind of respect for the predecessors. Your father is indeed excellent. Emiya Shiera was not reluctant to praise Sarutobi Hinata's father, as if he had placed his memories of his old friends past on the living. His eyes looked at Uchiha Sasuke. I hope this child can become an excellent ninja like him. If my father knows, he will definitely be very happy. Sarutobi Hiruzan's mouth couldn't help but smile. Because his father respected Shiera Emiya very much when he was alive. Even the attitude of respect is no less than the attitude towards the first Naruto Senjo Hashirama. When he often educates him at home, he often mentions Emiya Shiera, especially because Sarutobi Hinata was able to follow Emiya Shiera to travel to the ninja world. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke, who lives in hatred, is different after all. A trace of worry reappeared in Sarutobi Hakoto's eyes. Even though he knew the origin of the destruction of the Uchiha clan, he still couldn't think of any way to deal with the hatred between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Tell the truth? Can this child Uchiha Sasuke bear it? Isn't this child even hates Konoha's senior management for this? If you don't tell the truth, Uchiha Itachi will always be his brother's must-killer, and the hatred between the brothers will not be relieved even if they die. That a kid named Sasuke is very good. Jiraiya watched Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki fight, and he couldn't help but subconsciously praised the other party and belittled his disciples. even if Naruto has mastered the usage of chakra in close combat, he still noticed the limitations of chakra attachment and avoided it in advance. I have to say, this kind of ninja battle has made both sides progress very quickly. Whether it was Uchiha Sasuke or Uzumaki Naruto, they quickly began to adapt to this way of practice and quickly mastered the small skills that the other party mastered. After school, the two little guys will come to the riverside and start one ninja battle after another under the supervision of Emiya Shiera or Jiraiya. In addition to this, Naruto Uzumaki was still forced to refine chakra. Uchiha Sasuke was taught by Jiraiya to master more fire escape ninjutsu. After all, the Uchiha clan is very talented in fire escape ninjutsu, and Jiraiya is also seen by scenes of Uchiha Sasuke practicing fire escape ninjutsu. He is not stingy with his experience in how to learn and use fire escape ninjutsu. Anyway, teaching one more child is also a teaching. If Uchiha Sasuke was not here, Jiraiya would definitely not take the initiative to teach, but Jiraiya was a little stingy with this child who accompanied Uzumaki Naruto, and just reminded Uchiha Sasuke not to use it in the battle at ninja school. For such things, Shiera Emiya was always watching quietly. On the bank of the river, Naruto Uzumaki is still working hard to refine the chakra, and is also working hard to continue the practice of mastering the chakra more carefully. Because his path of practice is the path of Zulai. All of this is for his practice to be able to master the nine-tail chakra faster in the future. His foundation needs to be laid stronger than any ninja's foundation. After all, his body is sealed with the strongest tailed beast in the ninja world. It's natural. Uzumaki Naruto's practice progress was a little slower. At least compared to Uchiha Sasuke, who has mastered more ninjutsu, Naruto Uzumaki's strength has gradually slowed down. Although Jiraiya was prepared for Naruto Uzumaki's slow progress, it is inevitable to complain about this student who did not respect him enough. Really? Jiraiya sat next to Shiera Emiya, glanced at Naruto Uzumaki who was refining chakra with scratching his head, and then looked at Sasuke Uchiha who was practicing fire escape ninjutsu in the distance. The talent for cultivation is not as good as Sasuke. Fire escape and flame bomb. With Uchiha Sasuke's hand-sharing seal, a fireball suddenly spit out of his mouth, burning the target in the distance to ashes. It looks like Uchiha Sasuke, who is using Jiraiya's technique, seems a bit out of place. Take a closer look. There seems to be nothing inconsistent with Uchiha who uses fire escape. It's really excellent. Jiraiya's face couldn't help but praise Uchiha Sasuke's talent, and he seemed to have regained the feeling of teaching genius disciples like Nagato and Hatsuki Mizuno. However, just as Jiraiya was a little proud of teaching Uchiha Sasuke to become a talent quickly, Emiya Shiera's words appeared in his ears. That child. Now I am considered your disciple. Shiera Emiya looked at Uchiha Sasuke's figure and suddenly raised a question that Jiraiya was very concerned about: can he be a child who can change the ninja world in the prophecy? Jiraiya's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Amiya Shiera in shock, and her voice trembled a little. The child in the prophecy, isn't it? Naruto. The child in the prophecy. Isn't there only one person? Isn't it the only ones who should be recognized by Naruto Uzumaki? How? Is it possible for Uchiha Sasuke to do this? Jiraiya was a little unwilling to believe the conjecture raised by Shiera Amiya. He didn't think that Uchiha Sasuke would become the prophetic child. But if that child wants to change the ninja world in the future. Amiya Shiera's eyes looked at Uchiha Sasuke, as if he was pointing out, why do you think he cannot become a prophetic child? In this world, no one is special. These two children are like Hashirama and Madara of the past. After all, there are so many humans in this world that there will always be some very similar or mutually attractive existences. Even if you want to change the world, even if you want to end the war with powerful strength, this great ideal will have different people on the same road. Amiya Shiera looked at Jiraiya in front of her and finally led to the introduction she wanted to lead, and took the initiative to make psychological prevention for Jiraiya in advance. Before the moment when the ninja world really changes, your disciples are actually prophetic children. They may all go on the road to changing the ninja world. They may work together, and they may also fight for life and death. Two people with different ideas but with the same ending, fighting until they decide the winner who has truly changed the ninja world. In comparison, maybe the latter is more likely. Ha 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 ha, how could it be? Jiraiya's face was still smiling. At this time, he felt that his head was about to explode. He didn't expect Amirishi Shiera to make such an explanation. If it was the past, Jiraiya was always worried that he had not received the prophetic children as his disciples, so he kept traveling in the ninja world to find more disciples, hoping that there would be prophetic children among his disciples. So, Jiraiya is even a little scared now. Because of the theory from Amiya Shiera, Jiraiya was a little afraid that the children he received would become prophetic children. His disciples might work together, just like the Yahiko trio. Maybe. Will they fight for life and death? How is it possible? There will be only one child in the prophecy. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and put forward his own point of view, and even immediately thought of something, and put forward his own evidence confidently. Wait. Ha 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 ha, although I have taught Sasuke a lot of techniques, Sasuke's child is not my disciple yet. Chapter 134 The Conspiracy That Everyone Likes to See. This is the evidence. Jiraiya believes that he has found evidence. Because he has never officially accepted Uchiha Sasuke as his disciple, Uchiha Sasuke never called him Jiraiya with Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke is carrying too much darkness and hatred. When Jiraiya said this, he put forward another point of view. His voice was no longer laughing, but instead became a little heavy. At least in my opinion, it is impossible for him to bear more. This is not a kind of discrimination. It's a kind of mercy for Uchiha Sasuke. Amiya Shiera's expression was calm, as if he didn't care about the effective evidence proposed by Jiraiya. He just instilled the two situations of the existence of the prophecy sun into Jiraiya. Jiraiya now believes that his disciples are only Naruto Uzumaki. This white-haired man didn't know. In fact, he still has some disciples who have long died in the world who are rumored to be dead. And his disciples are also doing a big thing. Kill the leader of Yuyan village, Shanjiayu Hanzo. Although killing the Samsara Hanzo may be a big deal for the entire ninja world, it is just a small deal for the Akatsuki organization. After Nagato's body was healed, he had been trying to find opportunities to solve the problem of the Samadhi Hanzo. Now he no longer needs to wait for the opportunity to create more reincarnation puppets, because his body is already strong enough. But this is a public affairs and a private matter. Nagato believes that they need to control the entire Rain Kingdom to keep the secret of the Akatsuki organization, but this matter is ultimately a revenge of the past. The country of Rain. A building like an iron cage in the valley. However, the building has collapsed into a ruin, and the bodies of a group of Rain ninjas fell all over the place. Only one person is still alive. The pepper fish is half hidden. You. Shanjiao Hanzo looked at Pen, who was walking over in horror, as well as Nagato and Konan, who were following Pen, and their bodies were constantly curling up to retreat. This old man no longer has the courage of the past, and he will never spare his life to protect his country. He even grew older and became greedy for the power in his hands, greedy for his own lives. Goodbye. Pen raised his palm. Next moment, a wave of repulsive force pressed on Shanjiayu Hanzang's body. The leader of Yuyan village, who once left a reputation in the ninja world and even once competed for the invasion of many great powers, widened his eyes and died in an instant under the pressure of this sudden repulsive force. His death seemed extremely miserable. With the death of Hanzo Shanjiao, no one could hinder the Akatsuki organization from ruling the Rain country. Pain immediately took Nagato and Konan to take over Yuyan village and re-establish a new order. This happened. Of course, I did not hide it from Shiera Emiya. Emiya Shiera didn't care about the actions of the Pain Trio. He was just thinking about how to get Nagato to come into contact with Jiraiya earlier in the future. If you can. Shiyumiya hoped to use an old friend. Very unfortunately, this old friend cannot move freely. Although this old friend had been trying to secretly find an opportunity to contact Emiya Shiera after learning that Emiya Shiera had arrived at Konohara, the third-generation Naruto Sarutoki was cut off and he would never allow him to have a chance to appear in front of Emiya Shiera. Danzang has always been very busy at work. By chance, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata deliberately talked about this old friend in front of Shiera Emiya, and lies without blushing. After all, Shimura Danzo was also considered to have followed Emiya Shiera. Sarutobi Hizaki didn't want them to meet, and didn't want to see Shimura Danzo find an opportunity to take advantage of Shimiya Shiera. The situation in Konoha has stabilized. Shimura Danzo, who was once too big in Konoha village, should not have any other thoughts. Now Konoha does not need Shimura Danzo to continue to play any role. Under Naruto's forced order, it is enough to be able to retire and wait for peace of mind. This kind of thing. Of course, it is something that Shimura Danzo cannot tolerate. As a man with ambition, Shimura Danzo would not want to be content with himself, and he also made him murderous intent again for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been suppressing him. Certainly. Shimura Danzo definitely does not make it convenient for him to do it himself. The old man could only rely on his ally Orochimaru, who was away from home. By the way, he also wanted to know when Orochimaru would send him a reincarnation eye. But the busy Orochimaru didn't have time to pay attention to Shimura Danzo. Even Orochimaru no longer cared about Shimura Danzo, and all this naturally fell into the hands of his big butler pharmacist Dori. After all, Orochimaru needs a lot of time to study the art of reincarnation in the filthy land to make his future ninjas stronger. He also needs to study the art of sealing the corpse ghosts to resurrect the filthy land to use the fourth generation of Naruto Shiba Fengmeng sect, and even more, he needs to study the cloned replica project proposed by Shiera Emiya, so that he can live forever. Time is slowly passing by. When Konoha's Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke grew faster and faster, a breakthrough in one of Orochimaru's topics finally made a breakthrough. He finally found a way to break through the body of the god of death in the dusty information. There is a mask of death that can connect to the underworld. Wear that mask. Use this to call for the arrival of the god of death. The body of the god of death is broken at the expense of the soul of the caster, so that the soul of the god of death can be freed from the dead silence and truly ascend to heaven and return to the pure land. This mask. The Whirlpool clan's Noodle Hall has been sealed in Konoha. After all, the ninja world has always known very little about the gate sealing of corpses and ghosts, let alone the method of unlocking the gate sealing of corpses and ghosts. Koi. Orochimaru looked through the scroll recording the secrets of the Uzumaki clan, and a complicated flashed through his snake's eyes. It's really a hometown that can never be bypassed in his destiny. Sir Orochimaru. Pharmacist Tao carefully wanted to test Orochimaru's thoughts. However, Orochimaru did not hide everything about him and narrowed his eyes. Let's find a way to get that mask first. This task. Naturally, I left it to the pharmacist to deal with it. This task is not troublesome, nor is it safe. Orochimaru is not at ease to leave it to others for handling, so it is safer to let the pharmacist do it. After all, Konoha is not weak now. Orochimaru's former companions Jiraiya and Tsunade were both in Konoha village. It was really inconvenient for him to go to Konoha. If they were accidentally noticed, it would definitely be a problem. By the way, try to find an opportunity to contact Danzang. I have already formulated a plan to deal with Shiera Emiya, but this plan may require a little use of Danzo's help. Yes. Pharmacist Do immediately nodded and agreed. What plan? Uchiha Obito asked about Orochimaru's so-called plan and asked contemptuously, what is your plan? For the past few years, you have been claiming to be working hard to improve the art of reincarnation in the filthy land, but I have not seen any of your achievements. According to their former plan, in order to get rid of Emiya Shiera, Orochimaru will try his best to create a filthy legion composed of strong men. As a result, he has not had a few people in the filthy spirit, and even the most powerful first-generation Naruto Senju Hashimaru has not been reincarnated from the filthy legion. The reason Orochimaru gave is very simple. The reincarnated Chihu Hashima who was too weak to be effective. He could not be an opponent of Emiya Shiera and could not play any great use. The reincarnated Shimama Senju, who was reincarnated in the immortal land, would not be able to control it if it was too strong. He would definitely easily get rid of his control. He might not kill Orochimaru with one backhand. It was simply a dead cycle. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, choosing to ignore Uchiha Obito's rudeness and raised his true thoughts. Never mind. Since you're so anxious, then let me tell you the plan I originally created. If we can't control the first Hokage, so why do you have to control him specifically? We have always overlooked a problem. We originally used the purpose of the reincarnation of the filthy land to fight against that big man. Therefore, we have to always be careful to avoid any possibility of the reincarnation of the filthy land to avoid being aware of our little thoughts. But when we really start to fight him, maybe there is no need to hide your own little thoughts, nor do you need to pay attention to whether the reincarnated person in the filthy land is out of control. As long as the pharmacist gets the mask. As long as I use my mask to crack the entire corpse and liberate the soul in the body of the god of death, I will be able to use the filthy land to reincarnate all the dead Naruto. Even if these Naruto retain their power in their lifetime, it doesn't matter if they lose control. However, when these dead Naruto knew that Emiya Shiera's will had changed at the right time, and that Emiya Shiera was secretly planning a conspiracy to subvert the ninja world, they must have will be in a hostile way with Emiya Shiera. We just need to make a wisp of wind. A wisp of wind that triggered the entire storm in the ninja world. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He realized everything as if he had realized the truth. He didn't care at all about the end of these out-of-control Naruto and Shiera Emiya. Orochimaru just wants to create a major event and truly get rid of Emiya Shiera's control, so that he can safely hide in the corner and gain true immortality. To be honest. In fact, he is living a stable life now. However, Shiera Emiya will pose a threat to his safety at any time. This seemingly stable and peaceful life actually hides a crisis that life and death cannot be controlled by oneself, which makes Orochimaru really unbearable. Now he, just like the ninja world now. Although the ninja world has already been blessed with a surging undercurrent that may destroy everything, it has been maintaining a disgusting peace under the suppression of Emiya Shiera. Quiet. It means dead silence. Orochimaru doesn't like quiet at all. Move. Meaning life. Orochimaru always likes to move. Pharmacist Dori stood respectfully, looking at Orochimaru with a faint hideous face, and Uchiha Obito, who was thinking, slowly lowered his head quietly. Orochimaru's plan. It seems that there is indeed feasibility. Deep in the dark underground, a white Jew clone was swimming quickly. This Baiju clone, who was assigned to secretly monitor Orochimaru, told its original body the conspiracy between Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito. What to do? Baiju's original body became a little worried and said softly, "We need to send this news to Lord Emiya immediately, if something really happens." No. Heiju shook his head quickly, and a sinister smile suddenly flashed across its face. Maybe this is also an opportunity to let Wei Yuan know that he and the group of Konoha's ninjas should never have any bonds. Only we and him are in the same group. This may be a bit troublesome. Baiju's original body had to remind Kuroju, hoping that Kuroju could pay attention to the safety of Shiera Emiya. Even if Master Emiya is strong enough, he wants to deal with the first generation of Naruto Chihu Hashirama and 2 Narutos who have mastered the time and space technique. Rest assured, there will be no danger. Kuro is absolutely confident in Emiya Shiera, and even it has its own preparation plan. Actually, I really hope Emiya will encounter danger. Heiju couldn't help but imagine the future. When Wei Yuan really encounters danger, we can let Nagato use the Samka Eye to truly resurrect him. At that time, even if it's Senjo Hashirama, it's impossible to be Uehara's opponent. But Heiju did not block all intelligence channels. Because when pharmacist Dora came to Konoha with the task of finding the Mask of Death, he looked for an opportunity to inform Emiya Shiera of Orochimaru's plan. Perform according to Orochimaru's plan. Emiya Shiera didn't care about Orochimaru's conspiracy at all, nor did she care about the threats this plan might bring. The only thing he cared about was Heiju's thoughts. In theory, Pharmacist Pot should not be the first one. Heijuike should be the first to send this information. If Heiju did not submit this information, it means Heiju is likely to have other ideas. It can even be said that the plan formulated by Orochimaru to make Emiya Shiera and Konoha truly determine that they are hostile is in line with Heiju's intentions. That guy Heiju. I am really afraid that I will be influenced by the reincarnation of Azura Chakra. It looks like I need to give it a little sweeter. For example, this conspiracy is in front of you. Let this conspiracy be carried out and let Heiju truly realize that he will be devoted to it. In this way, it is in line with Emiya Shiera's idea. The only thing needed is that Orochimaru's conspiracy may require a little change. That's it. Emiya Shiera's fingers were knocked and said softly, Orochimaru wants to make a gust of wind to blow the windmill, and the windmill should always need a response. Pharmacist can't understand a little. Although the plan was formulated by Orochimaru, Emiya Shiera's palms closed, and he had some knowledge of the conspiracy, but the time and location of the implementation of this plan, as well as the people who may be involved in this storm, please let me help him choose in advance. Chapter 135. Today is an important day. Conspiracy and intrigue. In fact, Shiera Emiya hasn't been working on it for many years. Fortunately, Emiya Shiera still remembers some methods of implementing conspiracies. For example, if you want to use other people's conspiracy, you first need to integrate yourself into the conspiracy, then leak out part of the conspiracy of the leader, and finally make yourself the leader of the conspiracy. But this time there are some exceptions. After all, this is a major issue. This time, Shiera Emiya thought very carefully. He not only cared about himself, but also needed to consider the life and death of many people and the psychological state of many people. Not only do you need to consider living people, some dead people even need to be considered. Fortunately, Shiera Emiya is not counting on how to design a conspiracy. He was particularly unfamiliar and reluctantly thought that he had taken into account everyone's factors and even made sure that there was no omission, so he handed over the first phase of work scroll to the pharmacist's pocket. The content inside is very interesting. Interesting. After opening the scroll in surprise, after seeing the content on it, his pupils tightened instantly. How could that child be? That child is the purpose of the fourth generation. The well-known secret of Konoha's senior management. Emiya Shiera patted the pharmacist's shoulder and ordered seriously, after a while, the child will graduate from ninja school. The things on the scroll should be regarded as a graduation gift I gave to the child, but you just need your help. Yes. Pharmacist Do nodded seriously. That's it. Emiya Shiera remembered his experience in Konoha during this period and said softly, after all, I have established a little bond with that child. Maybe he will feel a little sad when I leave, so let him be happy first. Let that child choose. The child now has gotten a lot. Let's see if the child will greedily choose another way. This is the first thing. Shiera Emiya looked at the pharmacist Dora and continued in a deep voice, the second thing, I remember Orochimaru asked you to contact Danzo, so I'll tell him a message. The leader of Yuhang village, Shanjiao Yu Hanzo, has been killed by the samurai eye technique. The other party has taken over Yuhang village and may look for opportunities to avenge him and Konoha. Pharmacist's pupils shook. This important news. Do you really need to tell Shimura Danzo in advance? Pharmacist Dori didn't understand it very well. This kind of information that might make Shimura Danzo develop guard against him. It should be hidden, right? Just do it. It makes Danzo feel a little more dangerous. At least let him understand that he cannot stay out of a major event in the future, and must take risks in it to get what he wants. What should be given to him? I should give it to him, too. What should be taken back from him? I should have taken it back, too. After Emiya Shiera finished his arrangements, she reminded pharmacist Dora again, when you have completed two things in Konoha, don't risk getting involved in the rest. Orochimaru is going to cause a big storm. If you are involved too much, you will also be in danger. Yes. A warm feeling arose in the heart of the pharmacist Dori, and he looked at the content on the scroll again. Then I'll contact Mizuki, who worships Lord Orochimaru. Be safe. If you encounter danger. Shiera Emiya looked at the pharmacist Dora. His voice was very quiet. No matter how much power it is exposed, it doesn't matter. What we are doing now is not that important, it is just to make our path more comfortable. Even if there are problems with the plan and some twists and turns on the road to the final goal, it will not hinder the end we are heading. Yes. Pharmacist's head was lowered again. Ninja School. The school ushered in a new generation of graduation assessment. As the tail of the crane in the former school, although Naruto Uzumaki's cultural achievements are still at the bottom, he has been practicing chakra control, which has also made his ninja battles excellent enough, and even competed with Sasuke Uchiha for a time. But the ninja school graduation assessment is the clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki is not very good at clone technique. He is good at shadow clone technique that is higher than clone technique, and even multiple shadow clone technique that is more difficult than shadow clone technique. As Naruto Uzumaki's teacher, Jiraiya will definitely not give up teaching this child the art of multi-shadow clones, and he also knows the advantages of this child very well. It's natural. This exam is simply not difficult. It even surprised their teacher Irika. Ninjutsu method multi-shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto's fingers slowly stood up, and a smug smile appeared on his face, just to show his power during this graduation exam. Next moment, the entire classroom was filled with Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones. Even the school corridor was covered with shadow clones, attracting the attention of a group of ninja students, looking at the densely packed Naruto Uzumaki with breathtaking surprise. Hey hey! Naruto Uzumaki wiped his nose and looked at the two examiners Irika and Mizuki who were in charge of the assessment with pride. Teacher Irika. How about it? How about it? You can pass the exam. Qualified. Irika Kitano put away the amazement on his face, and put a mark of qualification helplessness before teaching the disciple again. However, ninjutsu is not used to show off, but to protect important people. I know, I know. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand with a laugh. You. Irika Kitano looked at Naruto Uzumaki with complicated eyes, and finally just sighed. He knew that this child was no longer the one he could teach. Maybe he has never helped this child. Even he is not qualified as a teacher. Because Irika Kitan's parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, he often felt complicated about Naruto Uzumaki, and sometimes he was like a strict father, and sometimes he was like a kind mother. If someone else sees it. In fact, the teacher Irika, Hino, has done enough for the student Naruto Uzumaki, because he always helps the student who likes to make trouble in the village and takes the student to eat ramen. but he thought he was not doing well enough. Because no matter what he does, he cannot truly let go of his inner grudges. So, this is considered a qualified graduation. A smile appeared on Mizuki's face, acknowledging that Naruto Uzumaki was able to graduate, and even praised more with interest. Maybe from today onwards, when the students in the village graduated, they would remember that there was a student named Naruto Uzumaki who was assigned thousands of shadow clones during the graduation exam. Ha 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 ha. The smug smile on Naruto Uzumaki's face became even more intense. However, this kind of happy mood seems to be still continuing. When the school's graduation ceremony began, the parents of the graduates all came to the ninja school and accompanied their children to attend the ceremony with kind faces. Although Naruto Uzumaki looked at the children with his parents with some envy on his face, he was not alone in this important occasion in his life. Mr. Jiraiya. Mr. Jiraiya. Every student parent present couldn't help but look at the tall white-haired man beside Naruto Uzumaki with respect, expressing his respect for Konoha-sunin. Yes. Jiraiya simply attended the graduation ceremony as a parent. His appearance even seemed a bit grand on such occasions. He was the attendee with the highest status. Only Uchiha Sasuke, who was alone, looked at this scene with a cold expression. He didn't care about attending such useless graduation ceremony at all. He planned to find a place to continue his practice. He believed that he needed stronger strength to take revenge. Instead of, I miss the past here. Not to mention, here I feel jealous of Naruto Uzumaki. Envy. This kind of emotion always seems to be easy to breed. Naruto Uzumaki, who was ignored by everyone in the past, became the focus of everyone's attention after the graduation assessment, and even the respected Konoha-sunin attended as his parents. Where is yourself? The first place in ninja school. In this graduation assessment, I was just a good match. I am still alone at this important graduation ceremony. Even the more lonely you are, the more hatred you are. Because I have all these. These were obviously owned by myself, but they were taken away by that man. Uchiha Sasuke suppressed his hatred for Uchiha Itachi and his jealousy for Uzumaki Naruto, and came to the river where they often practiced. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a person sitting by the river. Since Jiraiya was also Naruto Uzumaki's teacher, Naruto Uzumaki immediately invited his elder Jiraiya. He believed that Shiera Emiya was just his friend, so he did not invite Shiera Emiya to attend his graduation ceremony as a parent. That's exactly that. Shiera Emiya was also a little lonely on this day. He was not surprised when he saw Uchiha Sasuke appear. The other party's appearance was indeed expected. However, Shiera Emiya didn't say a word, nor did she ask Uchiha Sasuke about the graduation ceremony, but just sat quietly by the river writing scrolls. It was not until the chakra was exhausted that Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have finally vented everything and lay on the lawn exhausted. Thanks. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly said, thanking. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but want to thank Shiera Emiya for being willing to accompany him to practice when he was the loneliest, although the other party might just have nothing to do. There was a little confusion in Emiya Shiera's eyes, as if she didn't quite understand why this black-collar boy suddenly thanked him for no reason. Uchiha Sasuke didn't explain much, and he quietly glanced at Emiya Shiera sitting by the river, and couldn't help but curse himself in his heart that he shouldn't have talked too much. This man. It seems that I never cared about helping them. This man. It seems that he never understood that he had helped others in his spare time. This man. What do you care about? Is there really something this man cares about in this world? What exactly will happen in this world that will change the man's face? He never seems to be happy or sad. If Uchiha Sasuke was willing to carry forward his few curiosity and secretly take a look at the scroll, he would definitely find that there were many names he knew on it, and even his own name was included. Pity. It is difficult for Uchiha Sasuke to be curious about anything. Even if Uchiha Sasuke had a hint of curiosity in his heart, he would be restrained by him in the name of needing revenge and not being distracted when his curiosity became more and more intense. However, Shiera Emiya didn't seem to know the curiosity of the black-collared boy beside him, and he held put a pen and drew a line on a scroll full of names. Above. A clear line. Uzumaki Naruto, Mizuki, Pharmacist Dora, Orochimaru. Shiera Emiya looked up at the sky, looked at the burning clouds in the sky, and also watched the dark side gradually rising. This night. It will be the beginning. From this night, the darkness of the ninja world began to come. The man who once brought infinite light to this world finally decided to share the darkness he had before he turned into light with this world. Today is an important day. Emiya Shiera's voice echoed by the river. It's not that important, either. Uchiha Sasuke believed that Emiya was referring to his graduation ceremony. He lay on the grass and looked at the sky, and said in a cold voice, "It's not important at all." Chapter 136. It's time to let you know who your parents are. Ninja School. The graduation ceremony at the school has finally ended. As a teacher of this class of graduates, Irika Kitano finally finished his work today, and his mood finally became a little relaxed. When Irika Kitano returned to the students' classroom to pack up his things, he saw the empty classroom. He felt a huge loss in his heart. From then on, he never had the chance to spend time with these little ghosts again. It's easy. It's easy to cheat that little devil Naruto. As long as I can use that little ghost to get the treasures of the Uzumaki clan, I can leave the village and surrender to Lord Orochimaru. Certainly. Orochimaru has always welcomed talents. I didn't expect you to discover my identity. He. This is just an accidental opportunity. After all, ordinary ninjas will not be like us followers who worship Orochimaru. I have long seen the adults secretly want to secretly control a snake to kidnap Naruto. This behavior is really too risky, so I came forward to stop the adults. I didn't expect. Sir, it's actually carrying out Lord Orochimaru's mission. I originally planned to find an opportunity to steal the Book of Seal as a rank to join Lord Orochimaru. I didn't expect that I had a better opportunity. Is that treasure of the Uzumaki clan more precious to Lord Orochimaru than Book of Seal? A sound of communication continued to reach Irika Kitano's ears. One of the voices was very familiar, and it was Mizuki, a colleague who was responsible for the student assessment together. The other person's voice was a little unfamiliar, which made it impossible for Kitano Irika to distinguish. But their content is a bit scary. These two people are doing business for this level rebellious ninja Orochimaru, and they actually want to use the little guy Naruto Uzumaki to take away the treasure left by the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. This is a big deal. However, now he is the only one, and he may not be the opponent of the other party, especially Mizuki, who is the same Zongnin as him. As for the other person, the opponent's strength seems unknown. Irika Kitano couldn't help but slowly lower her lower body and secretly listen to the conversation in the corridor. His eyes continued to become shocked with the news he had overheard. That little devil Naruto Uzumaki. Does there really be bloodlines of the Vortex clan on your body? I remember that the people in the Uzumaki clan should have red hair. That little ghost has blonde hair and doesn't look like it. This is a secret that only the top leaders of Konoha know. Uzumaki Naruto's mother is Konoha's previous generation, Jotalajiri Uzumaki Kushina, and his father is Konoha's fourth generation, Naruto Fukumizu. When Uchiha Obito was creating the Nine-Tail Rebellion in Konoha, the couple lost their lives to seal the Nine Tails, and finally sealed the head-tail beast on their newborn child. Even the fourth generation Hokage did not even get away to rest in peace. This news. It's a bit too shocking. Irika Kitano never thought that the child's parents would sacrifice in the Nine Tails Rebellion that night, just like his parents, and even really solved the fourth generation of Naruto Shinmizu Gate of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Irika's heart trembled. This inner fluctuation will subconsciously react to the body, causing his calves to subconsciously touch the table legs, making a loud noise. Who? A hint of panic flashed across Shuimu's face. He subconsciously held a kunao in his hand and flew directly into the classroom. However, Irika Hano had no choice but to care about so much. He flew over and jumped out of the classroom window. He wanted to pass on the information quickly. That child. The child who stayed by the hero Konoha. The child who has always been misunderstood as a disaster. Irika Kitano has never regretted that he had never taken good care of Naruto Uzumaki, and he must pass this information to the people in the village as soon as possible. No matter what. Nor can Naruto be harmed and exploited by them. However, it is difficult to meet people. Because today is the graduation ceremony of the school, the building is empty, and only two teachers, Shuimu, are left to take charge of today's school. Whoosh! Shuimu's figure quickly chased after him. A kunao suddenly fell on Irika's leg. Irika Kitano's body lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, he immediately got up hard and struggled to continue running. "I'll deal with him." The mysterious man reached out to block the Mizuki who wanted to go forward to solve the problem, looked at the back of Irika from Kitano and said softly, "You are a teacher at ninja school, and it is easy to win the trust of Naruto Uzuki. You should first find a way to trick the child into staying in Konoha's Namitang, take away the treasures of the Uzuki clan as soon as possible, and we will leave Konoha as soon as possible." "Yes." Mizuki could only grit his teeth and glance at Irika, who was leaving. This is really... Many twists and turns arise. However, this will not hinder the overall situation. As long as the village can solve the problem of Irika and take away the treasure Orochimaru wants as soon as possible while the village has not yet noticed their conspiracy. Mizuki's figure jumped over and headed to Naruto Uzumaki's home, only the mysterious man was left watching Irika's back. "Actually, I should turn around and fight with them." While circling the forest behind the school, Irika Kitani thought about his own approach. Perhaps he should not choose to escape, but should turn around and break through to the direction of the village. After all, there are only two people on the other side. But the strength of another person is really unknown. It seems impossible for me to pass on the information. Hope. It's still time. When Irika Kitano tried hard to look back, he saw the other party's traces disappear without a trace, which made him feel even more anxious. Can't relax. The other party doesn't care about chasing him. Maybe he wasn't sure to kill him quickly, maybe he was going to find Naruto Uzumaki, which made Irika Kitten even more nervous. However, the other party did not give up on the hunt. If a person does not see the enemy, it may not be that the enemy gave up chasing him, but that he is already in the most comfortable attack position. Bang! A elbow hit Hino Irika's neck. The strength of this Chuninian teacher was indeed not very good, and he was subdued by a blow almost instantly. I can't imagine it at all. The mysterious man took off his hood and showed a head of grey hair. He held his glasses in surprise and checked the unconscious Irika of Kitano. How did that adult like this? It is the pharmacist's pocket. His strength is far better than that of Irika, Hino. But it doesn't matter. Pharmacist Taku stretched out his finger and checked the side of Irika Kitano, and nodded as if he was a little satisfied. The time to wake up should be just right. Although I am not sure, according to the judgment of that adult, you will be a suitable candidate. On the other side, the dark night droops. Uzumaki Naruto has returned to his home. At today's graduation ceremony, Naruto Uzumaki gained an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, and he received attention from many people. Those who underestimated him in the past looked at him with admiration. Even the girl he liked, Haruno Sakura, took the initiative to talk to him. Although the other party asked about Mr. Jiraiya and immediately asked about Uchiha Sasuke, it also made Naruto Uzumaki very happy. It's so good today. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't suppress his excitement. Yes. A gloomy voice appeared in his room. Yes, who? Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly changed. His body subconsciously became alert and looked nervously at the figure sitting by his window. Teacher Mizuki. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the examiner in surprise, and his vigilance immediately relaxed and asked about the other party's purpose. Why did Teacher Mizuki come here? For the teachers in the school. Uzumaki Naruto still maintains a very high trust. Because Naruto Uzumaki is only 12 years old this year, if you count on going to school at the age of 6, half of your past life will be at ninja school. Especially this teacher. Today I praised him. Even he felt a little embarrassed when he praised him. I'll come here. I want to tell you something. Shuimu's mouth grinned, and 2 rows of teeth appeared on her gloomy face. Now you have graduated from school, it is time to let you know your life experience and who your parents are. Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a little confusion. Because this is a field he has never been exposed to. So you should be interested, too. Mizuki spread his palms and asked a question that Naruto Uzumaki was concerned about. Why have I been rejected by the people in the village? This. Uzumaki Naruto's mood immediately became depressed. Although he has attracted a lot of attention today. But that was just a fake tiger power relying on Teacher Jiraiya's identity. Everyone, actually, I still hate him very much. Follow me. Mizuki looked at Naruto Uzumaki, his lips pursed a smile, and he stretched out his palm with confidence. I will let you know the truth of all this, and I will give you a treasure left to you by your mother. The treasure of the Vortex clan. The Uzumaki clan, which was once comparable to the Uchiha clan. Naruto, you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and you should have inherited that precious treasure. Chapter 137, The Nine-Tail Rebellion. This is a gift from Orochimaru. Uzumaki Naruto was not interested in treasures. The only thing this child is interested in is his own life experience and why everyone in the village hates him. This is the answer he urgently wants to know. It's natural. Shuimu will not reject a child's curiosity. Even his curiosity is within the use of Shuimu. Late at night. Konoha village. The Nam Hall of the Vortex clan. This Namian hall has become a bit dilapidated. Since Konoha is left with Naruto Uzumaki, no one has ever cleaned it, so the dark environment here makes people feel a little scared. Even though Naruto Uzumaki had just graduated from ninja school, he was a child after all, and he was inevitably a little timid in this environment. It was just that he was obsessed with getting the truth that made him work hard to muster up the courage to wander here. When they arrived at the name Endora of the Uzumaki clan, Mizuki wanted to interpret the answers to Naruto Uzumaki because this was part of their plan. 12 years ago, there was a nine-tail rebellion in the village. A nine-tailed demon fox killed many people that night, and many of their relatives died that night. People have always hated the nine-tailed demon fox that killed their relatives, and have always been afraid that the nine-tailed demon fox will cause trouble again. I know. Naruto Uzumaki quickly signaled that he knew about this. After all, many people still remember the tragedy 12 years ago. No matter how slow he is, he knows the tragic and bloody Nine-Tail Rebellion. But does this have anything to do with him? You haven't thought about it. Mizuki's mouth suppressed his smile, wanting to see Naruto Uzumaki's expression when he knew the truth. Are you the nine-tailed demon fox that people hate? Uzumaki Naruto's footsteps suddenly stopped. The yellow-haired boy's pupils suddenly became a little out of focus. His mind seemed to be short-circuited for a moment, and only Shuimu's rhetorical question was left in his ear. Uzumaki Naruto's body became a little stiff. This is why you are hated by everyone in the village. Mizuki continued to stimulate Naruto Uzumaki without hesitation, and the corner of his mouth even smiled. Many people in the village want you to die. Like your teacher, Iruka. Kano Iruka's parents also died for one night. Mizuki continued to stimulate Naruto Uzumaki's nerves with a fierce face. Although that guy usually looks good to you and looks like he accepts you, he hopes that you, a student, will die soon. No. Not that. Uzumaki Naruto leaned under a tree in a little horror. He remembered the scenes of the villagers scolding him, and, with some fear, the teacher he knew Iruka, who was once really friendly to him. That teacher. Do you really want him to die? That was a teacher who expressed kindness to him earlier. Even accepted him earlier than his friends Nara Shikamaru and Akito Tingji, Amiya Shiera, and Jiraiya. In fact, that teacher has been taking care of him all the time. Although Teacher Iruka, Kitano, is not as good as Teacher Jiraiya, nor is it as good as Shiera Amiya. But in Naruto Uzumaki's heart, Iruka Kitano has always had a high status. Before he met Shiera Amiya and Jiraiya, he could only rely on teacher Iruka. That teacher. Actually, have you always hated him? Don't be afraid. Mizuki slowly squatted in front of Naruto Uzumaki, looked at the yellow-haired ghost with a smile on his face full of fear of the truth, and continued with a smile, actually, this is not your fault. You were just born that night. Nine-tailed demon fox. It wasn't you at the beginning. It's just that someone sealed the nine-tailed demon fox into your body. Yes, is that true? Naruto Uzumaki felt like he had caught a wisp of straw in his heart. He quickly wiped his tears and clenched his fists. Yes. This is not his fault. It's not his fault that he is the nine-tailed demon fox. At that time, I was just born. Some people didn't care what his life would be like, how sad he would live, and forced Jiwei into his body. This is not his fault. This is all the mistake that person made. Who is it? Who did it? Uzumaki Naruto asked repeatedly. Your father. Mizuki's answer once again made Naruto Uzumaki's expression froze. Naruto Uzumaki's face couldn't show any expression, and his face turned pale, as if what he had just caught was not a life-saving straw. But the talisman that urged him to die. How could his father seal the nine tails in his son's body? Father. Shouldn't they all be great? Naruto Uzumaki has seen the fathers of those classmates more than once. The fathers of those classmates are either kind or strict, but their eyes are full of love for their children. His father. How could I do this? How could he make his son a nine-tailed demon fox? Actually, you have a great father, Naruto. The smile on the corner of Mizuki's mouth was even stronger, as if he didn't know that the child was already angry with his father, and even praised the child's father. Your father's name is Habuki Mizuno, he is the fourth generation of Hokage in the village. Uzumaki Naruto felt like he was struck by lightning. This is an identity he never thought of. How is it possible? Naruto Uzumaki widened his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that he was the son of the fourth Hokage, because he only knew that the fourth Hokage was the hero of the village. That hero. How could it be his father? How could such a hero make his son a nine-tail? The fourth generation of Naruto is the hero in the village. Shuimu spread his palms and was still trying hard to praise the other party. In order to prevent Jiwei from harming the village, he sealed the Jiwei who was in trouble in the village into his newly born son. Uzumaki Naruto's fingers finally clenched into the flesh. Just as Mizuki was trying to say something, a terrifying chakra suddenly broke out from Naruto Uzumaki, and the child roared towards the sky. This child finally could no longer bear Shuimu's words. Or this child finally couldn't bear the truth. In these 12 years of life, Naruto Uzumaki has experienced countless discriminations, abuses, and beatings. It is strange wherever he goes, and everyone wants him to die. Actually, this kind of life. The little guy has gradually gotten used to it. I'm even trying to change. However, someone told him at this moment that the reason why his life was so difficult was all done by his heroic father. This. Mizuki looked at Naruto Uzumaki with some nervousness, looked around in horror, and quickly comforted him loudly, Naruto, quiet down, quiet down. This is really an unexpected situation. Mizuki was even more surprised by the chakra that Naruto Uzumaki burst out, because he had seen the scarlet chakra coat, and even more tails were hiding behind him. This little devil's chakra. It seems that I can't handle it at all. No. Not only can't handle it. It's hard to say that the whole Konoha can't handle it. Mizuki saw more and more red chakras appearing on Uzumaki Naruto in horror. He knew that this meant a leak from the nine-tailed chakra. The Nine-Tail Rebellion. There will be no Nine-Tail Rebellion again, right? In the sealed space. This is the place where the tailed beast lives in the body of the human Kuriki. Uzumaki Naruto's chakra touched this place for the first time. Her short body staggered in the water prison that sealed the space. She walked step by step to a fence gate. She looked up and saw a huge monster fox with a terrifying figure. 9 tails. This is the 9 tails. The 9 tails who put their lives in such a state. It was also the 9 tails sealed in his body by his father in the name of a hero. 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto looked up at the scarlet eyes of the 9-tailed. This is their first contact. Although Kyuubi has been able to observe Naruto Uzumaki's life in the past 12 years, this is the first time I have seen this little devil in the sealed space. What's amazing is, it is exactly the state that Jutai wants to see the most. A little despair is so disappointed that a little devil who is completely disappointed in life is so pleasant that Joey can easily control the other party. Joey's mouth grinned, a hideous smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, who seemed to have lost all his will. This. What an excellent opportunity! The first time Jutai felt such amazing darkness from Naruto Uzumaki, it didn't expect that the opportunity to escape from prison would come so easily. 9 tails. I was really a little moved. This lost little ghost is the easiest time to hand over his body to it. The only pity is, the timing of this little devil appears is not very good. Now that guy Emiya Shiera is still in Konoha. It would be great if this little ghost could expose his condition after Emiya Shiera left Konoha, so it can seize the little ghost's body and make a big fuss in Konoha. What a pity! That guy Emiya Shiera is still there. That guy definitely won't tolerate it making a big fuss here, right? Even in order to calm its emotions and to prevent it from becoming chaotic, Shiera Emiya has been growing up with this little devil, which can be regarded as spending a relaxing time with it. But this kind of opportunity is really rare. Anyway, even if something goes wrong, that guy Shiera Emiya can't blame himself. I have suffered so many grievances in Konoha for so many years. Konoha's people make mistakes first, but it's not because it made any mistakes. That guy. It's really easy to deceive. It will be fine if I explain 1 or 2 sentences at that time. Joey's mouth finally grinned, slowly stretched out his claws from the fence, and asked a question with a ferocious face. Little devil! Do you want to destroy this world? Is that possible? Uzumaki Naruto murmured to himself, just asking if Kyuuba could do it, because he didn't know what else he could do while he was alive. Destroy the world? Maybe this can be done? Certainly. The corners of Joey's mouth were grinning, and its voice seemed to be bewitching Naruto Uzumaki's mind. Its chakras surged out like a tide. As long as you hand over your body to me, we can destroy everything. How to do it? Uzumaki Naruto was a little incomprehensible. It's very simple. Joey narrowed his eyes, and his scarlet eyes fell on a piece of talisman paper on the prison door. It would be even better if you could tear off the seal on it. Inside the hall, Shuimu's body was constantly retreating. This teacher Chunin was so scared that he peed his pants. He saw 4 tails growing from Naruto Uzumaki, and it seemed that his mind was no longer awake. No. What should I do? There seemed to be a little unexpected happening in the plan. Now I haven't got the treasure through Naruto Uzumaki. Where is that adult? What should I do now? Mizuki looked at Naruto Uzumaki with fear on his face, and his body trembled and wanted to escape, but he saw Naruto Uzumaki staring at him, making him dare not do anything. Own. I won't die here, right? In the forest. Pharmacist Do was playing with a pair of death masks in his hand. In fact, when the plan started, the pharmacist Potter had already obtained this treasure, so he naturally could not make any mistakes in this mask that could crack the entire corpse ghost seal. From the beginning, there is only one use of water and wood. That is to stimulate the 9 tails in Naruto Uzumaki's body. It's almost time. Pharmacist Takumi turned his head slightly and glanced at Irika Hino. Irika, who happened to be lying on the ground, woke up faintly from his sleep. His eyes saw the back of the pharmacist Dora and the direction where the pharmacist Dorero was watching. That direction. A terrifying red chakra was sailing upwards. Is that 9-tailed? At this moment, Irika Kitano panicked. He also recalled the fear of being dominated by the 9-tail rebellion in the past, which made him look at the mysterious man in front of him in a little horror. What the hell are you going to do? Didn't you see it? Pharmacist Deo seemed to have spoken intentionally or unintentionally. We have already obtained the treasure of the Uzumaki clan. Everything that happened now should be regarded as a gift from Lord Orochimaru to his hometown. Just 9 Tails Rebellion. I believe Konoha will definitely be able to handle it. Pharmacist looked up at the death mask in his hand, and said happily, next time we come again, with the tolerance and generosity of Lord Orochimaru, we will not just give a small gift like a pre-dinner dessert to our hometown. Chapter 138 The Two Who Arrived First. The Nine-Tail Rebellion. This sentence is really easy to say. The last Nine-Tail Rebellion caused heavy losses to Konoha, and countless people died in destruction. The sacrifice of the fourth generation of Naruto ended the tragedy. This time, how many lives will Konoha lose? Iruka's eyes couldn't help but feel a little congested. He looked at the pharmacist Dora in front of him with some anger, wishing he could remove the pharmacist Dorera at this moment. This guy. This kind of thing is actually called a gift. Orochimaru is a madman, and his men are also a group of madmen. You seem a little angry. Pharmacist Deo seemed to notice Iruka's anger. He understood Naruto Uzumaki's condition and asked in surprise, "But aren't you who have always kept the child with the 9 tails sealed in his body on the verge of mental collapse?" Iruka Kitano's expression was stunned. At this moment, he was actually a little powerless to refute the other party's remarks. If you insist on saying this, the child Naruto Uzumaki has always been on the verge of losing control, because the child has been living in hatred since he was a child. Like, that child rarely comes into contact with love. The child has come to this day in a daze, overcomes all injustice with his tenacious will, and has been working hard to suppress all the darkness of his life experience. It's so simple. Woodya has already completed 99 steps. You always want that child to die. When pharmacist Doc said this, his tone became a little relaxed and comfortable. We only need to complete the last step and tell the child everything, so that the child can truly realize that his life has been in a desperate situation. No. Iruka Kitano gritted her teeth. No. Not so. In fact, that child should not experience despair forever. That child should not experience darkness forever, he should also receive light. Actually, Naruto Uzumaki, who has been sealing the 9 tails since childhood. Just an ordinary child. A child who knows nothing but still bears their hardships. After tonight, can this child survive? People in the village originally hated Jiwei. After the 9-Tail Rebellion ended, what situation will the tragic fate that Naruto Uzumaki had already experienced faced? He know Iruka is just a Chunin teacher. This Zongnan, who is so ordinary that he can't even be named in Konoha, doesn't understand the meaning of the 9-tailed Tsukuriki at all. He is only worried about his student who is being used. Naruto. Iruka Kitano clenched his fist tightly. I have to tell the truth to the people in the village. It was not the fault of Naruto Uzumaki from the beginning, and even this time it was Orochimaru's conspiracy. In Konoha village. Today's night is a bit too long. In fact, there are still many people who can't fall asleep this night. The graduates of ninja school were a little excited that they had received ninja protection after graduation, and every household was celebrating that one more ninja was added, but Konoha had some people who were thinking more deeply that they could not fall asleep because they still needed to find ways to relieve the hidden dangers. For example, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinata. The old man sat on his chair with a pipe in his mouth, thinking quietly about something. He had just arranged the division of these new generation of graduates. But there is another problem that has not been solved. That's about the 9 tails sealed in Naruto Uzumaki. Although this matter is no longer a big deal, Sarutobi Hiruzen still needs to find a way to deal with it well, and he hopes to solve it in a better way. It seems I need to ask for help from that honor. Sarutobi Hinata vomited a smoke ring. He had to go to Shiera Emiya for help, hoping that Shiera Emiya could come forward to tell Uzumaki Naruto about the story of the 9 tails. Only Emiya Shiera. Only then did I know all the secrets of the 9 tails. This will also make Naruto Uzumaki more likely to accept the identity of the 9 tails, allowing the child to know that the 9 tails in his body are not just a torture to his life. However, it seems that there is no chance. The windows of the Naruto studio shaking violently. Sarutobi Hinata stood up with his pipe in his arms, walked to the window step by step, and watched a red light appear in the distance, and his arms subconsciously trembled. How, maybe? At this time, how could the 9-tailed chakra in Naruto's body explode? Sarutobi Hizaki had known what happened at the graduation ceremony during the day. He saw Jiraiya spending an important day with Uzumaki Naruto. No matter how he thought about it, it seemed that the 9 tails rebellion should have broken out today. 9 tails. There is no reason to make trouble, right? After all, that big shot of Shiera Emiya is still in Konoha. However, as the Hokage in the village, Sarutobi Hinata had no time to be confused here. He took off his hat and took off his robe. Inside the imperial robe, it is a slender leather armor. Since the 4th generation of Naruto Shizumizu sacrificed to seal the 9 tails, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again took over the position of Naruto. He had to sleep in armor all the time, because the strongest man had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Konoha alone. Fortunately, now he is not alone. Because his 2 disciples Tsunade and Jiraiya were both in the village. Go and inform Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sarutobi Hinata lies on the window and ordered the Umbu who has been secretly protecting him, but he thought of the Emiya Shiera in the village again, and when the words were about to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped by himself. He shouldn't need to say anything more. I believe that Shiera Emiya would not stand by and watch. Whether it is his relationship with Naruto Uzumaki, or his relationship with Kyushu, and his temperament, he cannot sit idly by and watch a tragedy happen. Konoha Hospital. In the evening, Shiera Emiya occasionally appears here. Some of the time I spent discussing medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, and the other part of the time I was checking Tsunade's case scroll, and I also checked for missing and missing. The lights are bright. Shiera Emiya leaned against the window. If you can see the shadows left by the window from outside the hospital, you can see the shadows left by him. He seems to never need to rest, and he seems to be busy forever from life to death. When the nine-tailed chakra appeared, Shiera Emiya looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was a little later than expected, but it didn't matter. Inside the hall. Chuck of Nine-Tail, the lag is still growing. Even the tail behind Naruto Uzumaki is growing more and more. As the initiator, Shuimu was already extremely frightened. With his strength, he could feel how insignificant he was in front of this terrifying chakra. No. No. Shuimu's face was already scared and tears were flowing. The red chakra that was so close at hand made him feel a little overwhelmed, and he could even feel the murderous intent coming to his face. The nine-tailed erosive chakra is getting heavier and heavier. If he continues here, Shuimu's body has already seen traces of burning by chakra in the air, which makes him feel more and more scared. Naruto. Calm down, you kid. Mizuki hid in the corner of Namiendo, crying loudly with tears in her eyes and nose, hoping that she could awaken Naruto Uzumaki, who had lost her mind. Don't you want to see your father? As long as you can find that treasure, you can see your father. Ask your father why he sealed the nine tails in your body. This was originally his and the mysterious man's plan. Because the other party taught him to deceive Naruto Uzumaki like this. As long as Naruto Uzumaki wants to know the answer from his father, he will definitely help them find the treasure of the Uzumaki clan that can communicate yin and yang, life and death. But why did something unexpected happen? They haven't seen the treasure yet. Uzumaki Naruto just learned the truth and let the nine tails get out of control. Next moment, the tail behind Uzumaki Naruto has increased by one more time. Naruto Uzumaki had completely changed his appearance, his whole body was wrapped in scarlet chakra cloak. 8 scarlet tails floated behind Naruto Uzumaki, as if they had completely turned into a monster. Help! Help! Shuimu's eyes were already scared to the point of being white. Boom! The wall of Namiantang was smashed with a punch. Tsunade's figure broke into the wall, her brows frowned, and she cursed with some discomfort. What are you calling here? Shut up! Sir Tsunade! Shuimu cried as if she had finally seen a great savior. What's the situation? Jiraiya's figure instantly landed in front of Tsunade. After he glanced at Mizuki, he looked at Naruto Uzumaki with a heavy expression. Can you use 8 tails if the first burst of the 9-tailed chakra? Konoha's Anbi has not notified them yet. However, Tsunade and Jiraiya had arrived here when the 9-tailed chakra broke out, and their speed was even one step faster than their teacher Sarutobi Hinesan. This guy is the only one here. This is the Nam Hall that my grandmother arranged during her lifetime. Tsunade pinched his fist, looked at Mizuki again, and said coldly, it must be him who is messing around. Just ask him later. No. Not me. Mizuki was so scared that he waved his hand and subconsciously relieved himself of his sins. It's all Naruto. It's all Naruto, the little devil, wants to know about his parents. Don't pay attention to him. Seal the 9 tails first. Jiraya's palms were already standing up, and his eyes became serious. This chakra, which broke out in this terrifying craze, seems to have lost its mind, but it is difficult to seal it again. However, Naruto Uzumaki, who had lost his mind, sensed Jiraya's threat. A scarlet chakra claw suddenly grabbed Jiraya's chest, so fast that even Jiraiya didn't have time to react. Get out of the way! Tsunade kicked Jiraiya out with one kick, and her palms quickly closed. The curse seal and the chakras sealed in the yin were liberated at this moment, and the marks began to flow on her face like running water. Obviously, she knew she couldn't be careless. Once the battle begins, you need to enter a full-strength posture. Chapter 139 The Strange Quelling of the Nine-Tail Rebellion. Boom! The entire Nemean Hall turned into ruins. Tsunade's figure went backwards from Namiando and flew out. The battle just started. Tsunade was already at a disadvantage. She had just unsealed her curse and yin seal form. Unpredictable, she was instantly scratched and slapped away by the 9 tails under the 8 tails, and even made up for one. A scarlet claw emerged from the ruins and grabbed Tsunade's body. The scarlet claws had pierced her body. Tailed beast. Especially the most vicious 9 tails in the world. It can be called a monster that humans cannot compete with. Even though Tsunade has the bloodline of the Thousand Hand clan, the curse seal given to her by Shiera Amiya, and the chakra that has been accumulated in the yin seal for many years, he cannot compete with the 9 tails at this moment, and even the 9 tails are not in a complete form. But Tsunade's face had not changed at all. The woman spitted out a mouthful of blood from the corner of her mouth, and stretched out her hand to hold a sharp claw, and roared and threw out the 9 tails in the ruins. Tsunade! Jiraiya escaped with Shuimu in one hand. When he saw this scene, a hint of horror appeared on his face, and his fingers hurriedly formed a psychic handprint. I can't die. Tsunade looked at the Jiwei who was thrown out by her, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then looked down at the wound that was rapidly healing on her body. This is the sealless self-healing of the yin seal. But 9 tails won't be idle. Its body shape was constantly changing in the air, and it opened its mouth and spit out countless scarlet chakra bombs in the direction of Tsunade, falling densely like raindrops. A green light of a chakra scalpel emanated from Tsunade's palm, and the painted black spell seals merged into the green chakra like ripples. She waved the chakra scalpel filled with black patterns in her hand and blocked the chakra bounces one by one. Explosions all over. The smoke instantly enveloped the battlefield. The scarlet chakra bullet was still falling, and the green chakra scalpel with black patterns seemed to resist the invasion of the red rainstorm like a young sapling. But this sapling survived after all. However, the Scarlet Nine-Tail seemed to realize that it was impossible for Tsunade to be able to do anything to attack. Its body suddenly fell to the ground and began to become bloated. The hideous and terrifying head suddenly bulged, opened its dark mouth and spit out a golden and powerful energy directly at Tsunade. This guy! Tsunade's face suddenly changed. Tulu escape Huangkan swamp. With Jiraiya's whisper, the ground under Jiwei suddenly became muddy, and its body instantly fell into the swamp, and the golden chakra energy also blew away from its direction and sprayed towards the sky, like a pillar of light that illuminated the darkness. Far away. The pharmacist watched the battle. Even the initiator was smiling on his face, looking at the thrilling power of the 9 tails under the 8 tails, and softly praised. It's really spectacular. But the other party is not bad. Pharmacist Dori praised Tsunade and Jiraiya, and his face was even full of respect and admiration. It is worthy of being the 3 ninja who can be as famous as Lord Orochimaru. Pity. They are no matches to the 9 tails. If the number of tails is a little smaller, maybe the 2 of them can handle it, but the 9 tails have already produced 8 tails, and their strength is not enough. Iruka Kitano was filled with worry and panic. It is because of the 9 tails rebellion that I understand the horror of 9 tails. Although Iruka Kitano did not know the difference between the 8 tails exposed by the 9 tails and the complete form of the 9 tails, it was a disaster for Konoha. I hope the 9 tails can be faster. Pharmacist Deo looked at the battle in the distance and chuckled and said, before the ninja who really subdued it, kill Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya as much as possible, so that Lord Orochimaru can be more relaxed when attacking Konoha in the future. The ninja who subdues it. The worry on Iruka's face was even heavier. Konoha. Who else can subdue the 9 tails? Iruka, Akiyano, once saw Sarutobi Hinata poked the 9 tails out of the village 12 years ago, but he didn't really believe that Sarutobi Hinata could easily subdue the 9 tails. End. This is their conspiracy, right? Iruka couldn't help but remember what this mysterious man said before the meal dessert. At this time, creating the 9-tail rebellion to weaken Konoha's power is to make Orochimaru's future attack on Konoha smoother, right? Orochimaru. It is simply the most dangerous rebellious ninja in Konoha's history. Iruka Kitano was a little unimaginable. Once Konoha suffered heavy losses in this 9-tail rebellion, how should she deal with Orochimaru's crisis in the future? Iruka Hino is just a teacher at a ninja school. His judgment of strength is often based on the comparison of fame, and he does not know whether Konoha still has power hidden. Admittedly, the most powerful ones in Konoha are undoubtedly the 3rd generation of Hokage and his 2 disciples. Once they sacrifice themselves here, Konoha may really not be able to fight Orochimaru. What's more? And that child Naruto. Iruka couldn't help but grit her teeth. The child has always been eager to become a ninja as soon as possible. He has just graduated from ninja school and he has always wanted to become a Naruto in the village. Not only Iruka, Kitano, is remembering Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade and Jiraiya also remembered that the 9 tails, who were in a rampage, also involved the life of Naruto Uzumaki. The 2 of them quickly unified the combat strategy. Seal him. Only sealing the 9 tails is the way out. Whether it is Tsunade or Jiraiya, they are very clear about the weight of the ninja tails. Konoha cannot lose this most ferocious tailed beast in the ninja world. However, it is even more difficult to seal the 9 tails now. The art of collapse of the house. Jiraiya's palm quickly formed the handprints of the psychic technique, and a huge toad instantly emerged and pressed on the body of Jiwei. Jiwei staggered. However, this 9 tails, who was in a defective state, instantly pulled out his scarlet chakra from under the huge toad. Now, in its incomplete state, it is already a monster that cannot be explained by common sense. It has no slight sanity and is purely based on its combat instinct. Tsunade waved his fist and slammed heavily on Jiwei's head, shouting loudly as Jiraiya tried to seal the other person quickly. Them. But I have never had an advantage. Jiraiya, hurry up. 5 elements seal. Jiraiya hurriedly raised his palm and wanted to press it on Jutai's body, but his seal barrier disappeared instantly under Jutai's rage chakra. 5 elements seal. There is no use at all. The 9 tails under the 8 tails are no longer something he can seal. Even. His actions immediately aroused the vigilance of Jiwei. The scarlet chakra became furious again, jumped into Jiraiya's direction, and even had time to slap it with one claw in the air and just punched Tsunade. This guy. Tsunade gritted her teeth and endured the pain. She looked at the direction where Jutai rushed over, but her eyes suddenly changed, and even a hint of fear appeared. Jiraiya. After all, she has very few friends. Even she has been losing since she was a child. Jiraiya, who had been together for decades, was unwilling to see the other party die no matter what. She grabbed the 9-tailed claws and ignored the invasion and injury of the tailed beast chakra, and tried to drag the other party back. But, however, Jiwei's body stretched out suddenly. This incomplete tailed beast seemed to have lengthened a rope, stretching its body like a snake, and its 2 scarlet claws rushed towards Jiraiya. Toluo City Wall. Jiraiya released his ninjutsu calmly. Next moment, the tall city wall was instantly broken by 9 tails. However, this little time was enough for Jiraiya to escape to a safe position. His psychic beast instantly landed beside him and grabbed his collar and jumped away. Jiwei's head seemed to be confused for a second. Only 1 second. The next moment, the 9-tailed chakra rioted again. A terrifying column of energy gushed out from its mouth, spraying abundant energy into all directions without limit and irregularly. Whether it is Tsunade or Jiraiya, they all dodged in a mess under the unlimited attack of Jutai. The entire battlefield was immediately destroyed and messed up. Konoha's ninjas all saw this terrifying scene from afar and saw the light columns that caused an explosion. every chakra energy that lands on the ground. All of them left a deep gully on the earth. 9 tails. That's the 9 tails. A riot quickly began to fall into Konoha village. Although the ninjas were still trying their best to maintain order and evacuate the crowds in chaos, people were still cursing and rushing to escape in the direction of refuge. What is going on? Konoha's squad leader Narakazuki looked away with a serious expression, and asked his 2 close friends around him in a deep voice, how could the Jouei in the village suddenly run away? Let's talk about it first. Akita Denda put on his armor and watched his child Akita Dendi follow the crowd and head towards the shelter. We have to hurry up. There was cold sweat on Yamazuhai's forehead. Konoha must calm the Nine-Tail Rebellion. And quelling the Nine-Tail Rebellion will definitely cost a heavy price. The 3rd generation of Naruto has already rushed over. Now it's Lord Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya fighting the Kyuubi. The Umbu ninjas in the village kept coming from news, but these news couldn't calm down. Based on the experience of the Nine Tails Rebellion 12 years ago, they all knew that they would definitely need to stop the Nine Tails Rebellion from now on. Or someone needs to be at the cost of life. Block the Nine Tails as much as possible before entering the hinterland of Konoha. Let's go. A smile appeared on Narakazuki's face, and there were scars on his face as if he was smiling, as if he was ready to sacrifice. Chiu-Daizun nodded without hesitation. Yamazuhai also nodded slowly. Not only middle-aged ninjas, but also many young ninjas, who did not care about their lives, rushed towards the direction of the Nine Tails explosion. Because I didn't get the complete command. Perhaps it was because the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinazawa believed that he had enough confidence to quell the Nine-Tail Rebellion, or perhaps he was in a hurry to rush over and didn't even issue any instructions to the village. Konoha ninjas rushed to the area where the Kyuubi was in chaos. But they were obviously one step late. When they arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arrived first. When the old man saw the 2 disciples dodging under the attack of Jouei, he didn't care much about it. He waved a stick in his hand. The stick in his hand suddenly extended and hit Jouei's head heavily. This is awesome. Just let Jouei lie down in an instant. It's natural. Naturally, it is impossible for a ferocious beast to give up. This terrifying tailed beast grinned and wanted to make his tail. All the ba appeared, and its body was quickly beginning to change towards the complete body of the tailed beast. Sarutobi Hakoto's expression was solemn, and he flew to the side of Tsunade and Jiraiya, wanting to ask about the reason for the Nine Tails riot. What's going on? Why did Naruto's Nine Tails have an accident today? Have no idea. Tsunade hurriedly helped Jiraiya to treat the wound on her shoulder, and turned her head to look at Mizuki, who was lying in a pit and was completely limp. It should be related to that guy. When we came, he was the only one with Naruto. Shuimu's face was still covered with tears. Actually, he really wanted to escape. However, the attack of Jouei was too chaotic, and even Tsunade and Jirei didn't have time to dodge. He just escaped and was almost hit by a chakra energy cannon from Jouei's mouth. He was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion, and could only hide in a pit in horror. It's really... What are you doing? I will definitely be in trouble today. Where is that messenger of Lord Orochimaru? Can you show up and save it soon? At least take yourself away quickly. Even if Mizuki's mind was slow, he knew that he had been in great trouble, and the village would definitely track down what happened to Naruto Uzumaki. If the whole village knew that the Nine Tails rebellion was caused by him, the village senior management will definitely cut him into pieces. Shuimu. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Mizuki, his eyebrows couldn't help but frown, because this Chunin teacher named Mizuki was related to a mystery. End. The village originally planned to review the other party. As a result, before the village could arrest this guy seemed to have brought more trouble to Konoha. Let's solve the Nine Tails first. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya's injuries, and then at the Jotail, whose body was constantly changing. His voice became a little heavy. I don't know if we protect the wood leaves. This is the mission of Konoha Ninja. No matter from any aspect, Jiraiya and her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen were all responsible for this crisis, but she didn't know if they could survive. Your Excellency Emiya is here too. Jiraiya suddenly raised his head and looked at the figure flying in the sky. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt relieved. If Shiera Emiya also arrived, the crisis of the Nine-Tail raid, at least it seems that there shouldn't be any major problems. Third generation of Naruto. Konoha ninjas also arrived at this time. Everyone present was watching the changing Jutai with some tension. Everyone had two problems in their psychology. Now they only wanted to know two things. Nine Tails. How could he suddenly go wild? It can't be done by Uchiha Obito again, right? Certainly. Compared to this question, the second question is obviously more important. That's how to calm the current Nine-Tail rebellion. Although the Jutai now looks like a big wild dog and has no previous style at all, the chakra on it is still terrifying. Just as everyone was nervously waiting for Sarutobi Hinata to give the order, the rolling stones on the ground surged up and pressed towards Jouei's body. The soil quickly enveloped Jouei's body like a mountain piled up. Roar! Jutai tried hard to break free from the mud and stones that sealed it. His long head opened like a wild dog, and his sharp teeth exposed his mouth and bit the person who released the ninjutsu. Its tail was finally about to grow the last one. The Nine Tails are not at all sanity now.